Section 1 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Scholl. Introduction, Part 1. History has very properly been considered as that particular branch of philosophy which teaches by examples how men ought to conduct themselves in all situations of life, both public and private. Such is the infirmity and incapacity of the human mind that abstract or general ideas make no lasting impression on it, and often appear to us doubtful or obscure, at least if they be not illustrated and confirmed by experience and observation. It is from history alone, which superadds to our own experience that of other men and of other times, that we learn to conquer the prejudices which we have imbibed from education, and which our own experience, often as contracted as our education, tends in general rather to strengthen than to subdue or destroy. Not to know, says Cicero, what happened before we were born, is to remain always a child. For what were the life of man did we not combine present events with the recollections of past ages? There are certain principles or rules of conduct that hold true in all cases, because they accord and consist with the invariable nature of things. To collect and digest these belongs to the student of history, who may in this way easily form to himself a system, both of morals and politics, founded on the combined judgment of all ages and confirmed by universal experience. Moreover, the advantages that we reap from the study of history are preferable to those we acquire by our own experience, for not only does the knowledge we derive from this kind of study embrace a greater number of objects, but it is purchased at the expense of others, while the attainments we make from personal experience often cost us extremely dear. We may learn wisdom, says Polybius, either from our own misfortunes or the misfortunes of others. The knowledge, adds that celebrated historian, which we acquire at our own expense, is undoubtedly the most efficacious. But that which we learn from the misfortune of others is the safest, inasmuch as we receive instruction without pain or danger to ourselves. This knowledge has also the advantage of being in general more accurate and more complete than that which we derive from individual experience. To history alone it belongs to judge with impartiality of public characters and political measures, which are often either misunderstood or not properly appreciated by their contemporaries, and while men individually and from their own observation can see great events as it were but in part, history embraces the whole in all its various details. Thus, for example, we can see but imperfectly all the bearings of that mighty revolution which is now 1793 passing before our eyes, and it will remain for posterity to perceive all its influence and effects, and to judge of its different actors without feelings of irritation or party spirit. It is a fact universally admitted that all ranks and professions of men find in history appropriate instruction and rules of conduct suited to their respective conditions. In occupying the mind agreeably with such a vast diversity of subjects, it serves to form the judgment to inspire us with the ambition of glory and the love of virtue. Those especially who devote themselves to the study of politics, or who are destined to the management of public affairs, will discover in history the structure and constitution of governments, their faults and their advantages, their strength and their weakness. They will find there the origin and progress of empires, the principles that have raised them to greatness, and the causes which have prepared their fall. The philosopher and the man of letters will there trace the progress of the human mind, the errors and illusions that have led it astray, the connection of causes and effects, the origin of arts and sciences, their changes and their influence on history, as well as the innumerable evils that have sprung from ignorance, superstition, and tyranny. History, in short, avails more than all precepts to cure us of those mistakes originating in self-love and national partiality. He who knows no other country than his own easily persuades himself that the government, manners, and opinions of the little corner of the earth which he inhabits are the only ones consistent with reason and propriety. Self-love, so natural to man, cherishes this prejudice and makes him disdain all other nations. It is only by an extensive acquaintance with history and by familiarizing ourselves with the institutions, customs, and habits of different ages and of different countries that we learn to esteem wisdom and virtue, and to acknowledge talents wherever they exist. Besides, when we observe that through revolutions or continually changing the face of kingdoms, nothing essentially new ever happens in the world, we cease to be longer the slaves of that extravagant admiration and the credulous astonishment which is generally the characteristic of ignorance, or the mark of a feeble mind. The most important attribute of history is truth, and in order to find this out, it is necessary to examine the materials which serve as the elements and evidences of history by the test of sound criticism. These materials are of two kinds. 1. Public acts and records, such as medals, inscriptions, treaties, characters, official papers, and in general all writings drawn up or published by the established authorities. 2. Private writers, viz. Authors of histories, of chronicles, memoirs, letters, etc. These writers are either contemporary or such as live remote from the times of which they write. Public acts and official records are the strongest evidences we can possibly have of historical truth. But as in different ages there have been fabrications of pretended acts and writings, it becomes necessary before making use of any public document to be assured that it is neither spurious nor falsified. The art of judging of ancient charters or diplomas and discriminating the true from the false is called diplomatics, in the same way as we give the name of numismatics to the art of distinguishing real metals from counterfeit. Both of these sciences are necessary in the criticism of history. It will not be out of place to subjoin here some rules that may serve the guides in the proper selection of historical documents. 1. The authority of any charterary or public act is preferable to that of a private writer, even though he were contemporary. These public registers it is always necessary to consult, if possible, before having recourse to the authority of private writers. And a history that is not supported by such public vouchers must, in consequence, be very imperfect. 2. When public acts are found to accord with the testimony of contemporary authors, there results a complete and decisive proof, the most satisfactory that can be desired, for establishing the truth of historical facts. 3. The testimony of a contemporary author ought generally to be preferred to that of an historian, who has written long after the period in which the events have happened. 4. Whenever contemporary writers are defective, great caution must be used with regard to the statements of more modern historians, whose narratives are often very inaccurate or altogether fabulous. 5. The unanimous silence of contemporary authors on any memorable event is of itself a strong presumption for suspecting, or even for entirely rejecting, the testimony of very recent writers. 6. Historians who narrate events that have happened anterior to the times in which they lived do not, properly speaking, deserve credit, except in so far as they make us acquainted with the sources whence they have drawn their information. 7. In order to judge of the respective merits of historians, and the preference we ought to give some beyond others, it is necessary to examine the spirit and character of each, as well as the circumstances in which they are placed at the time of writing. Hence it follows that we ought to distrust an historian who is deficient in critical discernment, who is fond of fables, or who scruples not in order to please and amuse his readers, to alter or disguise the truth. That, as impartiality is an essential quality in a historian, we must always be on our guard against writers who allow their minds to be warped aside by the prejudices of their nation, their party, or their profession. For in order to be impartial, the historian must form his judgment on actions themselves without regard to the actors. That historians who have had a personal concern in the transactions, or been eyewitnesses of the events they describe, or who, writing by the permission of authority of government, have had free access to national archives and public libraries, ought always to be preferred to those who have not enjoyed the same advantages. That among modern historians, he who has written last often deserves more confidence than those who have handled the same subject before him, inasmuch as he has had it in his power to obtain more exact information, to avoid all party spirit, and rectify the errors of his predecessors. There are several auxiliary sciences which may be said to constitute the very foundation of history, and among these, geography, genealogy, and chronology hold the first rank. In truth, no fact can be fully established, nor can any narrative possess interest unless the circumstances relating to the times and places in which the events have happened, as well as to the persons who have been concerned in them, be previously made known and distinctly explained. It is obvious, therefore, that geography, genealogy, and chronology are the faithful interpreters and inseparable companions of history. Geography may be divided into mathematical, physical, and political, according to the different objects which it embraces. Mathematical geography regards the earth, considered as a measurable body. Physical geography has for its object to examine the natural or physical structure of the earth, while political geography illustrates the different divisions of the earth which men have invented, such as kingdoms, states, and provinces. This science is also divided, relatively to the times of which it treats, into ancient, Middle Age, and modern geography. Ancient geography is that which explains the primitive state of the world and its political divisions prior to the subversion of the Roman Empire in the West. By the geography of the Middle Ages is understood that which acquaints us with the political state of the nations who figured in history from the 5th century to the end of the 15th or the beginning of the 16th. Modern geography represents to us the state of the world and its political division from the 16th century to the present time. Antiquity has handed down to us the works of several very eminent geographers, the most celebrated of whom are Strabo, Ptolemy, Pomponius Mela, Pausanias, and Stephanus of Byzantium. Among the moderns who have labored in this department of geography, those more particularly deserving of notice are Cloverius, Cellarius, Briot, Danville, Gosselin, Mannard, and Euchert. The geography of the Middle Ages is but little known, and remains yet a sort of desert which demands cultivation. There does not exist a single geographical work which gives a correct representation of that new order of things which the German nations introduced into Europe after the downfall of the Roman Empire in the 5th century. The literati of France and Germany have thrown some rays of light on certain parts of these obscure regions, but no nation in Europe can yet boast of having thoroughly explored them. Of modern authors, the most conspicuous as the restorer of geographical science is Sebastian Münster, a German who published a voluminous work on cosmography towards the middle of the 16th century. The Flemings and the Dutch have been among the earliest cultivators of geography since the revival of letters. Ortelius, Gerard Mercator, Varenius, Janssen, Bleu, and Fischer are well known by the maps and learned works which they have produced. Among the number of celebrated French geographers are to be reckoned Sanson, Delisle, Cassini, Danville, and more recently Zanoni, Bosch, Mentel, Babby de Bocage, Maltbrun, etc. Delisle is the first who submitted geography to the touchstone of astronomical observation. Büching, a German, wrote a work on geography, which has been translated into several languages and has received various additions and improvements, especially in the hands of the French translators. M. Ritter, a professor at Berlin, published a work in which he gives a new and scientific form to geography. It was during the latter half of the 18th century that the attention of the learned was turned more particularly towards geography, when a series of the most elegant maps appeared in all the principal states of Europe. The wars that sprung from the Revolution encouraged several engineers and geographers, both foreigners and Frenchmen, to publish those masterpieces of their art, the charts and plans of the countries that had served as the theater of hostilities. Connected with geography is the science of statistics, or the study of the constitution and political economy of states. Two Italians, Sansovino and Botero, about the end of the 16th century, were the first that attempted to treat this as a particular science, separate and distinct from geography. The Germans followed nearly in the footsteps of the Italian writers. They introduced statistics into their universities as a branch of study, and gave it also the name by which it is still known. It was chiefly, however, during the course of the 18th century that the governments of Europe encouraged the study of this new science, which borrows its illustrations from history and constitutes at present an essential branch of national polity. Genealogy, or the science which treats of the origin and descent of illustrious families, is not less important to the knowledge of history than geography. It teaches us to know and distinguish the principal characters that have acted a conspicuous part on the theater of the world, and by giving us clear and explicit ideas of the ties of relationships that subsist among sovereigns, it enables us to investigate the rights of succession and the respective claims of rival princes. The study of genealogy is full of difficulties on account of the uncertainty and fabulous obscurity in which the origin of almost every great family is enveloped. Vanity, aided by flattery, has given birth to 1,000 legendary wonders that fall to pieces at the touch of sound criticism. It is by the light of the science that we learn to distinguish certainties from probabilities, and probabilities from fables and conjectures. Few families who have occupied the throne of former dynasties, or who now hold preeminent rank in Europe, can trace their genealogy beyond the 12th century. The House of Capet is the only one that can boast of a pedigree that reaches back to the middle of the 9th century. The origin of the royal families of Savoy, Lorraine, Brunswick, England, and Baden belongs to the 11th century. All the others are of a date posterior to these. A single fact in diplomatics has proved sufficient to discredit a multitude of errors and fables that tradition had engrafted on the legends of the Dark Ages. From the examinations that have been made of ancient charters and records, there is abundant evidence that prior to the 12th century, among families, even the most illustrious, the distinction of surnames was unknown. The greatest nobleman, and the presumption is much stronger that common gentlemen never used any other signature than their baptismal name, to which they sometimes annexed that of the dignity or order with which they were invested. There was therefore little chance of distinguishing families from each other, and still less of distinguishing individuals of one and the same family. It was only towards the end of the 11th century and during the era of the Crusades that the use of family names was gradually introduced, and that they began, in their public transactions, to superadd to their baptismal and honorary names that of the country or territory they possessed, or the castles where they had their residence, and it must have required nearly 200 years before this practice became general in Europe. The Germans were the first, after the Reformation, who combined the study of genealogy with that of history. Among their most distinguished genealogists may be mentioned Reinerius Venetius, Jerome Henniges, Elias Reusner, Nicholas Ritterhutius, James William Imhoff, and the two Gebhards of Lüneburg, father and son. The work of Henniges is much sought after on account of its rarity, but the genealogical labors of the two Gebhards are particularly remarkable for the profound and accurate criticism they display. The principal writers on this subject among the French are Dirchier, Godefroy, Andrew Duchesne, Saint-Marthe, Father Anselme, Chasseau de Nantigny, and Monsieur de Saint-Allais. End of section 1. Read by Lumi Oakes.
Section 2. Of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schörl. Introduction, Part 2. Chronology, or the science of computing time, represents facts or events in the order in which they have occurred. The historian ought by no means to neglect to ascertain, as nearly as possible, the exact and precise date of events, since, without this knowledge, he will be perpetually liable to commit anachronisms, to confound things with persons, and often to mistake effects for causes, or causes for effects. This study is not without its difficulties, which are as perplexing as they are singularly various, both in kind and degree. These embarrassments relate chiefly, 1. To the age of the world, 2. The different forms of the year, 3. The number of years that elapsed from the creation to the birth of Christ, 4. The variety of epochs or periods of reckoning time. Many of the ancient philosophers maintained that the world was eternal. Ocellus Lucanus, a Greek philosopher of the Pythagorean sect, attempted to prove this hypothesis in a treatise entitled De Universo, which the Marquis d'Argent and the Abbé Batteur have translated into French. Aristotle followed in the footsteps of Ocellus. His opinion as to the eternity of the universe is detailed at length in his commentaries on physics. Some modern philosophers, as Buffon, Hamilton, Dolomieu, Saussure, Fougeat de Saint-Fond, etc., have assigned to our globe an existence long anterior to the ages when history commences. Their reasoning they support by the conformation of the globe itself, as well as the time that must have necessarily elapsed before the earth, in the progressive operations of nature, could be rendered a suitable habitation for man. The most ancient account that we have of the origin of the world and of the human race is derived from Moses. This leader and lawgiver of the Jewish nation lived about 1500 years before Christ and nearly 1000 before Herodotus, the most ancient profane author whose works have been handed down to our times. According to Moses and the Jewish annals, the history of the human race does not yet comprehend a period of 6,000 years. This account seems to be in opposition to that of several ancient nations, such as the Egyptians, Indians, Chaldeans, Tibetan,s and Chinese, who carry back their chronology to a very remote date and far beyond what Moses has assigned to the human race. But it is sufficient at present to remark that this high antiquity, which vanity has led these nations to adopt as a reality, is either altogether imaginary or purely mythological, founded on a symbolical theology whose mysteries and allegories have been but little understood. This primeval epoch is usually filled with gods and demigods, who are alleged to have reigned over these nations for so many myriads of years. Traditions so fabulous and chimerical will never destroy the authenticity of Moses, who, independently of his nativity and the remote age in which he lived, merits implicit credit from the simplicity of his narrative, and from the circumstance that there has never yet been discovered on the surface or in the internal structure of the earth any organic evidence or work of human art that can lead us to believe that the history of the world, or more properly speaking, of the human race, is antecedent to the age which the Jewish legislator has assigned it. With regard to the division of time, a considerable period must no doubt have elapsed before men began to reckon by years, calculated according to astronomical observations. Two sorts or forms of computation have been successively in use among different nations. Some have employed solar years, calculated by the annual course of the sun. Others have made use of lunar years, calculated by the periodical revolutions of the moon. All Christian nations of the present day adopt the solar year, while the lunar calculation is that followed by the Mahometans. The solar year consists of 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, 45 seconds, 30 milliseconds. The lunar year of 354 days, 3 hours, 48 minutes, 38 seconds, 12 milliseconds. The invention, or more properly speaking, the calculation of the solar year, is due to the ancient Egyptians, who, by the position of their country, as well as by the periodical overflowings and ebbings of the Nile, had early and obvious inducements for making astronomical observations. The solar year has undergone, in process of time, various corrections and denominations. The most remarkable of these are indicated by the distinctions still in use of the Julian, the Gregorian, and the Reformed year. Julius Caesar introduced into the Roman Empire the solar or Egyptian year, which took from him the name of the Julian year. This he substituted instead of the lunar year, which the Romans had used before his time. It was distinguished on account of a slight variation in the reckoning into the common and bisextile or leap year. The common Julian year consisted of 365 days, and the bisextile, which returned every 4 years, of 366 days. This computation was faulty, inasmuch as it allowed 365 days and 6 entire hours for the annual revolution of the sun, being an excess every year of 11 minutes, 14 seconds, 30 milliseconds beyond the true time. This, in a long course of ages, had amounted to several days, and began at length to derange the order of the seasons. Pope Gregory XIII, wishing to correct this error, employed an able mathematician named Louis Lilio to reform the Julian year according to the true annual course of the sun. A new calendar was drawn up, which was called after the name of that pontiff, the Gregorian calendar, and as, in consequence of the incorrectness of the Julian era, the civil year had gained 10 days, the same pope ordered, by a bull published in 1581, that these should be expunged from the calendar, so that instead of the 5th of October 1582, they should reckon it the 15th. The Catholic states adopted this new calendar without the least difficulty, but the Protestants in the Empire and the rest of Europe, as also the Russians and the Greeks, adhered to the Julian year, and hence the distinction between the old and new style, to which it is necessary to pay attention in all public acts and writings since the year 1582 of the Christian era. The difference between the old and new style, which until 1699 was only 10 days, and 11 from the commencement of 1700, must be reckoned 12 days during the present century of 1800, so that the 1st of January of the old year answers to the 13th of the new. The Reformed year, or calendar as it is called, is distinct from the Gregorian, and applies to the calculation of the year which was made by a professor at Jena named Weigel. It differs from the Gregorian year as to the method of calculating the time of Easter and the other movable feasts of the Christian churches. The Protestants of Germany, Holland, Denmark, and Switzerland adopted this new calendar in 1700. Their example was followed in 1752 by Great Britain, and in 1753 by Sweden. But since the year 1776, the Protestants of Germany, Switzerland, and Holland abandoned the Reformed calendar and adopted the Gregorian, and there is, properly speaking, no nation in Europe at this day, except the Russians and the Greeks, which makes use of the Julian calendar or old style. But it is not merely the variations that have prevailed as to the form and computation of the year that have perplexed the science of chronology. The different methods of commencing it have also been the source of much confusion. The Romans, from the time of Julius Caesar, began the year on the 1st of January. The ancient Greeks at first reckoned from the winter solstice, and afterwards from midsummer. The Syro-Macedonians, or Seleucidae, commenced from the autumnal equinox. The sacred year of the Jews began with the first new moon after the vernal equinox, that is, in the month of March, and their civil year began with the new moon immediately following the autumnal equinox, that is, in the month of September. The same diversity of practice which we observe among the ancients existed also in the Middle Ages. The Franks, under the Merovingian kings, began the year with the month of March. The popes began it sometimes at Christmas time, or the 25th of December, sometimes on the 1st of January, and sometimes on the 25th of March, called indiscriminately the Day of the Annunciation or Incarnation. Under the Carlovingian princes, 2 methods of beginning the year were generally prevalent in France. The one fixed its commencement at Christmas, or the 25th of December, and the other at Easter, that is, at the day on which that movable feast happened to fall. This latter custom prevailed also under the Capetian kings, and it was not suppressed until near the middle of the 16th century. Charles IX, by an edict published in 1564, ordered that in France the year should henceforth commence on the 1st of January. Previously to this edict, it sometimes happened, from the variable date of Easter, that the same month was found to occur twice in one and the same year. For example, the year 1358, having begun on the 1st of April, on which Easter Day happened to fall, did not terminate until the 20th of April following, that is, on the eve preceding Easter. There were consequently in this year nearly 2 complete months of April. Since the reign of Charles IX, it has continued the invariable practice in France to begin the year on the 1st of January. In England, the year used to commence on the 25th of March, and the old style was there observed until 1753, when, by virtue of an Act of Parliament, passed in 1752, the beginning of the year was transferred to the 1st of January. It was decreed also at the same time that, in order to accommodate the English chronology to the new style, the 3rd of September 1752 should be reckoned the 14th of the same month. It is easy to conceive the perplexity and confusion that must have been introduced into chronology as much by the difference of styles as by the different methods of commencing the year. Nothing is more probable than that we should here find mistakes and contradictions which, in reality, have no existence, and the more so, as the writers or recorders of public acts who employ these different styles, or date the beginning of the year variously, never give us any intimation on the subject, and all reckon promiscuously from the year of Christ's nativity, without informing us whether they follow the old or the new style, whether they commence the year in the month of January or March, at Easter or at Christmas. Modern chronologists have found much embarrassment in calculating the number of years that elapsed between the creation and the birth of Christ. Father Petot, one of the most learned men in this science, admits that this point of chronology is to be established rather by probable conjectures than solid arguments. There have even been reckoned, according to Fabricius, about 140 different opinions respecting the epoch of Christ's nativity. Some fix this era in the year of the world 3616, while others carry it back to the year 6484. This great discordance of opinions arises from the contradictions found to exist between the 3 principal texts of the Old Testament. The Hebrew text, for instance, to which most chronologists gives the preference, fixes the deluge in the year of the world 1656, while according to the Samaritan text it happened in 1307, and according to the Septuagint in 2242. The system at present most accredited is that of Archbishop Usher, an Irish prelate, who, founding his calculation on the Hebrew text, fixes the date of Christ's nativity in the year of the world 4000. A variety of epochs prevailed at different times, as most nations, both ancient and modern, who had governments and laws of their own, adopted chronological eras that were peculiar to themselves. The ancient Greeks had their Olympiads, and the Syro-Macedonians the era of the Seleucidae. The Romans calculated by consulships, which became the era of their public acts, and besides these, their historians used to reckon from the foundation of the city, which goes back 752 years before Christ, or 3249 after the creation. The era of Diocletian, introduced in honour of that emperor, and sometimes also called the era of the martyrs, began in the year 284 after Christ, and was for a long time used in the West. But, without stopping here to enumerate the different eras of antiquity, we shall rather restrict ourselves at present to the pointing out of those that belong more properly to modern history, viz. 1. The era of the modern Greeks. 2. Of the modern Jews. 3. Of the Spaniards. 4. The Hegira or Mohammedan era. 5. The Dionysian or Christian era. The era of the modern Greeks is known by the name of the mundane era of Constantinople. It begins 5,508 years before the birth of Christ. The first year of the Incarnation thus falls in the year of the world 5,509, and, consequently, the year 1823 of the Christian era answers to the year 7,331 of the mundane era of Constantinople. Under this system, two kinds of years are in use, the civil and the ecclesiastical. The former commences with the month of September. The other has begun sometimes on the 21st of March and sometimes on the 1st of April. This era is followed, even at this day, by the Greek Church. The Russians, who adopted it from the Greeks along with the Christian religion, made use of it even in their civil acts until the reign of Peter the Great. That emperor, in 1700, abolished the mundane era of Constantinople and substituted in its place the Christian era and the Julian calendar or Old Style. The modern Jews have likewise a mundane era, as they reckon from the creation of the world. It commences on the 7th of October of the Julian year and reckons 3,761 years before Christ. The year 3,762 of the world is the first of the Christian era, according to the Jews, and the current year, 1823, answers to the year 5,583 of their mundane era. In Spain, the era began with the year of Rome 714, 38 years before the birth of Christ, being the time when the triumvirate was renewed between Caesar Octavianus, Mark Antony, and Lepidus. The Spaniards, wishing to give Octavianus some testimony of their satisfaction on being comprehended within his province, began a new era with this event, which prevailed not only in Spain and Portugal, but also in Africa and those parts of France which were subject to the dominion of the Visigoths. It is of great importance to know that the Spaniards and Portuguese constantly employed this era in their annals and public acts so late as the 14th and 15th centuries, when they substituted the Christian era in its place. The era which the Mussulman nations follow is that of Muhammad, called the Hegira, or the Flight of the Prophet. It began on the 16th of July, 622 A.C., and is composed of lunar years. In order to find out in what year of the Vulgar era any given year of the Hegira falls, it is necessary first to reduce the lunar into solar years, and then add the number 622. For example, the year 1238 of the Hegira answers to the year 1823 of the Vulgar or Christian era. It began on the 18th of September 1822 and ended on the 7th of the following September. Dionysius, or Denis the Little, a Roman abbé who lived in the time of the Emperor Justinian, about the year of Christ 530, was the author of the Vulgar era, which afterwards received a more perfect form from the hands of the Venerable Bede, an English monk, about the year 720. Before that time, the Latins, or Christians of the West, employed the era of the consuls, or that of Diocletian. Denis the Little, imagining it would be more convenient for the Christians to reckon their time from the birth of Christ, applied himself with great industry to calculate the number of years that had elapsed from the Incarnation to his own times. Modern chronologists have remarked that both Denis and Bede were mistaken in their calculations, but a difference of opinion prevails on this subject, as may be seen in the learned work of Fabricius. There are some of these chronologists who date the birth of Christ 34 years earlier, while others find a difference of but 1 year, or at most 4, between the true epoch of the Nativity and that adopted by Denis. This disagreement of the modern chronologists has given rise to the distinction between the true era of the birth of Christ and the Vulgar or Dionysian era, which the general usage has now consecrated and established. In France, this era was not introduced until the 8th century. We find it employed for the first time In the acts of the councils of Germany, Liptin and Soissons, held in the years 742, 3, and 4, under Pepin, surnamed the Short. The kings of France never used it in their public acts until the end of the 9th century, and the popes only since the 11th. In order to compare the different eras and to facilitate the process of reducing the years of one into those of another, a scheme has been proposed called the Julian period. The invention of this is due to Joseph Scaliger, a professor at Leiden and well known by his chronological works. He gave it the name of Julian because the Julian year served as the basis of it. It is composed of the several products of the cycles of the sun, the moon, and the indictions multiplied by each other. The cycle of the sun is a period or revolution of 28 solar years, at the end of which the same order of years returns, by a kind of circle or cycle. Its use is to indicate the days on which each year commences, and the dominical letters. These are the first 7 letters of the alphabet: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, which are employed to indicate the 7 days of the week, more particularly the Sabbath, dies dominica. At the end of 28 years, of which this cycle is composed, there returns a new order or series of years, so similar to the preceding that the dominical letters again answer exactly to the same days. The cycle of the moon comprises 19 lunar years, 12 of which are called common, and the remaining 7 intercalary. These yield a product of 6,939 days, 18 hours, according to the calculation of the ancients, and are equal to 19 Julian or solar years. By means of this cycle always recurring, the new moons fall again on the same days and the same hours on which they had happened 19 years before, so that, for all the new moons, the cycle which is to come is entirely similar to the preceding. The cipher, which indicates the year of the cycle, is called the golden number, because they used to write it in characters of gold in the ancient calendars, where it was employed to mark the times of the new moons. The cycle of indictions is a cycle which recurs every 15 years, and which, like those already mentioned, was frequently employed in charters and public records. The origin of these indictions is generally referred to a contribution or cess appointed for 15 years by the Romans and afterwards renewed for the same period. They began in the reign of Constantine the Great, that is, about the year of Christ 313, and are distinguished into 3 kinds. 1. That of Constantinople, which was employed by the Greek emperors and began on the 1st of September. 2. That which was termed the imperial or Caesarean indiction, the use of which was limited to the West, and which began on the 25th of September. And 3. The Roman or pontifical indiction, which the popes employed in their bulls. This last began on the 25th of December or the 1st of January, according as the one or the other of these days was reckoned by the Romans the first of the new year. The cycle of the sun, comprising 28 years, and that of the moon 19, when multiplied together, give a product of 532, which is called the Paschal cycle, because it serves to ascertain the feast of Easter. The product of 532 multiplied by 15, the cycle of indictions, amounts to the number 7,980, which constitutes the Julian period. Within the compass of this period may be placed, as it were, under one view, these different eras and epochs, in order to compare and reconcile them with each other, adopting, as their common term, the Nativity of Christ, fixed to the year 4714 of the Julian period. End of section 2. Section 3. Of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schörl. Introduction, Part 3. History has been divided, according to the different subjects of which it treats, into civil, ecclesiastical, and literary. Civil and political history is occupied entirely with events that relate to mankind, as distributed into societies and united together by governments, laws, and manners. Ecclesiastical history is confined to those events that properly belong to religion. Literary history treats more particularly of the origin, progress, and vicissitudes of the arts and sciences. The history of philosophy, which is a subdivision of literary history, illustrates the different systems of philosophy that have flourished in the world, both in ancient and modern times. Another division of history, according to its extent, is that of universal, general, and particular history. Universal history gives a kind of outline or summary of the events of all the nations that have figured on the earth, from the remotest ages to the present time. By general history is understood that which treats of the revolutions that have happened in the world, whether of great states or confederate powers, or of several nations combined together by various and complicated interests. Thus there may be a general history of France, or of Great Britain, a general history of the United Provinces, a general history of Europe, etc. Particular history embraces, in detail, the events of a particular people or province or city or illustrious individual. Finally, in regard to the time of which it treats, history is distinguished into ancient and modern, and that of the Middle Ages. Ancient history is that of the nations who flourished from the time of the creation to the 5th century, while the history of the Middle Ages has, for its object, the revolutions that took place from the 5th to the end of the 15th century. What is now termed modern history is that which retraces the events of the last 3 centuries. This division, which applies more particularly to the history of Europe, is founded on the great revolutions which this part of the world experienced in the 5th and 15th centuries. The revolution of the 5th century ended in the subversion of the Roman Empire in the West and gave birth to the principal states in modern Europe, while that of the 15th century, which dates its commencement from the destruction of the Eastern Empire, brought along with it the revival of literature and the fine arts and the renovation of civil society in Europe. Although ancient history does not enter into the plan of the following work, nevertheless it appeared necessary to give here a brief sketch of it to the reader, with the view of connecting the order of time and the chain of the great events that have occurred from the remotest ages to the present day. We have divided it into 3 periods, the first of which embraces 3,000, the second 1,000, and the third 500 years. The first period, which comprises 30 centuries, is almost wholly fabulous. The notices of it that have been transmitted to us are very imperfect. The order of time cannot be established on any solid foundation. Even the authenticity of the famous Parian marbles has been called into question as spurious, and there is no other chronology that can guide our steps through this dark labyrinth of profane history. The only literary monuments that are left to us of these remote and obscure ages are the books of Moses and the Jews. Herodotus, the earliest profane historian, wrote more than 1,000 years after Moses and about 450 before Christ. He had been preceded several centuries by Sanchoniathon, the Phoenician, but the work of this latter historian is lost, and there exists only a few scattered fragments of it in Porphyry and Eusebius. It appears, therefore, that of the 4,500 years that fall within the compass of ancient history, the first 30 centuries may, without inconvenience, be retrenched. Amidst the darkness of those ages, we discover nothing but the germs of societies, governments, sciences, and arts. The Egyptians, the Israelites, the Phoenicians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, or Chaldeans, made then the most conspicuous figure among the nations of Asia and Africa. The Egyptians and Chaldeans were the first who cultivated astronomy. Egypt was long the nursery of arts and sciences. The Phoenicians, without any other guide than the stars, boldly traversed unknown seas and gave a vast extent of intercourse to their commerce and navigation. They founded many celebrated colonies, such as Carthage in Africa and Malaga and Cadiz on the shores of Spain. The history of Europe, which is utterly unknown during the first 2,000 years, begins to exhibit in the third millenary a few slight notices of ancient Greece. A multitude of petty states had then taken root, most of which, as Argos, Athens, and Thebes, had been founded by colonies from Egypt. The Greeks, in imitation of the Phoenicians, applied themselves to arts, navigation, and commerce. They established numerous colonies, not only on the coast of Asia Minor, but on those of Italy and Sicily. That in Lower Italy, or Calabria, was known by the name of Magnus Graecia. It was during the second period of ancient history, or in the fourth millenary, that great and powerful monarchies arose, which contributed to the progress of arts and civilization and the perfection of society. These are commonly reckoned 5, viz., the Egyptian, the Assyrian, the Persian, the Macedonian, and the Roman, all of which successively established themselves on the ruins of each other. The history of the 2 first monarchies is enveloped in mystery and doubt. Of the ancient Egyptians, nothing now remains but their pyramids, their temples, and obelisks, monuments which can only attest the power and grandeur of the ancient sovereigns of Egypt. As to the Assyrian antiquities, the contradictions that we find between the narratives of Herodotus and Ctesias cannot fail to make us reject as fabulous the details of the latter respecting the magnificence of Ninus, Semiramis, and Sardanapalus, the supposed monarchs of Assyria and Babylon. Nothing certain is known of this empire, or the conquests of these kings, beyond what we find recorded in the annals of the Jews. Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, subdued the kingdom of Samaria, or Israel, about the year of the world 3270, and Nebuchadnezzar, one of his successors, conquered that of Judah and Jerusalem about the year 3403. The Persian monarchy was founded by Cyrus, who put an end to the dominion of the Assyrians and Babylonians by taking the city of Babylon about the year of the world 3463. The empire, when at its greatest height under Darius Hystaspes, comprehended all that part of Asia which stretches from the Indus to the Caspian Sea, and from the Euxine to the shores of the Mediterranean. Egypt in Africa and Thrace in Europe were subject to its laws. After a duration of nearly 2 centuries, it was finally destroyed by the Macedonians in the year 3672. Greece, which was at first divided into several petty kingdoms, changed its condition towards the commencement of the 4th millenary, when its principal cities, till then governed by kings, formed themselves into detached republics. An enthusiasm for liberty spread all over Greece and inspired every bosom with the love of glory. Military bravery, as well as arts and talents of all kinds, were fostered and encouraged by public games, the principal of which were the Olympic. 2 cities, Athens and Lacedaemon, fixed upon themselves for a time the eyes of all Greece. Solon was the legislator of the former, and Lycurgus of the latter. To these 2 republics all the rest succumbed, either as allies or by right of conquest. Athens has rendered herself immortal by the victories which she gained over the Persians at the famous battles of Marathon, Salamis, and Plataea, fought a.m. 3,512, 3,522, and 3,523. The ascendancy which these victories procured the Athenians over the rest of the Greek states excited the jealousy of the Lacedaemonians and became the principal cause of the famous civil war which arose in 3,572 between these two republics, and which is known by the name of the Peloponnesian War. This was followed by various other civil wars, and these disasters contributed to greatly exhaust the Greeks and to break that union which had been the true source of their prosperity and their glory. Philip, king of Macedon, had the address to turn these unhappy divisions to his own advantage, and soon made himself master of all Greece. The battle of Chaeronea, which he gained over the Athenians about the year of the world 3664, completed the conquest of that country. Alexander the Great, son of Philip, afterwards attacked the Persian Empire, which he utterly overthrew, in consequence of the 3 victories which he gained over Darius Codomanus, the last of the Persian kings, at the passage of the Granicus in 3668, at Issus in 3669, and near Arbela in 3672. The monarchy, founded by Alexander, fell to pieces after his death. From its wreck were formed, among others, by 3 of his generals, the 3 kingdoms of Macedon, Syria, and Egypt, all of which were conquered in succession by the Romans, a.m. 3835, 3936, and 3972. Greece itself had been reduced to a Roman province after the famous sack of Corinth and the destruction of the Achaean League, a.m. 3856, or 144 years before Christ. The empire of the Greeks was succeeded by that of the Romans, which is distinguished from all its predecessors not more by its extent and duration than by the wisdom with which it was administered and the fine monuments of all kinds which it has transmitted to posterity. The greatness of this empire was not, however, the achievement of a single conqueror, but the work of ages. Its prosperity must be chiefly ascribed to the primitive constitution of the Republic, which inspired the Romans with the love of liberty and the spirit of patriotism, which animated them to glory and perseverance and taught them to despise dangers and death. Their religion, likewise, served as a powerful engine to restrain and direct the multitude according to the views and designs of the government. The earlier part of the Roman history may be divided into 3 periods. The first of these represents Rome under the government of kings, from the time of its foundation about the year of the world 3249 to the expulsion of Tarquin the Proud and the establishment of the Republic in 3493. The second extends from the establishment of the Republic in the year of Rome 245 to the First Punic War in the year of the city 490 and of the world 3738. The third commences with the First Punic War and terminates at the Battle of Actium, which put an end to the republican government and re-established monarchy under Augustus in the year of Rome 723. During the first of these periods, the Romans had to sustain incessant wars with their neighbours, the petty states of Italy. They subdued the whole of that peninsula in course of the second period, and it was not till the third that they carried their arms beyond their own country to conquer the greater portion of the then known world. The first 2 periods of the Roman history are full of obscure and uncertain traditions. In those remote ages, the Romans paid no attention to the study of letters. Immersed entirely in the business of war, they had no other historical records than the annals of their pontiffs, which perished in the sack of Rome at the time of its invasion by the Gauls in the year of the city 365. The most ancient of their historians was Fabius Pictor, who wrote his annals in the 6th century after the foundation of Rome, or about the time of the Second Punic War. These annals, in which Fabius had consulted both tradition and foreign authors, are lost, and we possess no information on these two periods of Roman history, except what has been left us by Dionysius of Halicarnassus and Titus Livius, who both wrote in the reign of Augustus, and whose narratives often resemble a romance rather than a true history. The cultivation of letters and arts among the Romans did not, properly speaking, commence until the third period, and after they had had intercourse with civilized nations as the Carthaginians and Greeks. It was not until 484 years after the building of the city that they struck their first silver coinage, and 10 years afterwards they equipped their first fleet against the Carthaginians. It is at this period also that truth begins to dawn upon their history and to occupy the place of fable and tradition. Besides their native historians, Titus Livius, Florus, and Velleius Paterculus, several Greek authors, as Polybius, Plutarch, Appian of Alexandria, Dion Cassius, etc., have furnished useful memorials on this period. The history of Polybius, especially, is a work of the highest merit. The statesman will there find lessons on politics and government, and the soldier instructions in the art of war. A long series of foreign wars put the Romans in possession of the isles of the Mediterranean, Spain, northern Africa, Egypt, Gaul, Illyria, Macedonia, Greece, Thrace, and all Asia as far as the Euphrates. The destruction of the powerful Republic of Carthage was the grand cast of the die that decided the empire of the world in favour of the Romans. Carthage was a colony which the ancient Phoenicians had founded on the coast of Africa near the modern city of Tunis in the year of the world 3119 and 130 before the founding of Rome. In imitation of their mother country, the Carthaginians rendered themselves famous by their merchandise and their marine. The extent to which they carried their commerce, and the force necessary for its protection, rendered their arms everywhere victorious. They gradually extended their conquests along the shores of Africa, in Spain, and the islands of the Mediterranean. The attempts which they had made to get possession of Sicily was the occasion of embroiling them in a war with the Romans. For nearly 200 years, Rome and Carthage disputed between them the empire of the world, and it was not until these two mighty rivals had, more than once, made each other tremble for their independence, that the Carthaginians yielded to the yoke of the conqueror. Their capital, after a siege which lasted nearly 3 years, was completely laid in ruins by the famous Scipio Aemilianus, the scholar of Polybius. No monument of the Carthaginians now remains to point out the ancient splendour of that republic. Their national archives and all the literary treasures they contained perished with the city or were destroyed by the Romans. The destruction of Carthage happened in the year of Rome 608 and of the world 3856, the same year that witnessed the sack of Corinth. The fall of Carthage, and more especially the conquest of Greece, Egypt, and the Asiatic kingdoms, occasioned a wonderful revolution in the manners and government of the Romans. The riches of the East, the arts and institution of the vanquished nations brought them acquainted with luxuries they had never known, which soon proved the fatal harbingers of vice. Their patriotism and love of liberty insensibly declined and became extinct. Powerful and ambitious citizens fomented insurrections and civil wars, which ended in the subversion of the republican government and the establishment of monarchy. 2 triumvirates appeared in succession. The first consisted of Pompey, Caesar, and Crassus, and was dissolved in consequence of the civil war that arose among the triumvirate. Caesar, having conquered Pompey at the Battle of Pharsalia in the year of Rome 706, became master of the empire under the title of perpetual dictator. This new elevation of fortune he did not long enjoy. He was assassinated in the Senate by a band of conspirators, at the head of whom was Brutus, in the year of Rome 710 and 42 before the birth of Christ. a second triumvirate was formed between Mark Antony, Caesar Octavianus, and Lepidus. Many thousands of illustrious Romans, and among others Cicero, were at this time proscribed and put to death by order of the triumvirs. Jealousy having at length disunited these new tyrants, Octavianus stripped Lepidus of his power and defeated Mark Antony in the famous naval battle which took place near the promontory of Actium in the year of Rome 723. Antony having been assassinated in Egypt immediately after his defeat, Caesar Octavianus became sole master of the empire, which he afterwards ruled with sovereign authority under the name of Augustus. At this time, the Roman Empire comprehended the finest countries of Europe and Asia, with Egypt and all the northern part of Africa. It was bounded on the west by the Rhine and the Danube, and on the east by the Euphrates. The successors of Augustus added the greater part of Britain to the empire. Trajan carried his victorious arms beyond the Danube. He conquered the Dacians, who inhabited those countries known at present under the name of Hungary, Transylvania, Moldavia, Wallachia, and Bessarabia. In the east, this prince extended the limits of the empire beyond the Euphrates, having subdued Mesopotamia, Assyria, Armenia, Colchis, and Iberia, or Georgia. But the conquests of Trajan were abandoned by his successors, and the empire again shrunk within the bounds prescribed by Augustus. This empire, which extended from north to south nearly 600 leagues, and more than 1,000 from east to west, viz. From the 24th degree to the 56th degree of latitude, comprised a total of 180,000 square leagues. The population, during its most flourishing state, may be estimated at about 120 million, a population which equals that of modern Europe, with the exception of Great Britain, Denmark, Sweden, Russia, and Turkey. The government which had been introduced was an absolute monarchy, only clothed with the forms of the ancient republic. Under the popular titles of consul, tribune of the people, general, grand pontiff, censor, etc., the prince united in himself all the various attributes of supreme power. The Senate indeed enjoyed extensive prerogatives. The legislative power, which had been reserved at first for the people, was afterwards transferred to this body. But as the military were wholly subordinate to the prince, and as he had also at his command a numerous guard, it is easy to perceive that the authority of the Senate was but precarious and by no means a counterpoise to that of the prince. A government so constructed could not ensure the welfare and happiness of the people, except under princes as humane as Titus, as just and enlightened as Trajan and the Antonines, or so long as the forms introduced by Augustus should be respected. It could not fail to degenerate into arbitrary power under tyrants such as Tiberius, Caligula, Nero, and Domitian, and the Senate must then have been but a servile instrument in the hands of the prince, employed by him to facilitate the means of satiating his passions and his tyranny. The maxims of absolute power soon became the fashionable and favourite doctrine. Civilians began to teach publicly that all the authority of the Senate and the people was transferred to the prince, that he was superior to the laws, that his power extended to the lives and fortunes of the citizens, and that he might dispose of the state as his own patrimony. These encroachments of despotism, joined to the instability of the imperial throne, the decay of military discipline, the unbridled license of the troops, the employing whole corps of barbarians in their wars, must all be reckoned among the number of causes that hastened the downfall of the Roman Empire. Constantine the Great was the first of the emperors that embraced Christianity and made it the established religion of the state in 324. He quitted the city of Rome, the ancient residence of the Caesars, and fixed his capital at Byzantium in 330, which took from him the name of Constantinople. Anxious to provide for the security of his new capital, he stationed the flower of his legions in the east, dismantled the frontiers on the Rhine and the Danube, and dispersed into the provinces and towns the troops who had heretofore encamped on the borders of these great rivers. In this way he secured the peace and tranquillity of the interior, and infused, for a time, a new vigour into the government. But he committed a great mistake in giving the first example of making a formal division of the state between his sons, without regard to the principle of unity and indivisibility which his predecessors had held sacred. It is true this separation was not of long continuance, but it was renewed afterwards by Theodosius the Great, who finally divided the empire between his two sons in the year 395. Arcadius had the eastern, and Honorius the western part of the empire. This latter comprehended Italy, Gaul, Britain, Spain, Northern Africa, Rhaetia, Vindelicia, Noricum, Pannonia, and Illyria. It was during the reign of Honorius, and under the administration of his minister Stilicho, that the memorable invasion of the Barbarians happened, which was followed shortly after by the destruction of the Western Empire. It is with this great event, which gave birth to a variety of new states and kingdoms, that the following history of the revolutions of Europe commences. It is divided into 9 sections or periods of time, according to the successive changes which the political systems of Europe experienced from the 5th to the 19th century. In the first, which extends to the year 800, the Barbarians, who invaded the Western Empire, formed new states in Spain, Gaul, and Italy, and produced a complete revolution in the governments, laws, manners, letters, and arts of Europe. It was during this period that the Franks gained the ascendancy over the other European nations, that the popes laid the groundwork of their secular power, that Mahomet founded a new religion in Asia, and an empire which extended through Africa into Spain. In the second period, which extends from 800 to 962, a vast empire was erected and again dismembered after enjoying a short-lived splendour. From its wreck were formed new kingdoms, which have served as the basis for several states of modern times. Others were established by the Normans, Russians, and Hungarians. In the third period, which terminates with the year 1072, Germany became the preponderating power and began to decline through the abuse of the feudal system. The House of Capet mounted the throne of France, and the Normans achieved the conquest of England. The northern nations, converted to Christianity, began to make some figure in history. The monarchy of Russia became great and powerful, while the Greek Empire and that of the Romans fell into decay. During the fourth period, which ends with the year 1300, the Roman pontiffs acquired an immense sway. This is also the epoch of the Crusades, which had a powerful influence on the social and political state of the European nations. The darkness of the Middle Ages began gradually to disappear. The establishment of communities and the enfranchisement of the serfs gave birth to new ideas of liberty. The Roman jurisprudence was restored from the neglect and oblivion into which it had fallen, and taught in the universities. Italy was covered with a multitude of republics, and the kingdoms of the two Sicilies and of Portugal were founded. The Inquisition was established in France and Magna Carta in England. The Moguls in the East raised by their conquests a powerful and extensive empire. The fifth period, which ends at the taking of Constantinople by the Turks in 1453, witnessed the decline of the pontifical jurisdiction. Learning and science made some progress, and various important discoveries prepared the way for still greater improvements. Commerce began to flourish and extend its intercourse more widely. The European states assumed their present form, while the Turks, an Asiatic race, established their dominion in Europe. The sixth period, from 1453 to 1648, is the epoch of the revival of the belles lettres and the fine arts, and of the discovery of America. It is also that of the reformation of religion accomplished in Germany, the influence of which has extended over all the countries in the world. It was likewise during this period that Europe was desolated by religious wars, which eventually must have plunged it again into a state of barbarism. The Peace of Westphalia became the basis of the political system of Europe. In the 7th period, from 1648 to 1713, this federal system was turned against France, whose power threatened to overturn the political balance of Europe. The Peace of Utrecht set bounds to the ambition of its aspiring monarchs, while that of Oliver adjusted the contending claims of the North. The European states, delivered from the terror of universal dominion, began to think the establishment of it an impossibility, and losing conceit of the system of political equipoise, they substituted in its place maxims of injustice and violence. The 8th period, which comes down to 1789, is an epoch of weakness and corruption, during which the doctrines of a libertine and impious philosophy led the way to the downfall of thrones and the subversion of social order. The consequences of this new philosophy bring us to the 9th period, during which Europe was almost entirely revolutionized. The present history terminates with the year 1815, which forms a natural division in this revolutionary epoch, the final results of which can be known only to posterity. End of section 3.
Section 4 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schurl. From the invasion of the Roman Empire in the West by the Barbarians to the time of Charlemagne, A.D. 406 to 800, Part 1. Chapter 2, Period 1. The Roman Empire had for many years been gradually tending towards its downfall. Its energies were exhausted, and it required no great efforts to lay prostrate that gigantic power which had almost lost its strength and activity. The vices of the government, the relaxation of discipline, the animosities of faction, and the miseries of the people all announced the approaching ruin of the empire. Divided by mutual jealousies, enervated by luxury, and oppressed by despotism, the Romans were in no condition to withstand the numerous swarms of barbarians from the north, who, unacquainted with luxury and despising danger and death, had learned to conquer in the ranks of the imperial armies. Several of the emperors, guided by a short-sighted policy, had received into their pay entire battalions of foreigners, and to recompense their services, had assigned them settlements in the frontier provinces of the empire. Thus the Franks obtained, by way of compensation, territories in Belgic Gaul, while similar grants were made in Pannonia and in Thrace to the Vandals, Alans, Goths, and other barbarians. This liberality of the Romans, which was a true mark of weakness, together with the vast numbers of these troops which they employed in their wars, at length accustomed the barbarians to regard the empire as their prey. Towards the close of the year 406, the Vandals, the Suevi, and the Alans sounded the tocsin of that famous invasion which accelerated the downfall of the Western Empire. The example of these nations was soon followed by the Visigoths, the Burgundians, the Alamans, the Franks, and the Huns, the Angles, the Saxons, the Herulds, the Ostrogoths, and the Lombards. Footnote: the name of Alemanni, erroneously applied afterwards to all the German nations, was originally restricted to a particular tribe, which we here designate by the name of the Alamans, to distinguish them from the modern Germans, Alamans. End of footnote. All these nations, with the exception of the Huns, were of German origin. The Vandals, it appears, were originally settled in the part of northern Germany which lies between the Elbe and the Vistula. They formed a branch of the ancient Suevi, as did also the Burgundians and the Lombards. After the 3rd century and under the reign of Emperor Probus, we find them, with the Burgundians, engaged in warring against the Romans on the Rhine. In the time of Aurelian, 272, they established themselves in the western part of Dacia, that is, in Transylvania and a part of modern Hungary. Oppressed in these districts by the Goths, they obtained from Constantine the Great settlements in Pannonia, on condition of rendering military service to the Romans. They remained in Pannonia until the commencement of the 5th century, when they set out on their emigration towards Gaul. It is on this occasion that they associated themselves with the Alans, a people originally from Mount Caucasus and ancient Scythia, a branch of which settled in Sarmatia, near the source of the Borysthenes or Dnieper, had advanced as far as the Danube, and there made a formidable stand against the Romans. In their passage through Germany, the Vandals and the Alans joined a body of the Suevi, who also inhabited the banks of the Danube, eastward of the powerful nation of the Alamads. United in this rude confederacy, they entered Gaul, plundering and destroying wherever they went. Mayence, Worms, Speyer, Strasbourg, and many flourishing cities of Gaul were pillaged by these barbarians. The Goths, the most powerful of these destructive nations, began to rise into notice in the 3rd century, after the time of the Emperor Caracalla. Footnote: the Gatones of Pliny, the Gatones or Gatones of Tacitus, and the Gatones of Ptolemy, whom these authors placed in the northern part of ancient Germany, near the Vistula, were most probably one and the same nation with the Goths, and ought not to be confounded with the Geta, a people of ancient Dacia. End of footnote. They then inhabited the country between the Vistula, the Dniester, the Borysthenes, and the Taunus or Don. It is not certain whether they were originally from these regions, or whether, in more remote times, they inhabited Scandinavia, from which, according to Jordandes, a Gothic author, they emigrated at an early period. It is, however, certain that they were of German extraction, and that in the 3rd and 4th centuries they made the Caesars tremble on their thrones. The Emperor Aurelian was compelled, 274, to abandon the province of Dacia to their dominion. This nation, the first of the German tribes that embraced the Christian religion, was divided in their ancient settlements beyond the Danube into 2 principal branches. Footnote: we find a Gothic bishop named Theophilus among the bishops who signed the acts of the First Council of Nice. Ulfilas, a Gothic bishop towards the middle of the 4th century, translated the Bible into the language of his nation, making use of the Greek and Roman characters. His 4 Gospels, preserved in the Codex Argentus, in the library of Upsal, is the most ancient specimen we have of the German language, of which the Gothic is one of the principal dialects. Vidi Fragments of Ulfilas, published by M. Zahn, 1805, end of footnote. They who inhabited the districts towards the east and the Euxine Sea, between the Dniester, the Borysthenes, and the Taunus, were called Ostrogoths. The Visigoths were the branch which extended westward and occupied ancient Dacia, and the region situated between the Dniester, the Danube, and the Vistula. Attacked in these vast countries by the Huns, 375, some were subjugated and others compelled to abandon their habitations. A part of the Visigoths that fixed their abode in Thrace, in Baesia, and the frontiers of Dacia, with consent of the emperors, who granted also to the Ostrogoths settlements in Pannonia. At length the Visigoths, after having twice ravaged Italy, sacked and plundered Rome, ended their conquest by establishing themselves in Gaul and in Spain. One branch of these Goths appeared to have been the Thuringians, whom we find in the 5th century, established in the heart of Germany, where they erected a very powerful kingdom. The Franks were probably a confederacy which the German tribes situated between the Rhine, the Main, the Weser, and the Elbe had formed among themselves in order to maintain their liberty and independence among the Romans. Tacitus, who wrote about the commencement of the 2nd century, did not know them under this new name, which occurs for the first time in the historians of the 3rd century. Among the German tribes who composed this association, we find the Chauci, the Cbteddy, the Chemvi, the Cherusci, the Bructera, the Cadi, the Amsavarli, the Ripurii, the Sali, etc. Footnote. The identity of the Franks with these German tribes may be shown from a passage of St. Jerome, as well as by the Table Peutingerian, or Theodorian, so called because it is supposed to have been drawn up under the Emperor Theodosius about the beginning of the 5th century, though M. Manet, in his treatise De Tub, Protique, Estate, had proved that it is as old as the 3rd century and that the copy preserved in the Library of Vienna and published by M. de Chelles is but an incorrect copy, which he attributes to a monk of the 13th century. From this table, it appears that in the 3rd century, the name Francia was given to that part of Germany which is situate in the Lower Rhine in Westphalia, and that the Brucheri, the Chauci, Charamvi, Cherusci, Amsivarii, etc., were the same as the Franks, the names of Salians and Ripuarians evidently taken from the situation of some of these tribes on the Rhine. The Issel or Sal appear to have been given them by the Romans who were afterwards retained by them. End of footnote. These tribes, though combined for the purposes of common defense under the general name of Franks, preserved nevertheless each their laws and form of government, as well as their particular chiefs and the names of their aboriginal tribes. In the 4th and towards the beginning of the 5th century, the whole country lying within the Rhine, the Weser, the Main, and the Elbe, was called Francia. Another confederation of the German tribes was that of the Alamans, unknown also to Tacitus. It took its origin about the commencement of the 3rd century. Their territories extended between the Danube, the Rhine, the Neckar, the Main, and the Lahn. On the east, in a part of Franconia in modern Suabia, they had for their neighbors and allies the Suevi, who, after having long formed a distinct nation, were at length blended with the Alamans, and gave their country the name of Suabia. The Alamans rendered themselves formidable to the Romans by their frequent inroads into Gaul and Italy in the 3rd and 4th centuries. The Saxons, unknown also to Tacitus, began to make a figure in history about the 2nd century, when we find them settled beyond the Elbe, in modern Holstein, having for their neighbors the Angles or English, inhabiting Schleswig proper. These nations were early distinguished as pirates and freebooters, and while the Franks and the Alamans spread themselves over the interior of Gaul, the Saxons infested the coasts and even extended their incursions into Britain. The Franks having penetrated into Gaul with their main forces, the Saxons passed the Elbe, and in course of time occupied or united in alliance with them the greater part of ancient Francia, which took from them the name of Saxony. There they subdivided themselves into 3 principal branches: the Ostphalians to the east, the Westphalians to the west, and the Agrarians or Agravarians, whose territories lay between the other two along the Weser, and as far as the confines of Hesse. The Huns, the most fierce and sanguinary of all the nations which overran the Roman Empire in the 5th century, came from the remote districts of northern Asia, which were altogether unknown to the ancient Greeks and Romans. From the descriptions which the historians of the 5th and 6th centuries have given us of them, we are led to believe that they were Kalmucks or Mongols originally. The fame of their arms had begun to spread over Europe as early as the year 375 of the Christian era. Having subdued the Alans and crossed the Tanis, they subverted the powerful monarchy of the Goths and gave the first impulse to the Great Revolution of the 5th century, which changed the face of all Europe. The Eastern Empire first felt the fury of these barbarians, who carried fire and sword wherever they went, rendered the emperors their tributaries, and then precipitated themselves on the west under the conduct of the famous Attila. Footnote: Ammianus Marcellinus, lib. 31c2, Journaldis de Rebus Goethicus, cap. 35. This latter historian gives the following portrait of Attila, king of the Huns. His stature was short, his chest broad, his head rather large, his eyes small, his beard thin, his hair gray, his nose flat, his complexion dark and hideous, bearing evidence of his origin. He was a man of much cunning, who fought by stratagem before he engaged in battles. End of footnote. Several of the nations we have now enumerated divided among themselves the territories of Gaul. This province, one of the richest and most important in the Western Empire, was repeatedly overrun and devastated by the barbarous hordes of the 5th century. The Visigoths were the first that formed settlements in it, on their arrival under the command of King Adolf, or Adolphus 412. They took possession of the whole country lying within the Loire, the Rhine, the Durance, the Mediterranean, and the Alps. Toulouse became their capital, and the residence of their kings. The Burgundians, a people, it would appear, originally from the country situated between the Oder and the Vistula, followed nearly in the track of the Visigoths, as we find them, about the year 413, established on the Upper Rhine and in Switzerland. After the dissolution of the empire, they succeeded in establishing themselves in those parts of Gaul known by the names of the Sequinois, Lyonnois, Viennois, and Navarrois, viz., in those districts which formed in course of time the two Burgundies, the provinces of Lyonnois, Dauphiny, and Provence on this side of the Durance, Savoy, the Pays de Vaud, the Valais, and Switzerland. Footnote: we may judge of the extent of the kingdom of the Burgundians by the signatures of 25 bishops who were present at the Council of Epau, held by Sigismund, king of Burgundy in 517. These bishops were the following: Basicon, Langres, Anton, Chalons, Lyon, Valence, Orange, Vaison, Carpentras, Cavillon, Sisteron, Apt, Gap, D, Saint Paul, Trois Chateaux, Viviers, VN, Ambron, Grenoble, Geneva, Tarentaise, Avenches, Winchester, Martigny on the Bas Valais, Tarentum in Provence. Peter l'Abbé, Acte Consul, Volume 4, page 1573, 1581. End of footnote. These kingdoms then assumed the name of the Kingdom of the Burgundians. The Alemanni and the Suevi became flourishing nations on the banks of the Upper Rhine and the Danube. They invaded those countries in Gaul, or the Germania Prima of the Romans, known since under the name of Alsace, the Palatinate, Mayence, etc., and extended their conquests also over a considerable part of Rhaetia and Vindelicia. At length the Franks, having been repulsed in different encounters by the Romans, again passed the Rhine 430, under the conduct of Claudian, their chief, made themselves masters of the greater part of Belgic Gaul, took possession of Tournai, Cambrai, and Amiens, and thus laid the foundation of the new kingdom of France and Gaul. The Romans, however, still maintained their authority in the interior of that province, and the brave Aetius, their general, made head against all those hordes of barbarians who disputed with him with the dominion of Gaul. It was at this crisis that the Huns made their appearance in the theater of war. The fierce Attila, a man of great military talents, after having overthrown various states, conquered Pannonia and different provinces of the Eastern Empire on the right bank of the Danube, undertook his famous expedition into Gaul, marching along the Danube from Pannonia at the head of an innumerable army. He passed the Rhine near the Lake of Constance, pillaged and ravaged several places, and spread the terror of his arms over all Gaul. Footnote: many kings and chiefs of different nations marched under his command. Jornandes, Cap 38, observes, as for the rest, a rabble of kings, if they may be so called, and leaders of diverse nations. They waited like satellites the orders of Attila, and if he gave but a wink or a nod, everyone attended with fear and trembling, and executed his commands without a murmur. Attila alone, like a king of kings, had the supreme charge and authority over them all. End of footnote. The Franks and the Visigoths united their forces with those of the Roman general to arrest the progress of the barbarian. A bloody and obstinate encounter took place 451 on the plains of Chalons-sur-Marne, or Berry-sur-Seine. According to others, Thierry, king of the Visigoths, and more than 160,000 men perished on the field of battle. Night separated the combatants, and Attila, who found his troops too much exhausted to renew the combat, resolved to retreat. The following year he made a descent on Italy and committed great devastations. This proved his last expedition, for he died suddenly on his return, and the monarchy of the Huns expired with him. The defeat of the Huns did not re-establish the shattered and ruinous affairs of the Romans in Gaul. The Salian Franks, under their king Meravius and Chilperic I, the successors of Clodion, extended their conquest more and more, till at length Clovis, son of Childeric I, put an end to the dominion of the Romans in that country by the victory which he gained in 486 at Soissons over Syagrius, the last of the Roman generals, who died of a broken heart in consequence of this defeat. Footnote: the Salian Franks are distinct from the Ripuarian, who formed a separate kingdom, the capital of which was Cologne. There were also, about the end of the 5th century, particular kings of the Franks at Tyrone, Marans, and Cambrai, all of whom were subdued by Clovis shortly before his death in 511. End of footnote. The Alamans afterward, having disputed with him the empire of the Gauls, he routed them completely 496 at the famous battle of Tolbiac or Zolpic, seized their estates, and soon after embraced Christianity. Footnote: Clovis took from the Alamans a part of their territories, of which he formed a distinct province, known afterwards by the name of France on the Rhine. They retained, however, under their hereditary chiefs, Alsace, with the districts situated beyond the Rhine, and bounded on the north by the Ouse, the Ents, the Neckar, the Mur, the Werwitz, and the Juxt. Vita Scheffelin, Alsatia Illest, Volume 1, page 630, end of footnote. Emboldened by his new creed, and backed by the Orthodox bishops, he attacked the Visigoths, who were of the heretical sect of Arius, defeated and killed their king, Alaric II, in the plains of Vouglay, near Poitiers, 507, and stripped them of all their possessions between the Loire and the Pyrenees. Footnote: the Visigoths then retained no other possessions in Gaul than Septimania, or Languedoc. Their territories between the Rhone, the Alps, and the Mediterranean passed to the Ostrogoths as the reward for services which the latter had rendered them in their wars with the Franks. End of footnote. Gaul became thus, by degrees, the undisputed possession of the Franks. The descendants of Clovis added to their conquest the kingdom of the Burgundians, 534, which they totally overthrew. These same princes increased their possessions in the interior of Germany by the destruction of the powerful kingdom of the Thuringians, 531, comprising those vast countries between the Werra the Aller, the Elbe, the Saal, the Mulde, and the Danube, and which are now known under the names of Saxony, Thuringia, Franconia, the Upper Palatinate, etc. Footnote. Scheidingen, on the left bank of the Ustrich, about 3 leagues from Dornburg on the Saal, is supposed to have been the residence of the ancient kings of Thuringia. Venetius Fortunatus, the friend of Queen Radegonde, a princess of Thuringia, gives a poetical description of it in his elegy, De Ascetis Thuringii. End of footnote. This kingdom they divided with their allies the Saxons, who obtained the northern part of it, situated between the Unstrut and the Saal, while the Visigoths, the Burgundians, the Franks, and the Alabans were disputing with each other the conquest of Gaul. The Vandals, the Suevi, and the Alans turned their ambitious views toward Spain. After having settled some years in Gaul, these tribes passed the Pyrenees 409 to establish themselves in the most fertile regions of Spain. The Vandals seized Berticia and a part of Galicia. The Suevi seized the rest of Galicia, while the Alans took possession of Lusitania and the province of Carthagena. The Alans afterwards submitted to the sway of Gondoric, king of the Vandals, 420, while the Suevi preserved their native princes, who reigned in Galicia and Lusitania, this latter province having been abandoned by the Vandals, 427, when they passed into Africa. Meanwhile, new conquerors began to make their appearance in Spain. The Visigoths, pressed by the Romans in Gaul, took the resolution of carrying their arms beyond the Pyrenees under the conduct of their king Adolphus. They made themselves masters of the city of Barcelona in 415. Euric, one of the successors of this prince, took from the Romans 472 all that yet remained in their possession in Spain. And Leovigild, another of their kings, completed the conquest of all that country 584 by reducing the kingdom of the Suevi. The monarchy of the Visigoths, which in its flourishing state comprised, besides the continent of Spain, Septimania or Languedoc in Gaul, and Mauritania, Tingitana in Africa, maintained its existence until the commencement of the 8th century, when, as we shall afterwards see, it was finally overthrown by the Arabs. Northern Africa, one of the finest possessions of the Romans, was wrested from them by the Vandals. Count Boniface, who had the government of that country, having been falsely accused at the court of the Emperor Valentinian III, and believing himself ruined in the esteem of that prince, invited the Vandals over to Africa, proposing to them the surrender of the provinces entrusted to his command. Genseric was at that time king of the Vandals. The preponderance which the Visigoths had acquired in Spain induced that prince to accept the offer of the Roman general. He embarked at that port of Andalusia, 427, and passed with the Vandals and the Alans into Africa. Meantime, Boniface, having made up matters amicably with the imperial court, wished to retract the engagements which he had made with the Vandals. Genseric nevertheless persisted in his enterprise. He carried on a long and obstinate war with the Romans, the result of which turned to the advantage of the barbarians. Genseric conquered in succession all that part of Africa pertaining to the Western Empire, from the Straits of Cadiz as far as Cyrenaica, which was dependent on the Empire of the East. He subdued likewise the Balearic Isles, with Sardinia, Corsica, and a part of Sicily. The writers of that age who speak of this invasion agree in painting, in the most lively colors, the horrors with which it was accompanied. It appears that Genseric, whose whole subjects, including all men and slaves, did not exceed 80,000 persons, being resolved to maintain his authority by terror, caused for this purpose a general massacre to be made of the ancient inhabitants of Africa. To these political severities were added others on the score of religion, being devoted with all his subjects to the Arian heresy, He, as well as his successors, became the constant and implacable persecutors of the Orthodox Christians. This prince signalized himself by his maritime exploits and by the piracies which he committed on the coast of Italy and the whole Roman Empire, encouraged, as is supposed, by the Empress Eudoxia, who wished to avenge the death of her husband Valentinian III. He undertook an expedition into Italy, 455, in which he made himself master of Rome. The city was pillaged during 15 days by the Vandals, spoiled of all its riches and its finest monuments. Innumerable statues, ornaments of temples, and the gilded cupola in the temple of Jupiter, Capitolinus, were removed in order to be transported to Africa, together with many thousands of illustrious captives. A vessel loaded with the most precious monuments of Rome perished in the passage. The dominion of the Vandals in Africa lasted about 100 years. Their kingdom was destroyed by the Emperor Justinian, who reunited Africa to the Empire of the East. Gilgamesh, the last king of the Vandals, was conquered by Belisarius, 534, and conducted by him in triumph to Constantinople. Britain, inaccessible by its situation to most of the invaders that overran the Western Empire, was infested in the 5th century by the northern inhabitants of that island, the Free Britons, known by the name of Caledonians or Picts and Scots. The Romans, having withdrawn their legions from the island 446 to employ them in Gaul, the Britons, abandoned of their own strength, thought proper to elect a king of their own nation, named Vortigern. But finding themselves still too weak to resist the incursions of the Picts and Scots, who, breaking over the wall of Severus, pillaged and laid waste the Roman province, they took the imprudent resolution of calling in to their succor the Anglo-Saxons and Jutlanders, who were already distinguished for their maritime incursions. A body of these Anglo-Saxons arrived in Britain, 450, in the first year of the reign of the Emperor Maclan, under the command of Hengist and Horsa. From being friends and allies, they soon became enemies of the Britons, and ended by establishing their own dominion in the island. The native islanders, after a protracted struggle, were driven into the province of Wales, where they succeeded in maintaining their independence against their new conquerors. A number of these fugitive Britons, to escape from the yoke of the invaders, took refuge in Gaul. There they received by the Franks into Armorica and part of Leonnois, to which they gave the name of Brittany. The Anglo-Saxons founded successively 7 petty kingdoms in Britain, viz., Kent, Sussex, Wessex, Essex, Northumberland, East Anglia, and Mercia. Each of these kingdoms had severally their own kings, but they were all united in a political association known by the name of the Heptarchy. One of the 7 kings was the common chief of the confederacy, and there was a general convention of the whole, called Wittenagemat, or the Assembly of the Wise Men. Each kingdom was likewise governed by its own laws and had its separate assemblies, whose power limited the royal authority. This federal system continued till the 9th century, when Egbert the Great succeeded in abolishing the Heptarchy, 827, and raised himself to be king over all England. In the midst of this general overthrow, there were still to be seen in Italy the phantoms of the Roman emperors, feebly supporting a dignity which had long since lost its splendor. This fine country had been desolated by the Visigoths, the Huns, and the Vandals in succession, without becoming the fixed residence of any one of these nations. The conquest of that ancient seat of the first empire in the world was reserved for the Herulds and the Rugians. For a long time these German nations, who were generally supposed to have emigrated from the coast of the Baltic Sea, had been approaching towards the Danube. They served as auxiliaries to the Romans in Italy, after the example of various other tribes of their countrymen, being resolved to usurp the dominion of that country. They chose for their king Odoacer, under whose conduct they seized Ravenna and Rome, dethroned Romulus, Manlius Augustulus, the last of the Roman emperors, 476, and put an entire end to the Empire of the West. The heralds did not enjoy these conquests more than 17 years, when they were deprived of them in their turn by the Ostrogoths. This nation then occupied these extensive countries on the right bank of the Danube, in Pannonia, Illyria, and Thrace, within the limits of the Eastern Empire. They had rendered themselves formidable to the Romans in that quarter by their frequent incursions into the very heart of the empire. The Emperor Zeno, in order to withdraw these dangerous neighbors from his frontiers, encouraged their king Theodoric, as is alleged, to undertake the conquest of Italy from the heralds. This prince immediately penetrated into the country. He defeated the heralds in several actions, and at length forced Odoacer to shut himself up in the city of Ravenna, 489, where after a siege of 3 years, he fell into the hands of the conqueror, who deprived him at once of his throne and his life. Theodoric deserves not to be confounded with the other barbarous kings of the 5th century, educated at the court of Constantinople, where he passed the years of his youth. He had learned to establish his authority by the equity of his laws and the wisdom of his administrations. He ruled an empire which, besides Italy, embraced a great part of Pannonia, Rhaetia, Noricum, and Illyria. This monarchy, formidable as it was, did not exist beyond the space of 60 years. After a sanguinary warfare of 18 years, it was totally subverted by the Greeks. The Emperor Justinian employed his generals, Belisarius and Narses, in recovering Italy and Sicily from the hands of the Goths. Footnote: Belisarius was recalled from Italy by the Emperor Justinian in 549. He afterwards incurred the displeasure of the court of Constantinople, but what modern writers have asserted, that he was blind and reduced to beg his bread, is destitute of foundation. Moscow, Geschichte der Turchen. End of footnote. This nation defended their possessions with determined obstinacy. Encouraged by Totila, one of the last kings, they maintained a protracted struggle against the Greeks, and with considerable success. It was during this war that the city of Rome was pillaged afresh, and at length, 517, dismantled by the Goths. Totila sustained a complete defeat at the foot of the Apennines in Umbria, 552, and died of the wounds which he had received in the action. His successor, Tius, was by no means so fortunate in military affairs. In a bloody battle which he fought with Narses in Campania, 553, he was vanquished and slain. His dominions passed into the hands of the Greeks, with the exception of that part of Rhaetia and Noricum, which the Alans occupied, and which during the war between the Greeks and the Goths had become the possession of the Franks. Footnote: Agathias Lib 1, page 17, asserts that the Goths abandoned the nation the Alans to the Franks in order to interest the latter in their cause against the Greeks. The same was the case with that part of Gaul, situate between the Alps, the Rhone, and the Mediterranean, which pertained to the Ostrogoths, and which they ceded to the Franks on condition that they would never furnish supplies to the Greeks. End of footnote. End of section 4. Section 5 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schurl. From the invasion of the Roman Empire in the West by the Barbarians to the time of Charlemagne, A.D. 406 to 800, Part 2. A new revolution happened in Italy 568 by the invasion of the Lombards. This people, who originally inhabited the northern part of Germany on the Elbe, and formed a branch of the great nation of the Suevi, had at length fixed themselves in Pannonia, 527, after several times changing their abode. They then joined with the Avars, an Asiatic people, against the Cbteddy, who possessed a formidable dominion in ancient Dacia, on the left bank of the Danube. This state was soon overturned by the combined forces of the two nations, and the whole territories of the Cbteddy passed, 565, under the dominion of the Avars. The Lombards also abandoned to them their possessions in Pannonia, and went in quest of new settlements into Italy. It was in the spring of 568 that they began their route, under the conduct of their king Alboin, who, without coming to regular combat with the Greeks, took from them, in succession, a great number of cities and provinces. Pavia, which the Goths had fortified with care, was the only town that opposed them, with vigorous resistance, and it did not surrender till after a siege of 3 years, in 572. The Lombard kings made this town the capital of their new dominions, which, besides Upper Italy, known more especially by the name of Lombardy, comprehended also a considerable part of the middle and lower districts, which the Lombards gradually wrested from the Greeks. The revolution, of which we have just now given a summary view, changed the face of all Europe, but it had a more particular influence on the fate of ancient Germany. The Germanic tribes, whose former boundaries were the Rhine and the Danube, now extended their territories beyond these rivers. The primitive names of those nations recorded by Tacitus fell into oblivion and were replaced by those of 5 or 6 grand confederations, viz., the Franks, Saxons, Frisians, Alamans, Suabians, and Bavarians, which embraced all the regions afterwards comprehended under the name of Germany. Footnote: the name of the Bavarians does not occur in history before the middle of the 6th century, when Jornandes, D. Reb. Geticus, and Venetius Fortunatus, in his poems, speak of them for the first time. Bernard, Geschichte Bajorariens, page 108, reckons the Bavarians an association of several German tribes, the Harals, Rugians, Tersaligians, and Scythians, all originally emigrating from the shores of the Baltic. The new settlements which they formed in Upper Germany comprehended that part of ancient Rhaetia, Vindelicia, and Noricum, which lies between the Danube, the Lech, and the Nose in Pannonia, and the Tyrol. They were governed by kings or chiefs who, from the year 595, were dependents on the Frankish crown. End of footnote. The Alamans and their neighbors, the Suabians, occupied, along with the Bavarians, the greater part of what is called Upper Germany, on both sides of the Danube as far as the Alps. The Franks, masters of a powerful monarchy in Gaul, preserved under their immediate dominion beyond the Rhine a part of ancient France, together with the territories of which they had deprived the Alamans and the Thuringians. Footnote: Clovis left the Alamans after their defeat a considerable part of their territories under hereditary chiefs, who acknowledged the superiority of the Frankish kings, such as the Alamans, as Theodoric, king of Italy, then received into a part of Rhaetia and Noricum, continued dependence on the kingdom of the Ostrogoths till the decay of the monarchy near the middle of the 6th century, when they became subject to the dominion of the Franks. End of footnote. In short, in all Lower Germany, no other names were to be found than those of the Thuringians, Saxons, and Frisians, and as to the eastern part, situated beyond the Saale and the Elbe, as it had been deserted of inhabitants by the frequent emigrations of the German tribes, and by the total destruction of the kingdom of the Thuringians, it was seized in turn by the Slavi, or Slavonians, a race distinguished from the Germans by their language and their manners. This nation, different colonies of which still occupy a great part of Europe, did not begin to figure in history until the 4th century of the Christian era. Jornandus, a Gothic writer of the 6th century, is the first author who mentions them. He calls them Slavi, or Slavina, and distinguishes them into 3 principal branches, the Veneti, the Slavi, and the Antes, whose numerous tribes occupied the vast countries on the north of the Euxine Sea, between the Vistula, the Dniester, and the Dnieper, etc. It was after the commencement of the 6th century that these nations emigrated from their ancient habitations and spread themselves over the east and south of Europe. On the one side, they extended their colonies as far as the Elbe and the Saale. On the other, they crossed the Danube and penetrated into Noricum, Pannonia, and Illyria, occupying all those countries known at this day under the names of Hungary, Sclavonia, Servia, Bosnia, Croatia, Dalmatia, Cariola, Carinthia, Styria, and the March of the Veneti. The history of the 6th century presents nothing more memorable than the bloody wars which the emperors of the East had to maintain against the Slavians of the Danube. Those colonies of them who first distinguished themselves on the Elbe, the Havel, the Oder, and in the country situated to the north of the Danube, were the Czechy or Slavi of Bohemia, the Sarabians inhabiting both sides of the Elbe, between the Saale and the Oder, in the countries now known under the names of Misnia, Saxony, Anhalt, and Lower Lusace, the Wilsians or Willitaves, and the Avadrites, spread over Brandenburg, Pomerania, and Mecklenburg proper, and lastly, the Moravi, or Moravians, settled in Moravia and in a part of modern Hungary. We find in the 7th century a chief named Samo, who ruled over many of these nations. He fought successfully against the armies of King Dagobert. It is supposed that this man was a Frank merchant, whom several of the Slavian tribes had elected as their chief. There is one thing which, at this period, ought above all to fix our attention, and that is the influence which the revolution of the 5th century had on the governments, laws, manners, sciences, and arts of Europe. The German tribes, in establishing themselves in the provinces of the Western Empire, introduced along with them the political institutions by which they had been governed in their native country. The governments of ancient Germany were a kind of military democracies under generals or chiefs, with the prerogatives of kings. All matters of importance were decided in their general assemblies, composed of freemen having the privilege of carrying arms and going to war. Footnote: Tacitus de Moribus German, Cap 2. It was the prerogative of freemen to have the honor of bearing arms. Even bishops and ecclesiastics, when admitted into the national assemblies and to the rights and privileges of freemen, never failed to claim their military dignity, and occupied, like others, their ranks in the army. End of footnote. The succession to the throne was not hereditary, and though it became so, in fact, in most of these new German states, still on the accession of their princess, they were attentive to preserve the ancient forms which evinced the primitive right of election that the nation had reserved to itself. The political division into cantons, Gaue, long used in ancient Germany, was introduced into all the new conquests of the German tribes to facilitate the administration of justice. At the head of every canton was a judiciary officer called Grau, in Latin Comus, who held his office in the open air, assisted by a certain number of assessors or sheriffs. This new division caused a total change in the geography of Europe. The ancient names of the countries everywhere were replaced by new ones, and the alterations which the nomenclature of these divisions underwent in course of time created no small embarrassment in the study of the history and geography of the Middle Ages. Among the freemen who composed the armies of the German nations, we find the grandees and nobles, who were distinguished by the number of men-at-arms or freemen whom they carried in their train. Footnote. We find among the German nations from the remotest times the distinction into nobles, freemen, and serfs, a distinction which they still preserved in their new settlements in the Roman Empire. End of footnote. They all followed the king or common chief of the expedition, not as mercenaries or regular soldiers, but as volunteers who had come of their own accord to accompany him. The booty and the conquest which they made in war they regarded as a common property, to which they all had equal right. The kings, chiefs, and grandees in the division of their territories received larger portions than the other military and freemen, on account of the greater efforts they had made, and the greater number of warriors who had followed them to the field. These lands were given them as property in every respect free, and although an obligation was implied of their concurring in defense of the common cause, it was rather a sort of consequence of the territorial grant, and not imposed upon them as a clause or essential condition of the tenure. It is therefore wrong to regard this division of lands as having given rise to fiefs. War was the favorite occupation, the only honorable rank, and the inalienable prerogative of a German. They were soldiers not of necessity or constraint, but of their own free will, and because they despised every other employment and every other mode of life. Despotism was, therefore, never to be apprehended in a government like this, where the great body of the nation were in arms, sat in their general assemblies, and marched to the field of war. Their kings, however, soon invented an expedient calculated to shackle the national liberty, and to augment their own influence in the public assemblies by the number of retainers which they found means to support. This expedient, founded on the primitive manners of the Germans, was the institution of fiefs. It was long a custom among the ancient Germans that the chief should have, in peace as well as in war, a numerous suite of the bravest youths attached to their person. Besides provisions, they supplied them with horses and arms, and shared with them the spoil which they took in war. This practice subsisted even after the Germans had established themselves in the provinces of the Western Empire. The kings, and after their example the nobles, continued to entertain a vast number of companions and followers, and the better to secure their allegiance, they granted them, instead of horses and arms, the enjoyment of certain portions of land, which they dismembered from their own territories. These grants, known at first by the name of benefices and afterwards of fiefs, subjected those who received them to personal services and allegiance to the superiors of whom they held them, as they were bestowed on the individual possessor and on the express condition of personal services. It is obvious that originally fiefs or benefices were not hereditary, and that they returned to the superior when the reason for which they had been given no longer existed. The laws and jurisprudence of the Romans were in full practice through all the provinces of the Western Empire, when the German nations established themselves there. Far from superseding or abolishing them, the invaders permitted the ancient inhabitants, and such of their new subjects as desired it, to live conformably to these laws and to retain them in their courts of justice. Nevertheless, without adopting their system of jurisprudence, which accorded neither with the rudeness of their manners nor the imperfection of their ideas, they took great care after their settlement in the Roman provinces to have their ancient customs, to which they were so peculiarly attached, digested and reduced to writing. The codes of the Salian and Ripuarian Franks, those of the Visigoths, the Burgundians, the Bavarians, the Anglo-Saxons, the Frisians, the Alamans, and the Lombards, were collected into one body, and liberty given to every citizen to be governed according to that code of laws, which he himself might choose. All these laws wore the impress of the military spirit of the Germans, as well as of their attachment to their personal liberty and independence, which is the true characteristic of human nature in its primitive state. According to these laws, Every person was judged by his peers, and the right of vengeance was reserved to the individuals or the whole family, or those who had received injuries. Feuds, which thus became hereditary, were not, however, irreconcilable. Compromise was allowed for all private delinquencies, which could be expiated by paying to the injured party a specified sum or a certain number of cattle. Murder itself might be expiated in this manner, and every part of the body had a tax or equivalent, which was more or less severe according to the different rank or condition of the offenders. Every freeman was exempt from corporal punishment, and in doubtful cases the law obliged the judges to refer the parties to single combat, enjoining them to decide their quarrels sword in hand. Hence, we have the origin of the judgments of God, as well as of challenges and duels. Footnote. Called ordeals. Besides the trial by single combat, there were others by hot iron, boiling or cold water, the cross, etc. wvthcomp gloss. End of footnote. These customs of the German nations and their singular resolution of persisting in them could not but interrupt the good order of society, encourage barbarism, and stamp the same character of rudeness on all their conquests. New wants sprung from new enjoyments, while opulence and the contagion of example taught them to contract vices of which they had been ignorant, and which they did not redeem by new virtues. Murders, oppressions, and robberies multiplied every day. The sword was made the standard of honor, the rule of justice and injustice. Cruelty and perfidy became everywhere the reigning character of the court, the nobility, and the people. Literature, with the arts and sciences, fell above all the baneful effects of this revolution. In less than a century after the first invasion of the barbarians, there scarcely remained a single trace of the literature and fine arts of the Romans. Learning, it is true, had for a long time been gradually falling into decay, and a corrupt taste had begun to appear among the Romans in works of genius and imagination. But no comparison can be made between the state of literature, such as it was in the West anterior to the revolution of the 5th century, and that which we find there after the conquest of the German nations. These barbarians, addicted solely to war and the chase, despised the arts and sciences. Under their destructive hands, the first monuments of the Romans were leveled to the ground. Their libraries were reduced to ashes, their schools and seminaries of instruction annihilated. The feeble rays of learning that remained to the vanquished were unable to enlighten or civilize those enemies to knowledge and mental cultivation. The sciences, unpatronized and unprotected by those ferocious conquerors, soon fell into total contempt. It is to the Christian religion alone, which was embraced in succession by the barbarous destroyers of the empire, that we owe the preservation of the mutilated and venerable remains which we possess of Greek and Roman literature. Footnote. The Goths, Vandals, Suevi, and Alans were already Christians when they settled within the bounds of the Western Empire. They followed the doctrines of Arius, which they had imbibed in the East, and which the Suevi of Galicia abandoned for the Orthodox creed under their king Gioachin, about 551, and the Visigoths of Spain under their king Ricardi in 589. The Lombards of Italy were at first Arians, but became Catholics under their king Agalupius in 602. The Vandals and Ostrogoths, on the contrary, having persisted in Arianism. This perseverance may be numbered among the causes that hastened the destruction of their monarchy both in Italy and Africa. As to the Burgundians, they did not embrace Christianity till after their establishment in Gaul. Their example was soon followed by the Franks, who likewise protected the dissemination of the Orthodox faith among the German nations, settled in their dominions beyond the Rhine. the Christian religion was introduced about the end of the 6th century among the Anglo-Saxons in Britain by some Benedictine monks, whom Pope Gregory I had sent there. Ethelbert, king of Kent, was the first of the Anglo-Saxon kings that embraced Christianity, by the persuasion, it is said, of his queen Bertha, daughter of Charibert I, king of Paris. End of footnote. The clergy, being the authorized teachers of religion and the only interpreters of the sacred writings, were obliged for their office to have some tincture of letters. They thus became, over all the East, the sole depositories of learning, and for a long series of ages there was nobody in any other rank or profession of life that occupied themselves with science or had the slightest acquaintance even with the art of writing. These advantages which the clergy enjoyed contributed in no small degree to augment their credit and their influence. Everywhere they were entrusted with the management of state affairs and the offices of chancellor, ministers, public notaries, and in general, all situations where knowledge of the art of writing was indispensable were reserved for them, and in this way their very name, clericus, became, as it were, the synonym for a man of letters, or any person capable of handling the pen. The bishops, moreover, held the first rank in all political assemblies, and in war marched to the field in person at the head of their vassals. Another circumstance that contributed to raise the credit and the power of the clergy was that the Latin language continued to be employed in the Roman provinces, which had been subjected to the dominion of the German nations. Everything was written exclusively in the Roman tongue, which became the language of the Church and of all public acts, and it was long before the German dialects, which had become universally prevalent, could be reduced to writing. The corrupt pronunciation of the Latin, and its mixture with foreign idioms and constructions, gave birth in course of time to new language, which still retained evidence of their Roman origin, such as the Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, French, and English languages. In the 5th and following centuries, the Teutonic language, or that spoken by the conquerors of Gaul, was called lingua franca. This was distinguished from the lingua romana, or the language spoken by the people, and which afterwards gave rise to the modern French. It appears, therefore, from what we have just stated, that the incursion of the German tribes into the provinces of the West was the true source of all the barbarity, ignorance, and superstition in which that part of Europe was so long and so universally buried. There would have been, therefore, every reason to deplore a revolution, not less sanguinary in itself than disastrous in its consequences, if, on the one hand, it had not been the instrument of delivering Europe from the terrible despotism of the Romans, and on the other, if we did not find in the rude institutions of the German conquerors some germs of liberty, which sooner or later were sure to lead the nations of Europe to wiser laws and better organized governments. End of section 5. Section 6 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the invasion of the Roman Empire in the West by the Barbarians to the time of Charlemagne, A.D. 406 to 800, Part 3. Among the states which rose on the ruins of the Roman Empire, that of the Franks acquired the preponderance, and for several ages it sustained the character of being the most powerful kingdom in Europe. This monarchy, founded by Clovis, and extended still more by his successors, embraced the whole of Gaul except Languedoc, which belonged to the Visigoths. Footnote: the possessions of the Ostrogoths in Gaul, lying between the Rhine, the Alps, and the Mediterranean, were ceded to the Franks about 536. End of footnote. The greater part of Germany also was subject to it, with the exception of Saxony and the territories of the Slavi. After it had fallen into decay by the partitions and civil wars of the descendants of Clovis, it rose again, solely, however, by the wisdom and ability of the mayors of the palace, who restored it once more to its original splendor. These mayors, from being originally merely grand masters of the court, rose by degrees to be prime ministers, governors of the state, and ultimately to be kings. The founder of their greatness was Pepin d'Aristal, a cadet of the dynasty of the Carlovingians, which succeeded that of the Merovingians towards the middle of the 8th century. Under the Merovingian princes, the sovereignty was divided between two principal kingdoms, viz., that of Austrasia, which comprehended eastern France, being all that part of Gaul situated between the Meuse, the Scheldt, and the Rhine, as well as the German provinces beyond the Rhine, which also made a part of their monarchy. The whole of western Gaul, lying between the Scheldt, the Meuse, and the Loire, was called Neustria. Burgundy, Aquitaine, and Provence were considered as dependencies of this latter kingdom. Dagobert II, king of Austrasia, having been assassinated in 678, the king of Neustria, Thierry III, would in all probability have reunited the two monarchies, but the Austrasians, who dreaded and detested Abrion, mayor of Neustria, elected a mayor of their own, under the nominal authority of Thierry. This gave rise to a sort of civil war between the Austrasians and the Neustrians, headed by Pepin d'Aristal, mayor of Austrasia, and Bertrand, mayor of Neustria, who succeeded Ebroin. The battle which Pepin gained at Testri, near St. Quentin 687, decided the fate of the empire. Bertrand was slain, and Thierry III fell under the power of the conqueror. Pepin afterwards confirmed to Thierry the honors of royalty, and contented himself with the dignity of mayor, and the title of Duke and Prince of the Franks. But regarding the throne as his own by right of conquest, he vested in himself the sovereign authority, and granted to the Merovingian prince nothing more than the mere externals of majesty, and the simple title of king. Such was the revolution that transferred the supreme authority of the Franks to a new dynasty, viz., that of the Carlovingians, who with great moderation still preserved during a period of 65 years the royal dignity to the Merovingian princes, who they had stripped of all their power. Footnote: Egenhard, Vitta Carol, Mag Cap 11. It seems that an error in history to designate these princes as a race of kings, who had all degenerated into a state of imbecility or idiocy. Of this opinion was the Abbé Vertot, who endeavors to rescue these monarchs from this generally received imputation. Vide Memoir de l'Académie, Volume 4, T. End of footnote. Pepin d'Aristal being dead 714, the partisans of the ancient dynasty made a last effort to liberate the Merovingian kings from that dependence under which Pepin had held them so long. This prince, in transferring the sovereign authority to his grandson Theobald, only 6 years of age, had devolved on his widow, whose name was Plectrude, the regency and guardianship of the young mayor. A government so extraordinary emboldened the factious to attempt a revolution. The regent, as well as her grandson, were divested of the sovereignty, and the Neustrian grandees chose a mayor of their own party named Renfroy. But their triumph was only of short duration. Charles Martel, natural son of Pepin as is supposed, having escaped from the prison where he had been detained by the regent, passed into Austrasia, and then caused himself to be proclaimed duke, after the example of his father. He engaged in a war against Chilperic II and his mayor Rainfoy. 3 successive victories which he gained, viz., at Stavello, Vinci near Cambrai and Soissons in 716, 17, 18, made him once more master of the throne of the sovereign authority. The Duke of Aquitaine having delivered up King Celperic to him, he confirmed anew the title of royalty to that prince, and shortly after raised his glory to its highest pitch by the brilliant victories which he gained over the Arabs, 732 to 737, in the plains of Poitiers and Narbonne. Pepin le Bref, or the Short, son and successor of Charles Martel, finding his authority established both within and without his dominions, judged this a favorable opportunity for reuniting the title of royalty to the power of the sovereign. He managed to have himself elected king in the General Assembly of the Franks, which was convened in the Champ de Mars, in the neighborhood of Soissons. Childeric III, the last of the Merovingian kings, was there deposed 752 and shut up in a convent. Pepin, with the intention of rendering his person sacred and inviolable, had recourse to the ceremony of coronation, and he was the first king who caused himself to be solemnly consecrated and crowned in the Cathedral of Soissons by Saint Boniface, first Archbishop of Mayence. Footnote: this same Saint Boniface, in 744, induced the archbishops of France to receive, after his example, the pallium from Pope Zacharias, acknowledging the jurisdiction and supremacy of the Roman See. This acknowledgment of the Romish supremacy had already taken place in England in 601 and 627, when the archbishops of Canterbury and York received the pontifical pallium Cbteddy, first ecclesiastics. End of footnote. The example of Pepin was followed soon after by several princes and sovereigns of Europe. The last conquest he added to his dominion was the province of Languedoc, which he took 759 from the Arabs. The origin of the secular power of the Roman pontiffs commences with the reign of Pepin. This event, which had so peculiar an influence on the religion and government in the European nations, requires to be detailed at some length. At the period of which we write, there existed a violent controversy between the churches in the East and those in the West respecting the worship of images. The Emperor Leo the Isaurian had declared himself against the worship and had proscribed it by an imperial edict, 726. He and his successors persisted in destroying these objects of idolatry, as well as in persecuting those who avowed themselves devotees to this heresy. This extravagant zeal, which the Roman pontiffs blamed as excessive, excited the indignation of the people against the Grecian emperors. Footnote: it is alleged that state politics had no small share in favoring this zeal. Not only did the emperors reckon by abolishing images to weaken the excessive power of the monks who domineered over the Byzantine court, but they regarded also the destruction of this heretical worship as the only means of arresting the persecutions which the Mohammedans then exercised against the Christians in the East, whom they treated as idolaters on account of their veneration for images. End of footnote. In Italy, there were frequent rebellions against the imperial officers that were charged with the execution of their orders. The Romans especially took occasion from this to expel the Duke or Governor, who resided in their city on the part of the emperor, and they formally erected themselves into a republic, 730, under the pontificate of Gregory II, by usurping all the rights of sovereignty, and at the same time reviving the ancient names of the Senate and the Roman people. The Pope was recognized as chief or head of this new republic, and had the general direction of all affairs both at home and abroad. The territory of this republic, formed of the Duchy of Rome, extended from north to south, from Viterbo as far as Terracina, and from east to west from Narni to the mouth of the Tiber. Such was the weakness of the Eastern Empire, that all the efforts of the emperors to reduce the Romans to subjection proved unavailing. the Greek viceroy, the Duke of Naples, who had marched to besiege Rome, was killed in battle, together with his son, and the exarch himself was compelled to make peace with the Republicans. This state of distress to which the Grecian Empire was reduced afforded the Lombards an opportunity of extending their possessions in Italy. Astrophilos, their king, attacked the city of Ravenna 751, where the exarchs or governors general of the Greeks had fixed their residence, and soon made himself master of it, as well as the province of the Exarchate and the Pentapolis. Footnote. The name of Exarchate was then given to the province of Ravenna, because it, as well as the Pentapolis, was immediately subject to the exarch as governor general, while the other parts of Grecian Italy were governed by delegates, who ruled in the name and authority of the exarch. End of footnote. The exarch Eutychides was obliged to fly and took shelter in Naples. This surrendered the capital of Grecian Italy, emboldened the Lombard king to extend his views still farther. He demanded the submission of the city and the duchy of Rome, which he considered as a dependency of the exarchate. Pope Stephen II became alarmed and began to solicit an alliance with the Greek Empire, whose distant power seemed to him less formidable than that of the Lombards, his neighbors, but being closely pressed by Aristobulus, and finding that he had no succor to expect from Constantinople, he determined to apply for protection to the Franks and their king Pepin. The Franks at that time held the first rank among the nations of Europe. Their exploits against the Arabians had gained them a high reputation for valor over all the West. Stephen repaired in person to France, and in an interview which he had with Pepin, he found means to interest that prince in his cause. Pepin did not yet regard himself as securely established on a throne which he had so recently usurped from the Merovingian princes, more especially as there still existed a son of Gilteric III, named Thierry, and a formidable rivalry in the puissant dukes of Aquitaine, who were cadets of the same family. He had no other right to the crown than that of election, and this title, instead of descending to his sons, might perhaps serve as a pretext for depriving them of the sovereignty. Anxious to render the crown hereditary, he induced the Pope to renew the ceremony of his coronation in the Church of St. Denis, and at the same time to consecrate his two sons, Charles and Charlemagne. The Pope did more. He disengaged the king from the oath which he had taken to Gilderic, and bound all the nobility of the Franks that were present on the occasion in the name of Jesus Christ and St. Peter, to preserve the royal dignity in the right of Pepin and his descendants, and lastly that he might the more effectually secure the attachment of Pepin and his sons, and procure for himself the title of being their protector. He publicly conferred on them the honor of being patricians of Rome. So great condescension on the part of the Pope could not but excite the gratitude of Pepin. He not only promised him succor against the Lombards, he engaged to recover the exarchate from their hands and make a present of it to the Holy See. He even made him a grant of it by anticipation, which he signed at the castle of Gioachin, and which he likewise caused to be signed by the princes his sons. Footnote. It was during his sojourn of Gioachin that Pope Stephen II gave the decisions that we find in Sermondi, Council Gaul, Volume 2, 16. Anastasius, in Moratori, Volume 3, page 168-186, mentions Gioachin as the place of this donation, which he also says was signed by Pepin and his two sons. This prospective grant is even attested by the letter which Stephen II addressed to Pepin and his sons immediately on his return to Rome, exhorting them to fulfill their engagements without delay. End of footnote. It was in fulfillment of these stipulations that Pepin undertook 755 to 56 two successive expeditions into Italy. He compelled Astolphus to acknowledge himself his vassal and deliver up to him the exarchate with the Pentapolis, of which he immediately put his holiness in possession. This donation of Pepin served to confirm and to extend the secular power of the popes, which had already been augmented by various grants of a similar kind. The original document of this singular contract no longer exists, but the names of the places are preserved which were ceded to the pontifical hierarchy. Footnote: the Pope, in his letters to Pepin, calls this donation an augmentation of the Romish dominion, an extension of the Romish territory, etc. Seni, Volume 1, page 85, 124. Besides the city and duchy of Rome, Anastasius mentions various former grants of territories to the Romish Church. The same author informs us that the original of Pepin's donation existed in his time in the archives of the Romish See, and he has recorded the places gifted to the church. End of footnote. In the conclusion of this period, it may be proper to take some notice of the Arabs, commonly called Saracens, and of their eruption into Europe. Footnote: different interpretations have been given to the word Saracens, which the Greeks and after them the Latins have applied to the Arabs. Some explain it by robbers or brigands, and others by Orientals, or natives of the East. Kassiri, Biblical Arab History, Volume 2, page 19. Some pretend to derive this appellation from the Arabic word sarag, or its plural, saragis, which means men on horseback, or cavaliers. End of footnote. Muhammad, an Arab of noble birth and a native of Mecca, had constituted himself a prophet, a legislator, and a conqueror about the beginning of the 7th century of the Christian era. He had been expelled from Mecca 622 on account of his predictions, but afterwards returned at the head of an army, and having made himself master of the city, he succeeded by degrees in subjecting to his yoke the numerous tribes of Arabia. His successors, known by the name of caliphs, or vicars, spiritual and temporal of the prophet, followed the same triumphant career. They propagated their religion wherever they extended their empire, and overran with their conquests the vast regions both of Asia and Africa, Syria, Palestine, Egypt, Barca, Tripoli, and the whole northern coast of Africa, were won from the Greek Empire by the caliphs, who at the same time, 651, overthrew the powerful monarchy of the Persians, conquered Kharazm, Transoxum, and the Indies, and founded an empire more extensive than that of the Romans had been. The capital of the caliphs, which had originally been at Medina and afterwards at Kufa, was transferred 661 by the Caliph Wehmeyer I to Damascus in Syria, and by the Caliph Al-Mazur to Baghdad in Iraq, Arabia, 766, which was founded by that prince. It was under the Caliphate of Walid, 711, that the Arabs first invaded Europe and attacked the monarchy of the Visigoths in Spain. This monarchy had already sunk under the feebleness of its kings, and the despotic prerogatives which the grandees, and especially the bishops, had arrogated to themselves. These latter disposed of the throne at their pleasure, having declared it to be elective. They decided with supreme authority in the councils of the nation and in all affairs of state. Mozart at that time commanded in northern Africa, in name of the Caliph Walid. By the authority of that sovereign, he sent into Spain one of his generals, named Tariq, or Tariq Abendzara, who, having made a descent on the coast of Andalusia, took his station on the hill which the ancients called Calpe, and which has since been known by the name of Gibraltar, Gibel Tariq, or the Hill of Tariq, in commemoration of the Arabian general. It was in the neighborhood of the city Xerxes de la Frontera, in Andalusia, that Tariq encountered the army of the Visigoths, commanded by their king Roderick. The battle was decisive as the Visigoths sustained a total defeat. Roderick perished in the flight, and Musa, the Arabian governor, having arrived to second the efforts of Tariq, the conquest of all Spain followed as a consequence of this victory. Footnote. We may judge of the ferocity of the Arabs at this time from a passage of Rhasis, an Arabic author in Kassiri, Biblical Arab History, Volume 2, page 322. Musa, in a fit of jealousy, had caused Tariq to be bastinadoed at Toledo, and yet continued to employ him as a general. The Caliph, to avenge Tariq, caused Musa to be bastinadoed in his turn, when he came to Damascus to lay at his royal feet the spoils of all Spain. His son, whom he had left governor of Spain, was killed by order of the Caliph. Such was the fate of the Arabic conquerors of Spain. End of footnote. Septimania or Languedoc, which then made a part of the Visigothic monarchy, passed at the same time under the dominion of the Arabs. These fierce invaders did not limit their conquest in Europe to Spain and Languedoc. The Balearic Isles, Sardinia, Corsica, part of Apulia, and Calabria fell likewise under their dominion. They infested the sea with their fleets, and more than once carried terror and desolation to the very gates of Rome. It is probable even that all Europe would have submitted to their yoke if Charles Martel had not arrested the career of their victories. He defeated their numerous and warlike armies in the bloody battles which were fought near Poitiers and Narbonne, 732 to 737, and at length compelled them to shut themselves up within the province of Languedoc. The unity of the empire and the religion of Mohammed did not long remain undivided. The first dynasty of the caliphs, that of the Omeyyades, was subverted, and all the princes of that family massacred by the Abbasides, 749, who seized the caliphate. Footnote. The Abbasides took their name from Abbas, the paternal uncle of Muhammad, of whom they were descended. The Omeyyades were descended from Omanah, a more distant relation of the Prophet. End of footnote. A solitary descendant of the Omeyyades, named Al-Darahan, grandson of the 15th Caliph Hussein, was saved in Spain and fixed his residence at Cordova, and being acknowledged as Caliph by the Mussulmans there, he detached that province from the great empire of the Arabians, 756. This revolution and the confusion with which it was accompanied gave fresh courage to the small number of Visigoths who, to escape the Mohammedan yoke, had retired to the mountains of Asturias. Issuing from their retreats, they retaliated on the infidels, and towards the middle of the 8th century, they laid the foundation of a new Christian state, called afterwards the Kingdom of Oviedo or Leon. Alfonso I, surnamed the Catholic, must be regarded as the first founder of this new monarchy. Footnote. Don Pelago, the king whom the Spaniards regard as the founder of this new state, is a personage no less equivocal than the Pharamond of the Franks. Isidorus Paginesis, a Spanish author of that time, published by Sandoval in his collection in 1634, knew nothing of him. He extols, on the contrary, the exploits of Theodemir, whom the Visigoths, according to the Arabic authors quoted by Kassiri, had chosen as their king after the unfortunate death of Roderick. The chronicle of Alphonsus III and that of Albaida, which are commonly cited in favor of Don Pelagio, are both as late as the beginning of the 10th century and relate things so marvelous of this pretended founder of the Kingdom of Leon that it is impossible to give credit to them. End of footnote. The Franks likewise took advantage of these events to expel the Arabs from Languedoc. Pepin took possession of the cities of Nizhny, Maguelon, Agde, and Béziers, 752, which were delivered up to him by the noble Count named Osmond. The reduction of Narbonne was by no means so easy a task. For 7 years he continued to blockade it, and it was not until 759 that he became master of the city and the whole of Languedoc. The loss of Spain on the part of the Abbassides was soon after followed by that of northern Africa. Ibrahim ben Aglab, having been sent thither as governor by the Caliph of Baghdad, Harun al-Rashid, 800, he found means to constitute himself sovereign prince of the countries, and properly turned Africa, of which Tripoli, Kairouan, Tunis, and Algiers formed a part. He was the founder of the dynasty of the Agabides, while another usurper named Idris, having conquered Numidia and Mauritania, called by the Arabs Maghreb, founded that of the Idrisites. Footnote. This dynasty, after the year 827, effected the conquest of the greater part of Sicily from the Greeks, but they were deprived of it in 940 by the Fatimites, who were succeeded in the following century by the Zarides in Africa, VD period 4 under Spain. End of footnote. These two dynasties were overturned about 908 by Abu Qasim Muhammad, son of Obadallah, who claimed to be descended from Ali by Fatima, daughter of the Prophet. He subjected the whole of northern Africa to his yoke, and took the titles Mahdi and Caliph. From him were descended the caliphs, called Fatimites, who extended their conquests to Egypt, and laid there the foundation of Kahira, or Grand Cairo, 968, where they established the seat of their caliphate, which in the 12th century was destroyed by the Ayyubides. The eruption of the Arabs into Spain, disastrous as it was, did not fail to produce effects beneficial to Europe, which owes its civilization partly to this circumstance. The Abyssinian caliphs, aspiring to be the protectors of letters and arts, began to found schools, and to encourage translations of the most eminent Greek authors into the Arabic language. Their example was followed by the caliphs of Cordova, and even by the Fatimites, who held the sovereignty of Egypt and northern Africa. In this manner, a taste for learning was communicated to all the Mohammedan states. From Baghdad, it passed to Cairo, and from the banks of the Euphrates and the Nile, it spread itself as far as Tagus. Mathematics, astronomy, chemistry, medicine, botany, and materia medica were the sciences which the Arabians affected chiefly to cultivate. Footnote. The celebrated Gerbert, born in Auvergne and afterwards Pope Sylvester II, was among the first that repaired to Spain about the middle of the 10th century to study mathematics under the Arabs. Numbers afterwards imitated his example. End of footnote. They excelled also in poetry and in the art of embodying the fictions of imagination in the most agreeable narratives. Rhazes, Averroes, Avicenna are among the number of their celebrated philosophers and physicians. Almason, Abulfeda, Abulfarages, and Powhatan, as historians, have become famous to all posterity. Thus Spain, under the Mohammedans, by cultivating many sciences little known to the rest of Europe, became the seminary of the Christians in the West, who resorted thither in crowds to prosecute in the schools of Cordova the study of learning and the liberal arts. Footnote. There is preserved in the library of the Escuri in Spain 1851 Arabic manuscripts, which escaped the conflagration of 1671, and which have been amply described by Cassiri in his biblical Arab Hispania. End of footnote. The use of the numerical characters, the manufacture of paper, cotton, and gunpowder were derived to us from the Arabians, and especially from the Arabians of Spain. Agriculture, manufactures, and navigation are all equally indebted to the Arabians. They gave a new impulse to the commerce of the Indies. From the Persian Gulf, they extended their trade along the shores of the Mediterranean and to the borders of the Black Sea. their carpets and embroideries in gold and silver, their cloths of silk, and their manufactures in steel and leather maintained for years a celebrity and a perfection unknown to the other nations of Europe. End of section 6. Section 7 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schurl. From Charlemagne to Otto the Great. A.D. 800 to 902, Part 1. Chapter 3, Period 2. The reign of Charles the Great forms a remarkable epoch in the history of Europe. That prince, who succeeded his father Pepin 768, eclipsed all his predecessors by the superiority of his genius, as well as by the wisdom and vigor of his administration. Under him, the monarchy of the Franks was raised to the highest pinnacle of glory. He would have been an accomplished prince, and worthy of being commemorated as the benefactor of mankind, had he known how to restrain his immoderate thirst for conquest. He carried his victorious arms into the center of Germany, and subdued the warlike nation of the Saxons, whose territories extended from the lower Rhine to the Elbe and the Baltic Sea. After a bloody war of 33 years, he compelled them to receive his yoke and to embrace Christianity by the peace which he concluded with them 803 at Salz-on-the-Saale. The bishoprics of Munster, Osnaburg, Minden, Paderborn, Verden, Bremen, Hildesheim, and Halberstadt owe their origin to this prince. Several of the Slavonian nations, the Amorites, 789, the Wilsians, 805, the Sarabians, 806, the Bohemians, 811, etc., acknowledged themselves his tributaries, and by a treaty of peace which he concluded with Henning, king of Jutland, he fixed the river Eider as the northern limit of his empire against the Danes. Besides these, the powerful monarchy of the Avars, which comprehended all the countries known in modern times by the names of Austria, Hungary, Transylvania, Sclavonia, Dalmatia, and Croatia, was completely subverted by him 791, and he likewise despoiled the Arabians of all the part of Spain, which was situated between the Pyrenees and the Ebro, 796, as also of Corsica, Sardinia, and the Balearic Isles. Footnote. The immense entrenchments or fortifications of the Avars, called Ringos by the Franks, were destroyed by Charlemagne, to the number of 9. A part of Pannonia and the territory of the Avars he left in possession of the native chiefs and the Slavian princes, who acknowledged themselves his vassals and tributaries. The Slavi, the Moravians, and Bulgarians seem to have then seized on part of the territories of the Avars, lying beyond the Danube and the Theiss. It was on account of this war that Charlemagne established the Eastern March, Austria, against the Avars, and that he conceived also the project to join the Danube and the Rhine by a canal drawn from the river Altamul to Rednitz. End of footnote. In Spain, he established military commanders under the title of margraves. Of these conquests, the one that deserves the most particular attention is that of Italy and the kingdom of the Lombards. At the solicitation of Pope Adrian I, Charles undertook an expedition against the lust of the Lombard kings. He besieged that prince in his capital at Pavia, and having made him prisoner after a long siege, he shut him up in confinement for the rest of his days, and incorporated his dominions with the monarchy of the Franks. The Dukes of Benevento, who, as vassals of the Lombard kings, then occupied the greater part of Lower Italy, were at the same time compelled to acknowledge the sovereignty of the conquerors, who allowed them to exercise their hereditary rights, on condition of their paying an annual tribute. The only places in this part of Italy that remained unsubdued were the maritime towns, of which the Greeks still found means to maintain the possession. In order to secure the conquest of this country, as well as to protect it against the incursions of the Arabians, Charles established several marches and military stations, such as the marches of Friuli, Tarento, Turin, Liguria, Teti, etc. The downfall of the Lombards put an end to the republican government of the Romans. During the blockade of Pavia, Charles, having gone to Rome to be present at the feast of Easter 774, was received there with all the honors due to an exarch and a patrician, and there is incontestable proof that he afterwards received, under that title, the rights of sovereignty over Rome and the ecclesiastical states. The patrician dignity, instituted by Constantine the Great, ranked in the Greek Empire next after that of emperor. It was of such consideration that even barbarian kings, the destroyers of the ancient Roman Empire in the West, became candidates for this honor at the court of Constantinople. The exarchs of Ravenna were generally invested with it and exercised under this title rather than that of exarch or governor, the authority which they enjoyed at Rome. Pope Stephen II had, 20 years before, conferred the patriciate on Pepin and his sons, although these princes appear never to have exercised the right, regarding it merely as an honorary title, so long, at least, as the kingdom of the Lombards separated them from Rome and the states of the Church. Charles no sooner saw himself master of that kingdom than he affected to add to his titles of King of the Franks and Lombards that of Patrician of the Romans, and began to exercise over Rome and the ecclesiastical states those rights of supremacy which the Greek emperors and exarchs had enjoyed before him. This prince returned to Rome towards the end of the year 800 in order to inquire into a conspiracy which some of the Roman nobility had concerted against the life of Pope Leo III, the whole affair having been discussed in his presence, and the innocence of the Pope clearly established. Charles went to assist at the solemn mass which was celebrated in St. Peter's Church on Christmas Day 800. The Pope, anxious to show him some public testimony of his gratitude, chose the moment when the prince was on his knees at the foot of the grand altar to put the imperial crown on his head and cause him to be proclaimed to the people Emperor of the Romans. From this affair must be dated the revival of the Roman Empire in the West, a title which had been extinct for 300 years. The emperors of the East who, during that interval, had continued exclusively in the enjoyment of that title, appeared to have some reason for opposing an innovation which might eventually become prejudicial to them. The contest which arose on this subject between the two emperors was at length 803 terminated by treaty. The Greek emperors recognized the new duty of Charles, 812, and on these conditions they were allowed to retain those possessions, which they still held by a feeble tenure in Italy. In thus maintaining the imperial dignity against the Greek emperors, Charles added nothing to his real power. He acquired from it no new right over the dismembered provinces of the Western Empire, the state of which had for a long time past been fixed by specific regulations. He did not even augment his authority over Rome, where he continued to exercise the same rights of superiority under the title of emperor, which he had formerly done under that of patrician. This prince, whose genius soared beyond his age, did not figure merely as a warrior and a conqueror. He was also a legislator and a zealous patron of letters. By the laws which he published under the title of Capitularies, he reformed several abuses and introduced new ideas of order and justice. Commissioners nominated by himself were charged to travel through the provinces to superintend the execution of the laws listened to the complaints of the people, and rendered justice to each without distinction and without partiality. He conceived likewise the idea of establishing a uniformity of weights and measures throughout the empire. Some of the laws of that great man, however, indicate a disposition tinctured with the barbarism and superstition of his age. The judgments of God are expressly held by him to be legal tests of right and wrong, and the greater part of crimes expiable by money, by a general law which he passed in 779, introducing the payment of ecclesiastical tithes, and which he extended to the vanquished Saxons, 791. He alienated the affections of that people, and the code which he dictated on this occasion is remarkable for its atrocity, which their repeated revolts and frequent returns to paganism cannot justify. As to his patronage and love of letters, this is attested by the numerous schools which he founded, and the encouragements he held out to them, as well as the attention he showed to inviting to his court the most celebrated learned men from every country in Europe. He formed them into a kind of academy, or literary society, of which he was himself a member. When, at an advanced age, he received instruction in rhetoric, logic, and astronomy from the famous Alcuin, an Englishman, to whom he was much attached. He endeavored also to improve his vernacular tongue, which was the Teutonic or lingua francisca, by drawing up a grammar of that language, giving German names to the months of the winds, which had not yet received them, and in making a collection of the military songs of the ancient Germans. He extended an equal protection to the arts, more especially architecture, a taste for which he had imbibed in Italy and Rome. Writers of those times speak with admiration of the palaces and edifices constructed by his orders at Ilgenheim, near Mainz, at Neukölln, on the left bank of the wall, and at Aix-la-Chapelle. These buildings were adorned with numerous paintings as well as marble and mosaic work, which he had brought from Rome and Ravenna. The empire of Charlemagne, which may bear a comparison as to its extent with the ancient empire of the West, embraced the principle of Europe, all Gaul, Germany and Spain as far as the Ebro, Italy to Benevento, several islands in the Mediterranean with a considerable part of Pannonia, composed this vast empire, which from west to east extended from the Ebro to the Elbe and the Raab, and from south to north from the Duchy of Benevento and the Adriatic Sea to the river Eider, which formed the boundary between Germany and Denmark. In defining the limits of the empire of Charlemagne, care must be taken not to confound the provinces and states incorporated with the empire with those that were merely tributary. The former were governed by officers who might be recalled at the will of the prince, while the latter were free states whose only tenure on the empire was by alliance, and the contributions they engaged to pay. Such was the policy of this prince that, besides the marches of military stations which he had established on the frontiers of Germany, Spain, and Italy, he chose to retain on different points of his dominions nations who, under the name of tributaries, enjoyed the protection of the Franks, and might act as a guard or barrier against the barbarous tribes of the east and north, who had long been in the habit of making incursions into the western and southern countries of Europe. Thus the Dukes of Benevento in Italy, who were simply vassals and tributaries to the empire, supplied, as it were, a rampart or bulwark against the Greeks and Arabians, while the Sclavonia nations of Germany, Pannonia, Dalmatia, and Croatia, though feudatories or vassals of France, were governed nevertheless by their own laws, and in general did not even profess the Christian religion. From this brief sketch of the reign of Charlemagne, it is easy to perceive that there was then no single power in Europe formidable enough to enter into competition with the empire of the Franks. The monarchies of the north, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, and those of Poland and Russia were not then in existence, or had not emerged from the thick darkness that still covered those parts of continental Europe. England then presented a heptarchy of 7 confederate governments, the union of which was far from being well consolidated. The kings of this confederacy were incessantly engaged in war with each other, and it was not until several years after Charlemagne that Egbert the Great, King of Wessex, prevailing in the contest, constituted himself King of all England in 827. The Mohammedan part of Spain, after it was separated from the great empire of the Caliphs, was engaged in perpetual warfare with the East. The Omniads, sovereigns of Cordova, far from provoking their western neighbors, whose valor they had already experienced, showed themselves, on the contrary, attentive to preserve peace and good understanding with them. The Greek emperors, who were continually quarreling with the Arabs and Bulgarians, and agitated by factions and intestine commotions, could no longer be an object of suspicion of rivalry to the monarchy of the Franks. Thus did the empire of Charlemagne enjoy the glory of being the ascendant power in Europe, but it did not long sustain its original splendor. It would have required a man of extraordinary talents to manage the reins of a government so extensive and so complicated. Louis le Debonair, or the Gentle, the son and successor of Charles, did not possess a single qualification proper to govern the vast dominions which his father had bequeathed to him. As impolitic as he was weak and superstitious, he had not the art of making himself either loved or feared by his subjects. By the imprudent partition of his dominions between his sons, which he made even in his lifetime, he planted with his own hand those seeds of discord in his family, which accelerated the downfall of the empire. The civil wars which had commenced in his reign continued after his death. Louis, surnamed the German, and Charles the Bald, combined against the elder brother Lothair, and defeated him at the famous Battle of Fontenay in Burgundy, 841, where all the flower of the ancient nobility perished. Louis and Charles, victorious in this engagement, obliged their brother to take refuge in Italy. They next marched to Strasbourg, where they renewed their alliance, 842, and confirmed it by oath at the head of their troops. Footnote: Charles took the oath in the Teutonic language, Louis in the Romance language, the forms of which had been preserved by the Abbé Nenad, a cousin of these princes. We may observe that this is the most ancient monument of the Romance language, out of which has sprung the modern French. End of footnote. These princes were on the point of dividing the whole monarchy between them, when, by the interference of the nobility, they became reconciled to their elder brother, and concluded a treaty with him at Verdun, 843, which finally completed the division of the empire. By this formal distribution, Lothair retained the imperial dignity, with the kingdom of Italy, and the province situated between the Rhone, the Saône, the Meuse, the Scheldt, the Rhine, and the Alps. Louis had all Germany beyond the Rhine, and on this side of the river the cantons of Mayence, Spire, and Worms, and lastly all that part of Gaul which extends from the Scheldt, the Meuse, the Saône, and the Rhone to the Pyrenees, fell to the lot of Charles, whose division also comprehended the March of Spain, consisting of the province of Barcelona, and the territories which Charlemagne had conquered beyond the Pyrenees. It is with this treaty, properly speaking, that modern France commences, which is but a department of the ancient empire of the Franks, or monarchy of Charlemagne. For a long time it retained the boundaries which the conference at Verdun had assigned it, and whatever it now possesses beyond these limits was the acquisition of conquest which it has made since the 14th century. Charles the Bald was in fact then the first king of France, and it is from him that the series of her kings commences. It was, moreover, under this prince that the government of the Neustrians or Western Franks assumed a new aspect. Before his time, it was entirely of a Frankish or German constitution. The manners and customs of the conquerors of Gaul everywhere predominated. Their language, the lingua francisca, was that of the court and the government. But after the dismemberment of which we have spoken, the Gauls imported it into Neustria or Western France. The customs and popular language were adopted by the court and had no small influence on the government. This language, which was then known by the name of the Roman or Romance, polished by the refinements of the court, assumed by degrees a new and purer form, and in course of time became the parent of the modern French. It was therefore at this period, viz., the reign of Charles the Bald, that the Western Franks began, properly speaking, to be a distinct nation, and exchanged their more ancient appellation for that of French, the name by which they are still known. At this same period, Germany was for the first time embodied into a monarchy, having its own particular kings. Louis the German was the first monarch of Germany, as Charles the Bald was of France. The kingdom of Louis for a long time was called Eastern France, to distinguish it from the Western kingdom of that name, which henceforth exclusively retained the name of France. The empire of Charlemagne, which the Treaty of Verdun had divided, was for a short space reunited in 884 under Charles, surnamed the Fat, younger son of Louis the German and King of Germany. But that prince, too feeble to support so great a weight, was deposed by his German subjects 887, and their example was speedily followed by the French and the Italians. The vast empire of the Franks was thus dismembered forever, 888, and besides the kingdoms of France, Germany, and Italy, it gave birth to 3 new states, the kingdoms of Lorraine, Burgundy, and Navarre. The kingdom of Lorraine took its name from Lothair II, younger son of the Emperor Lothair I, who, in a division which he had made of his estates among his sons 855, gave to this Lothair the provinces situated between the Rhine, the Meuse, and the Schelde, known since under the name of Lorraine, Alsace, Treves, Cologne, Juliers, Liege, and the Low Countries. At the death of Lothair II, who left no male or legitimate heirs, his kingdom was divided by the Treaty of Bucostus, 870, into 2 equal portions, one of which was assigned to Louis the German, and the other to Charles the Bald. Footnote. This treaty, which has been preserved by the author of the Annals of St. Bertin, mentions all the countries and principal places assigned to such of the brothers. It forms a valuable document in the geography of the Middle Ages. End of footnote. By a subsequent treaty concluded 879 between the sons of Louis, surnamed the Stammerer, King of France, and Louis the Young, King of Germany, the French division of Lorraine was ceded to this latter prince, who thus reunited the whole of that kingdom. It remained incorporated with Germany at the time when the last dismemberment of that monarchy took place, 895, on the deposition of Charles the Fat. Arnulf, King of Germany and successor of Charles, bestowed the kingdom of Lorraine on Svendebald, his natural son, who after a reign of 5 years was deposed by Louis, surnamed the Infant, son and successor of Arnulf. Louis dying without issue 912. Charles the Simple, King of France, took advantage of the commotions in Germany to put himself in possession of that kingdom, which was at length finally reunited to the Germanic crown by Henry, surnamed the Fowler. 2 new kingdoms appear under the name of Burgundy, viz. Provence or Cizeron, Burgundy, and Transjuran, Burgundy. The founder of the former was a nobleman named Boson, whose sister Charles the Bald had espoused. Elevated by the king, his brother-in-law, to the highest dignities in the state, he was created in succession Count of Vienna, Duke of Provence, Duke of Italy and Prime Minister, and even obtained in marriage the Princess Ermengarde, daughter of Louis II, Emperor and King of Italy. Instigated by this princess, he did not scruple to raise his ambitious views to the throne. The death of Louis the Stammerer and the troubles that ensued afforded him an opportunity of attaching to his interest most of the bishops in those countries, entrusted to his government. In an assembly which he held at Mantes and Dauphiné, 879, he engaged them by oath to confer on him the royal dignity. The schedule of this election, with the signatures of the bishops affixed, informs us distinctly of the extent of this new kingdom, which comprehended Franche-Comté, Macon, Chalon-sur-Saône, Lyon, Vienne, and its dependencies, Agde, Viviers, Uzès, with their dependencies in Languedoc, Provence, and a part of Savoy. Beauson caused himself to be anointed king at Lyon by the archbishop of that city. He maintained possession of his usurped dominions, in spite of the combined efforts which were made by the kings of France and Germany to reduce him to subjection. The example of Beauson was followed soon after by Rodolphe, governor of Transjorane Burgundy, and related by the female side to the Carlovingians. He was proclaimed king and crowned at St. Maurice in the Valais, and his new kingdom, situated between Mount Jura and the Pennine Alps, contained Switzerland as far as the river Reuss, the Valais, and part of Savoy. The death of Beauson, happening about this time, furnished Rodolphe with a favorable opportunity of extending his frontiers and seizing a part of the country of Burgundy. These two kingdoms were afterwards, 930, united into one. Hugo, king of Italy, exercised at that time the guardianship of the young Constantine, his relation, the son of Louis and grandson of Beauson. The Italians, discontented under the government of Hugo, and having devolved their crown on Rodolphe II, king of Transjorane, Burgundy. Hugo, in order to maintain himself on the throne of Italy and exclude Rodolphe, ceded to him the district of Provence and the kingdom of his royal ward. Thus united in the person of Rodolphe, these two kingdoms passed to his descendants, viz., Conrad his son, and Rodolphe III, his grandson. These princes are styled in their titles sometimes kings of Burgundy, sometimes kings of Vienne or Arles, sometimes kings of Provence and Alemannia. They lost in course of time their possessions beyond the Rhone and the Saône, and in the time of Rodolphe III this kingdom had for its boundaries the Rhine, the Rhone, the Saône, the Reuss, and the Alps. Navarre, the kingdom next to be mentioned, known among the ancients under the name of Vasconia, was one of the provinces beyond the Pyrenees, which Charlemagne had conquered from the Arabs. Among the counts or wardens of the marches, called by the Germans margraves, which he established, the most remarkable of those of Barcelona in Catalonia, Jaca in Aragon, and Pamplona in Navarre. All these Spanish marches were comprised within western France, and within the division which fell to the share of Charles the Bald, on the dismemberment of that monarchy among the sons of Louis the Gentle. The extreme imbecility of that prince, and the calamities of his reign, were the causes why the Navarrese revolted from France and erected themselves into a free and independent state. It appears also that they were implicated in the defection of Aquitaine, 853, when it threw off the yoke of Charles the Bald. Don Garcias, son of the Count Don Garcias, and grandson of Don Sancho, is generally reckoned the first of their monarchs that usurped the title of kings of Pamplona. 858, he and his successors in the kingdom of Navarre possessed at the same time the province of Jaca in Aragon. The counts of Barcelona were the only Spanish dependencies that, for many centuries, continued to acknowledge the sovereignty the kings of France. End of section 7. Section 8 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Charlemagne to Otto the Great, AD 800 to 962, Part 2. On this part of our subject, it only remains for us to point out the causes that conspired to accelerate the downfall of the empire of the Franks. Among these we may reckon the inconveniences of the feudal system, a system as unfitted for the purposes of internal administration, as it was incompatible with the maxims that ought to rule great empire. The abuse of fiefs was carried so far by the Franks that almost all property had become feudal, and not only grants of land and portions of large estates, but governments, dukedoms, and counties were conferred and held under the title of fiefs. The consequence of this was that the great, by the allurement of fiefs or benefices, became devoted followers of the kings, while the body of the nation saw themselves as retainers of the great. Whoever refused this vassalage was despised, and had neither favor nor honor to expect. Footnote. As an example of this, it is said that a nobleman of Suabia, named Gioachin, brother of the Empress Judith, quarreled with his own son, and refused to see him, because in his estimation he had debased himself by receiving as fiefs from Louis the Gentle a certain number of his own lands situated in Upper Bavaria. End of footnote. By this practice, the liberty of the subject was abridged without augmenting the royal authority. The nobles soon became so powerful by the liberality of their kings and the number of their vassals they found means to procure, that they had at length the presumption to dictate laws to the sovereign himself. By degrees, the obligations which they owed to the state were forgotten, and those only recognized which the feudal contract imposed. This new bond of alliance was not long in opening a door to licentiousness, as by a natural consequence. It was imagined that the feudal superior might be changed, whenever there was a possibility of charging it with the violation of his engagements, or of that reciprocal fidelity which he owed to his vassals. A system like this not only overturned public order by planting the germs of corruption in every part of the internal administration, it was still more defective with regard to the external operations of government, and directly at variance with all plans of aggrandizement or of conquest. As war was carried on by means of slaves or vassals only, it is easy to perceive that such armies, not being kept constantly on foot, were with difficulty put in motion, that they could neither prevent intestine rebellion, nor be a protection against hostile invasion, and that conquest made by means of such troops must be lost with the same facility that they are won. A permanent military, fortresses and garrisons, such as we find in modern tactics, were altogether unknown among the Franks. These politic institutions, indispensable in great empires, were totally repugnant to the genius of the German nations. They did not even know what is meant by finances or regular systems of taxation. Their kings had no other pecuniary resource than the simple revenues of their domains, which served for the maintenance of their court. Gratuitous donations, the prerequisites of bed and lodging, fines, the third of which belonged to the king, rights of custom and toll, added but little to their wealth, and could not be reckoned among the number of state resources. None but tributaries of conquered nations were subjected to the payment of certain imposts or assessments. From these the Franks were exempted. They would have even regarded it as an insult and a blow struck at their national liberty, had they been burdened with a single imposition. It is obvious that a government like this, so disjointed and incoherent in all its parts, in spite of the advantages which accrued to it from nourishing a spirit of liberty and opposing a sort of barrier against despotism, was nevertheless far from being suitable to an empire of such prodigious extent as that of the Franks. Charlemagne had tried to infuse a new vigor into the state by the wise laws which he published and the military stations which he planted on the frontiers of his empire. Raised by the innate force of his genius above the prejudices of the age in which he lived, that prince had formed a system capable of giving unity and consistency to the state, had it been of longer duration. But this system fell to pieces and vanished, when no longer animated and put in execution by its author. Disorder and anarchy speedily paralyzed every branch of the government, and ultimately brought on the dismemberment of the empire. Another cause which accelerated the fall of this vast empire was the territorial divisions practiced by the kings, both of the Merovingian and the Carlovingian race. Charlemagne and Louis the Gentle, when they ordered the empire to be divided among their sons, never imagined this partition would terminate in a formal dismemberment of the monarchy. Their intention was rather to preserve union and amity by means of certain rights of superiority, which they granted to their eldest sons, whom they had invested with the imperial dignity. But this subordination of the younger to their elder brothers was not of long continuance, and these divisions, besides naturally weakening the state, became a source of perpetual discord, and reduced the Carlovingian princes to the necessity of courting the grandees on every emergency, and gaining their interest by new gifts or by concessions which went to sap the foundation of the throne. This exorbitant power of the nobles must also be reckoned among the number of causes that hastened the decline of the empire. Dukes and counts, besides being entrusted with the justice and police of their respective governments, exercised at the same time a military power and collected the revenues of the exchequer. So many and so different jurisdictions, united in one and the same power, could not but become dangerous to the royal authority, while it facilitated to the nobles the means of fortifying themselves in their governments, and breaking by degrees the unity of the state. Charlemagne had felt this inconvenience, and he thought to remedy the evil by successively abolishing the great duchies and dividing them into several counties. Unfortunately, this policy was not followed out by his successors, who returned to the ancient practice of creating dukes, and besides being educated and nurtured in superstition by the priests, they put themselves wholly under dependence to bishops and ecclesiastics, who thus disposed of the state at their pleasure. The consequence was that governments, at first alterable only by the will of the king, passed eventually to the children or heirs of those who were merely administrators or superintendents of them. Charles the Bald, first king of France, had the weakness to constitute this dangerous principle into a standing law. In the parliament which he held at Chiersey, 877, towards the close of his reign, he even extended this principle generally to all fiefs, to those that held immediately of the crown, as well as to those who held of laic or ecclesiastical superiors. This new and exorbitant power of the nobles, joined to the injudicious partitions already mentioned, tended to sow fresh discord among the different members of the state by exciting a multitude of civil wars and domestic feuds, which, by a necessary consequence, brought the whole body politic into a state of decay and dissolution. The history of the successors of Charlemagne presents a sad picture, humiliating and distressing to humanity. Every page of it is filled with insurrections, devastations, and carnage. Princes, sprung from the same blood, armed against each other, breathing unnatural vengeance and bent on mutual destruction. The royal authority insulted and despised by the nobles, who were perpetually at war with each other, either to decide their private quarrels or aggrandize themselves at the expense of their neighbors. And finally, the citizens exposed to all kinds of oppression, reduced to misery and servitude without the hope or possibility of redress from the government. Such was the melancholy situation of the states that composed the empire of Charlemagne, when the eruption of new barbarians, the Normans from the extremities of the north, and the Hungarians from the black settlements of Asia, exposed it afresh to the terrible scourge of foreign invasion. The Normans of German origin and inhabiting ancient Scandinavia, that is to say, Sweden, Denmark, and modern Norway, began towards the end of the 8th century to cover the sea with their ships and to infest successively all the maritime coasts of Europe. Footnote: the Danes and the Swedes dispute with each other the honor of these pretended heroes, who signalized themselves in the Norman piracies. It is without doubt that all the tribes of ancient Scandinavia in their turn took part in these expeditions. According to the monk of St. Gall, it was not till about the end of the War of Charlemagne with the Avars, i.e. 796, that the Normans began to infest the coasts of the Frankish Empire. In order to stop their incursions, Charles constructed a fleet and stationed in the harbors and mouths of rivers troops and guard ships, precautions which were neglected by his successors. End of footnote. During the space of 200 years, they continued their incursions and devastations with a fierceness and perseverance that surpasses all imagination. This phenomenon, however, is easily explained if we attempt at the state of barbarism in which the inhabitants of Scandinavia in general were at that time plunged. Despising agriculture and the arts, they found themselves unable to draw from fishing and the chase the necessary means even for their scanty subsistence. The comfortable circumstances of their neighbors who cultivated their lands excited their cupidity and invited them to acquire by force, piracy, or plunder what they had not sufficient skill to procure by their own industry. They were, moreover, animated by a sort of religious fanaticism, which inspired them with courage for the most perilous enterprise. This reckless superstition they drew from the doctrines of Odin, who was the god of their armies, the rewarder of valor and intrepidity in war, receiving into his paradise of Valhalla the brave who fell beneath the swords of the enemy, while, on the other hand, the abode of the wretched called by them Helveti was prepared for those who, abandoned to ease and effeminacy, preferred a life of tranquility to the glory of arms and the perils of warlike adventure. This doctrine, generally diffused over all the North, inspired the Scandinavian youth with an intrepid and ferocious courage, which made them brave all dangers and considered the sanguinary death of warriors as the surest path to immortality. Often did it happen that the sons of kings, even those who were already destined as successors to their father's throne, volunteered as chiefs of pirates and brigands under the name of sea kings, solely for the purpose of obtaining a name and signalizing themselves by their maritime exploits. These piracies of the Normans, which at first were limited to the seas and countries bordering on Scandinavia, some extended over all the western and southern coasts of Europe. Germany, the kingdoms of Lorraine, France, England, Scotland, Ireland, Spain, the Balearic Isles, Italy, Greece, and even the shores of Africa were exposed in their turn to the insults and the ravages of these barbarians. Footnote: the beautiful palaces which Charles had constructed at Nîmes and Aix-la-Chapelle were burnt to the ground by the Normans in 881-2. At the same time, they plundered Liège, Maastricht, Tongers, Cologne, Bonn, Zolpicht, Knives, and Treves. End of footnote. France more especially suffered from their incursions under the feeble reigns of Charles the Bald and Charles the Fat. Not content with the havoc which they made on the coast, they ascended the Seine, the Loire, the Garonne, and the Rhone, carrying fire and sword to the very center of the kingdom. Nantes, Angers, Tours, Blois, Orleans, Mons, Poitiers, Bordeaux, Rouen, Paris, Sens, Leon, Soissons, and various other cities experienced the fury of these invaders. Paris was 3 times sacked and pillaged by them. Robert the Strong, a scion of the royal house of Cbteddy, whom Charles the Bald had created 861, Duke or Governor of Neustria, was killed in battle 866, while combating with success against the Normans. At length the terror which they had spread everywhere was such that the French, who trembled at the very name of the Normans, had no longer courage to encounter them in arms, and in order to rid themselves of such formidable enemies, they consented to purchase their retreat by a sum of money, a wretched and feeble remedy, which only aggravated the evil by inciting the invaders by the hope of gain to return to the charge. It is not, however, at all astonishing that France should have been exposed so long to these incursions, since, besides the inefficient state of that monarchy, she had no vessels of her own to protect her coasts. The nobles, occupied solely with the care of augmenting or confirming their growing power, offered but a feeble opposition to the Normans, whose presence in the kingdom caused a diversion favorable to their views. Some of them even had no hesitation in joining the barbarians when they happened to be in disgrace or when they thought they had reason to complain of the government. It was in consequence of these numerous expeditions over all the seas of Europe that the monarchies of the north were formed, and that the Normans succeeded also in founding several other states. It is to them that the powerful monarchy of the Russians owes its origin. Rorik the Norman is allowed to have been its founder towards the middle of the 9th century. Footnote: Neuster, a monk of Kiovia, and the first annalist of Russia, about the end of the 11th century, says the Russians, whom he calls also Viragos, came from Scandinavia, or the country of the Normans. He assures us that it was from them that the state of Novgorod took the name of Russia. The author of the Annals of St. Burton, the first that mentions the Russians, Kos, A.D. 839, assigns Sweden as their original country. Liutprand, also, Bishop of Cremona in the court of Constantinople by Otto the Great, attests in his history that the Greeks gave the name of Russians to the people, who in the West are called Normans. The Finns, Laplanders, and Estonians, at this day, called the Swedes, Roots, Rutse, or Rootstone. It is likely that from them, being nearest neighbors of the Swedes, this name passed to the Slavonian tribes. Hence it would seem that it is in Sweden that we must look for Russia, prior to the times of Rorik, in the same way as ancient France is to be found in Westphalia and Hesse, before the days of Clodion, and founding of the new monarchy of the Franks in Gaul. End of footnote. He and the Grand Dukes, his successors, extended their conquest from the Baltic and the White Sea to the Euxine, and during the 10th century they made the emperors of the East to tremble on their thrones. In their native style of piratical warfare, they embarked on the Dnieper or Borysthenes, infested with their fleets the coast of the Black Sea, carried terror and dismay to the gates of Constantinople, and obliged the Greek emperors to pay them large sums to redeem their capital from pillage. Ireland was more than once on the point of being subdued by the Normans during these piratical excursions. Their first invasion of this island is stated to have been in the year 795. Great ravages were committed by the barbarians, who conquered or founded the cities of Waterford, Dublin, and Limerick, which they formed into separate petty kingdoms. Christianity was introduced among them towards the middle of the 10th century, and it was not till the 12th, the time of its invasion by the English, that they succeeded in expelling them from the island, when they were dispossessed of the cities of Waterford and Dublin, 1170, and Henry II of England. Orkney, the Hebrides, the Shetland and Faroe Islands, and the Isle of Man were also discovered and peopled by the Normans. Footnote: the Orkney Isles, the Hebrides, the Shetlands, and the Isles of Man passed in course of time from the dominion of the Norwegians to that of the Scottish kings, while the Faroe Isles remained constantly annexed to the Kingdom of Norway. End of footnote. Another colony of these Normans peopled Iceland, where they founded a republic 874, which preserved its independence till nearly the middle of the 13th century, when that island was conquered by the kings of Norway. Footnote: Olaf II, King of Norway, had rendered the Icelanders tributaries, but they soon renewed their independence, and it was not till the time of Hehman V and Magnus VII in 1261 and 1264 that they submitted to the dominion of Norway, when the republican government of the island was suppressed. Iceland, when a republic, furnished the annalists of the North. The most distinguished of these is Snorri Sturluson, who wrote a history of the kings of Norway about the beginning of the 13th century. This celebrated man died in 1241. End of footnote. Normandy in France also received its name from this people. Charles the Simple, wishing to put a check on their continual incursions, concluded at St. Clair-sur-Epte, 892, a treaty with Rollo or Rolf, chief of the Normans, by which he abandoned to them all that part of Neustria which reaches from the rivers Audel and Aue to the ocean. To this he added a part of Vexin, situated between the rivers Andel and Epte, as also the territory of Bretagne. Rollo embraced Christianity and received the baptismal name of Robert. He submitted to become a vassal of the crown of France, under the title of Duke of Normandy, and obtained in marriage the Princess Giselle, daughter of Charles the Simple. In the following century we shall meet with these Normans of France as the conquerors of England and the founders of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. The Hungarians, a people of Turkish or Finnish origin, emigrated, as is generally supposed, from Bashiria, a country lying to the north of the Caspian Sea, between the Volga and the Kama, and Mount Ural, near the source of the Tobol and the Jake, or modern Ural. The Orientals designate them by the generic name of Turks, while they dominate themselves Magyars, from the name of one of their tribes, after having been long dependent on the Chazars, a Turkish tribe to the north of the Palace Meotis. They retired towards the Danube to avoid the oppression of the Patsinites, and established themselves 887 in ancient Dacia, under the auspices of a chief named Arpad, from whom the ancient sovereigns of Hungary derived their origin. Footnote: the Chazars, a Turkish tribe, ruled at the time we now speak over the northern part of the Crimea, as also the vast regions lying to the north of the Euxine and Caspian Seas. The Onagers, or Uyghurs, supposed to be the same as Hungarians, were subject to them. These Chazars, having embraced Christianity in the 9th century, adopted a sort of syncretism, which admitted all sorts indifferently. Hence the name of Chazars or Ketzers have been given by the German divines to every species of heretics. Their power vanished about the beginning of the 11th century. The Patsiatsites, or Kanglians, also a Turkish and wandering tribe, originally inhabited the borders of the Jake and the Volga, between these two rivers, expelled from these countries by the Uzes or Kumans, who combined with the Chazars against them. They attacked the Hungarians, whom they stripped of their possessions lying between the Taunus, the Dnieper, and the Dniester, A.D. 884. End of footnote. Arnulf, king of Germany, employed these Hungarians 892 against the Slavo-Moravians, who possessed a flourishing state on the banks of the Danube, the Moro, and the Elbe. Footnote. The Moravians were the first of the Slavian tribes that embraced Christianity. The Greek Emperor Michael, at their own request, sent them in 863 Cyril the Methodius, two learned Greeks of Thessalonica, who invented the Slavonian alphabet and translated into their language the sacred books, which the Russians still use. End of footnote. While engaged in this expedition, they were attacked again in their Dacian possessions by the Patsiasites, who succeeded at length in expelling them from these territories. Footnote. The Patsiasites possessed all the country situated between the Aluda, the Dnieper, and the Donets, which near its source separated them from the Khazars. They gradually disappeared from history about the end of the 11th century, when they were dispossessed or subdued by the Cumans. End of footnote. Taking advantage afterwards of the death of Swiatopolk, king of the Moravians, and the troubles consequent on that event, they dissevered from Moravia all the country, which extends from the frontiers of Moldavia, Wallachia, and Transylvania, to the Danube and the Moral. They conquered about the same time Pannonia, with a part of Noricum, which they had wrested from the Germans, and thus laid the foundation of a new state, known since by the name of Hungary. No sooner had the Hungarians established themselves in Pannonia than they commenced their incursions into the principal states of Europe, Germany, Italy, and Gaul, agitated by faction and anarchy, and even the Grecian Empire in the east became, all in their turn, the bloody scene of their ravages and devastations. Germany in particular for a long time felt the effects of their fury. All its provinces in succession were laid waste by these barbarians, and compelled to pay them tribute. Henry the First, king of Germany, and his son Otto the Great, at length succeeded in arresting their destructive career, and delivered Europe from this new yoke which threatened its independence. It was in consequence of these incursions of the Hungarians and Normans, to which may be added those of the Arabs and Slavonians, that the kingdoms which sprang from the empire of the Franks lost once more the advantages which the political institutions of Charlemagne had procured them. Learning, which the prince had encouraged, fell into a state of absolute languor. An end was put both to civil and literary improvement by the destruction of convent schools and libraries. The polity and internal security of the states were destroyed, and commerce reduced to nothing. England was the only exception, which then enjoyed a transient glory under the memorable reign of Alfred the Great. That prince, grandson of Egbert, who was the first king of all England, succeeded in expelling the Normans from the island, 887, and restored peace and tranquility to his kingdom. After the example of Charlemagne, he cultivated and protected learning and the arts by restoring the convents and schools which the barbarians had destroyed, inviting philosophers and artists to his court, and civilizing his subjects by literary institutions and wise regulations. Footnote. Historians have commonly ascribed to this prince the division of England into counties, hundreds, and tithes, as also the institution of juries. End of footnote. It is to be regretted that a reign so glorious was so soon followed by new misfortunes. After the Normans, the Danes reappeared in England, and overspread it once more with turbulence and desolation. During these unenlightened and calamitous times, we find the art of navigation making considerable progress. The Normans, traversing the seas perpetually with their fleets, learned to construct their vessels with greater perfection, to become better skilled in wind and weather, and to use their oars and sails with more redress. It was, moreover, in consequence of these invasions that more correct information was obtained regarding Scandinavia and the remote regions of the north. 2 Normans, Wulfstan and Otto, the one from Jutland and the other from Norway, undertook separate voyages in course of the 9th century, principally with the view of making maritime discoveries. Wulfstan proceeded to visit that part of Prussia or the Estonia of the ancients, which was renowned for its produce of yellow amber. Otto did not confine his adventures to the coast of the Baltic, setting out from the port of Heligoland, his native country. He doubled Cape North and advanced as far as Wehmeyer, at the mouth of the Dwina, in the province of Archangel. Both he and Wulfstan communicated the details of their voyages to Alfred the Great, who made use of them in his Anglo-Saxon translation of Orosius. Besides Iceland and the Northern Isles, of which we have already spoken, we find in the 10th century some of the fugitive Normans peopling Greenland, and others forming settlements in Finland, which some suppose to be the island of Newfoundland in North America. Footnote: from the occupation of Greenland and Finland by the Normans, we may infer that North America was known to them several centuries before it was discovered by the English. End of footnote. End of section 8. Section 9 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Otto the Great to Gregory the Great, AD 962 to 1074, Part 1. Chapter 4, Period 3. While most of the states that sprang from the dismembered empire of the Franks continued to be the prey of disorder and anarchy, the Kingdom of Germany assumed a new form and for several ages maintained the character of being the ruling power in Europe. It was erected into a monarchy at the Peace of Verdun, 843, and had for its first king Louis the German, second son of Louis the Gentle. At that time it comprised, besides the 3 cantons of Speyer, Worms, and Mayence, on this side the Rhine, all the countries and provinces beyond that river, which had belonged to the empire of the Franks, from the Eider and the Baltic to the Alps and the confines of Pannonia. Several of the Slavian tribes also were its tributaries. From the first formation of this kingdom, the royal authority was limited, and Louis the German, in an assembly held at Mars in 851, had formally engaged to maintain the states in their rights and privileges, to follow their counsel and advice, and to consider them as his true colleagues and coadjutors in all the affairs of government. The states, however, soon found means to vest in themselves the right of choosing their kings. The first Carlovingian monarchs of Germany were hereditary. Louis the German even divided his kingdom among his 3 sons, viz. Carloman, Louis the Young, and Charles the Fat. But Charles having been deposed in an assembly held at Frankfurt 887, the states of Germany elected in his place Arnulf, a natural son of Carloman. This prince added to his crown both Italy and the imperial dignity. The custom of election has continued in Germany down to modern times. Louis le Font, or the Infant, son of Arnulf, succeeded to the throne by election, and that prince having died very young, 911, the states bestowed the crown on a French nobleman named Conrad, who was Duke or Governor of France on the Rhine, and related by the female side to the Carlovingian line. Conrad mounted the throne to the exclusion of Charles the Simple, King of France, the only male and legitimate heir of the Carlovingian line. This latter prince, however, found means to seize the kingdom of Lorraine, which Louis the Young had annexed to the crown of Germany. On the death of Conrad I, 919, the choice of the states fell on Henry I, surnamed the Fowler, a scion of the Saxon dynasty of the kings and emperors of Germany. It was to the valor and the wisdom of Henry I, and to his institutions, civil and military, that Germany was indebted for its renewed grandeur. That monarch, taking advantage of the intestine troubles which had arisen in France under Charles the Simple, recovered possession of the kingdom of Lorraine, the nobility of which made their submission to him in the years 923 and 925. By this union, he extended the limits of Germany towards the west, as far as the Meuse and the Scheldt. The kings of Germany afterwards divided the territory of Lorraine into two governments or duchies, called Upper and Lower Lorraine. The former, situated on the Moselle, was called the Duchy of the Moselle. The other, bounded by the Rhine, the Meuse, and the Scheldt, was known by the name of Lothiers or Brabant. These two duchies comprised all the provinces of the Kingdom of Lorraine, except those which the emperors judged proper to exempt from the authority and jurisdiction of the dukes. The Duchy of the Moselle alone finally retained the name of Lorraine, and passed 1048 to Gerard of Alsace, from whom descended the dukes of that name, who in the 18th century succeeded to the imperial throne. As to the Duchy of Lower Lorraine, the Emperor Henry V conferred it on Godfrey, Count of Louvain, 1106, whose male attendants get possession of it, under the title of Dukes of Brabant, till 1355, when it passed by female succession to the Dukes of Burgundy, who found means also to acquire by degrees the greater part of Lower Lorraine, commonly called the Low Countries. Henry I, a prince of extraordinary genius, proved himself the true restorer of the German kingdom. The Slavonian tribes who inhabited the banks of the Saale and the country between the Elbe and the Baltic committed incessant ravages on the frontier provinces of the kingdom. With these he waged a successful war, and reduced them once more to the condition of tributaries. But his policy was turned chiefly against the Hungarians, who, since the reign of Louis II, had repeatedly renewed their incursions, and threatened to subject all Germany to their yoke. Desirous to repress effectually that ferocious nation, he took the opportunity of a 9 years' truce, which he had obtained with them, to construct new towns and fortify places of strength. He instructed his troops in a new kind of tactics, accustomed them to military evolutions, and above all, he formed and equipped a cavalry sufficient to cope with those of the Hungarians, who particularly excelled in the art of managing horses. These depredeurs, having returned in fresh forces at the expiry of the truce, he completely defeated them in 2 bloody battles, which he fought with them 933, near Sonderhausen and Meersburg, and thus exonerated Germany from the tribute which it had formerly paid them. Footnote: the Hungarians, having made a new invasion upon Otto the Great, advanced as far as Augsburg, to which they laid siege, but Otto, in a battle which he fought with them in the vicinity of that city 955, routed them with such slaughter that they never dared to return. End of footnote. This victorious prince extended his conquest beyond the Eider, the ancient frontier of Denmark. After a prosperous war with the Danes, 931, he founded the Margravate of Schleswig, which the Emperor Conrad II afterwards ceded back, 1033, to Canute the Great, King of Denmark. Otto the Great, son and successor of Henry I, added the kingdom of Italy to the conquests of his father, and procured also the imperial dignity for himself and his successors in Germany. Italy had become a distinct kingdom since the Revolution, which happened 888 at the death of the Emperor Charles the Fat. 10 princes in succession occupied the throne during the space of 73 years. Several of these princes, such as Guy, Lambert, Arnulf, Louis of Burgundy, and Berenger I, were invested at the same time with the imperial dignity. Berenger I, having been assassinated 924, this latter dignity ceased entirely, and the city of Rome was even dismembered from the kingdom of Italy. The sovereignty of that city was seized by the famous Marozia, widow of a nobleman named Alberic. She raised her son to the pontificate by the title of John XI, and the better to establish her dominion, she espoused Hugo, king of Italy, 932, who became, in consequence of this marriage, master of Rome. But Alberic, another son of Marozia, soon stirred up the people against this aspiring princess and her husband Hugo. Having driven Hugo from the throne and shut up his mother in prison, he assumed to himself the sovereign authority under the title of Patrician of the Romans. At his death, 954, he transmitted the sovereignty to his son Octavian, who, though only 19 years of age, caused himself to be elected pope by the title of John XII. This epoch was one most disastrous for Italy. The weakness of the government excited factions among the nobility, gave birth to anarchy, and fresh opportunity for the depredations of the Hungarians and Arabs, who, at this period, were a scourge of Italy, which they ravaged with impunity. Pavia, the capital of the kingdom, was taken and burned by the Hungarians. These troubles increased on the accession of Berenger II, 950, grandson of Berenger I. That prince associated his son Adalbert with him in the royal dignity, and the public voice accused them of having caused the death of King Lothair, son and successor of Hugo. Lothair left a young widow named Adelaide, daughter of Rodolph II, King of Burgundy and Italy, to avoid the importunities of Berenger II, who wished to compel her to marry his son Adalbert. This princess called in the King of Germany to her aid. Otto complied with the solicitations of the distressed queen, and on this occasion undertook his first expedition into Italy, 941. The city of Pavia and several other places having fallen into his hands, he caused himself to be proclaimed King of Italy, and married the young queen, his protege. Berenger and his son, being driven for shelter to their strongholds, had recourse to negotiation. They succeeded in obtaining for themselves a confirmation of the royal title of Italy, on condition of doing homage for it to the King of Germany, and for this purpose they repaired in person to the Diet assembled at Augsburg, 952, where they took the oath of vassalage under the hands of Otto, who solemnly invested them with the royalty of Italy, reserving to himself the towns and marches of Aquileia and Verona, the command of which he bestowed on his brother, the Duke of Bavaria. In examining more nearly all that passed in this affair, it appears that it was not without the regret and even contrary to the wish of Adelaide that Otto agreed to enter into terms of accommodation with Berenger and to ratify the compact which Conrad, Duke of Lorraine and son-in-law of the Emperor, had made with that prince. Afterwards, however, he lent a favorable ear to the complaints which Pope John XII and some Italian noblemen had addressed to him against Berenger and his son, and took occasion on their account to conduct a new army into Italy, 961. Berenger, too feeble to oppose him, retired a second time within his fortifications. Otto marched from Pavia to Milan, and there caused himself to be crowned King of Italy. From thence he passed to Rome, about the commencement of the following year. Pope John XII, who had himself invited him, and again implored his protection against Berenger, gave him at first a very brilliant reception, and revived the imperial dignity in his favor, which had been dormant for 38 years. It was on the 2nd of February 962 that the Pope consecrated and crowned him emperor, but he had soon cause to repent of this proceeding. Otto, immediately after his coronation at Rome, undertook the siege of St. Leon, a fortress in Umbria, where Berenger and his queen had taken refuge. While engaged in the siege, he received frequent intimations from Rome of the misconduct and immoralities of the Pope. The remonstrances which he thought it was his duty to make on this subject offended the young pontiff, who resolved in consequence to break off union with the emperor. Hurried on by the impetuosity of his character, he entered into a negotiation with Adalbert, and even persuaded him to come to Rome in order to concert with him measures of defense. On the first news of this event, Otto put himself at the head of a large detachment, with which he marched directly to Rome. The Pope, however, did not think it advisable to wait his approach, but fled with the king, his new ally. Otto, on arriving at the capital, exacted a solemn oath from the clergy and the people that henceforth they would elect no pope without his counsel, and that of the emperor and his successors. Footnote. On this oath, which was taken in 963, the emperors of Germany founded the title by which they claimed the right to confirm or to nominate and depose the popes. Lawyers generally alleged the famous decree of Leo VIII, published 964, as establishing the rights of the emperor over Rome and the popes. But the authenticity of this decree has been attacked by the ablest critics and defended by others. It would appear that there is no necessity for this to justify these rights. Although, after having conquered Italy and received the submission of the Romans and the Pope, could easily claim for himself and his successors the same rights of superiority which the Greek and Frank emperors had enjoyed before him. End of footnote. Having then assembled a council, he caused Pope John XII to be deposed, and Leo VIII was elected in his place. This latter pontiff was maintained in the papacy in spite of all the efforts which his adversary made to regain it. Berenger II, after having sustained a long siege at St. Leon, fell at length 964 into the hands of the conqueror, who sent him into exile at Bamberg, and compelled his son Adalbert to take refuge in the court of Constantinople. All Italy, to the extent of the ancient kingdom of the Lombards, fell under the dominion of the Germans. Only a few maritime towns in Lower Italy, with the greater part of Apulia and Calabria, still remained in the power of the Greeks. This kingdom, together with the imperial dignity, Otto transmitted to his successors on the throne of Germany. From this time, the Germans held it to be an inviolable principle that as the imperial dignity was strictly united with the royalty of Italy, kings elected by the German nation should, at the same time, in virtue of that election, become kings of Italy and emperors. The practice of this triple coronation, viz. Of Germany, Italy, and Rome, continued for many centuries, and from Otto the Great till Maximilian I, 1508, no king of Germany took the title of emperor until after he had been formally crowned by the Pope. The kings and emperors of the House of Saxony did not terminate their conquests with the dominions of Lorraine and Italy. Towards the east and the north, they extended them beyond the Saale and the Elbe. All the Slavonian tribes between the Havel and the Oder, the Abrutrites, the Radarians, the Velsians, the Slavonians on the Havel, the Sarabians, the Dalmatians, the Lusitanians, the Milesians, and various others. The dukes also of Bohemia and Poland, although they often took up arms in defense of their liberty and independence, were all reduced to subjection, and again compelled to pay tribute. In order to secure their submission, the Saxon kings introduced German colonies into the conquered countries and founded there several margraviates, such as that of the north, on this side of the Elbe, afterwards called Brandenburg, and in the east those of Misnia and Lusatia. Otto the Great adopted measures for promulgating Christianity among them. The bishopric of Oldenburg and Wagria, of Havelberg, Brandenburg, Meissen, Mersburg, Zeitz, those of Poznania or Posen in Poland, of Prague in Bohemia, and lastly the metropolis of Magdeburg, all owe their origin to this monarch. His grandson, the Emperor Otto III, founded in 1000 the Archbishopric of Nessa in Poland, to which he subjected the bishoprics of Coburg, Krakow, and Breslau, reserving Posen to the metropolitan see of Magdeburg. The Saxon dynasty became extinct 1024 with the Emperor Henry II. It was succeeded by that of Franconia, commonly called the Salic. Conrad II, the first emperor of this house, united to the German crown the kingdom of Burgundy, or as it is sometimes called, the kingdom of Arles. This monarchy, situate between the Rhine, the Meuse, Mount Jura, the Saône, the Rhone, and the Alps, had been divided among a certain number of counts, or governors of provinces, who, in consequence of the weakness of their last kings, Conrad and Rodolph III, had converted their temporary jurisdictions into hereditary and patrimonial offices, after the example of the French nobility, who had already usurped the same power. The principal and most puissant of these Burgundian nobles were the Counts of Provence, VIII, afterwards called Dauphins of VIII, Savoy, Burgundy, and Montbéliard, the Archbishop of Lyon, Besançon, and Arles, and the Bishop of Basle, etc. The contempt in which these powerful vassals held the royal authority induced Rodolph to apply for protection to his kinsmen, the Emperors Henry II and Conrad II, and to acknowledge them by several treaties, his heirs and successors to the crown. It was in virtue of these treaties that Conrad II took possession of the kingdom of Burgundy 1032 on the death of Rodolph III. He maintained his rights by force of arms against Eudes, Count of Champagne, who claimed to be the legitimate successor as being nephew to the last king. This reunion was but a feeble addition to the power of the German emperors. The bishops, counts, and great vassals of the kingdom they had newly acquired still retained the authority which they had usurped in their several departments, and nothing was left to the emperors but the exercise of their feudal and proprietary rights, together with the slender remains of the demesnes lands belonging to the last kings. It is even probable that the high rank which the Burgundian nobles enjoyed excited the ambition of those in Germany, and emboldened them to usurp the same prerogatives. The emperors, Conrad II, 1033, and Henry III, 1038, were both crown kings of Burgundy. The Emperor Lothair conferred the viceroyalty or regency on Conrad, Duke of Zweibrücken, who then took the title of governor or regent of Burgundy. Berthold, the fourth son of Conrad, resigned 1156 in favor of the Emperor Frederick I. His rights of viceroyalty over that part of the kingdom situate beyond Mount Jura. Switzerland at that time was subject to the Dukes of Zeringen, who, in order to retain it in vassalage to their government, fortified Morges, Muden, Everden, and Berthold, and built the cities of Freiburg and Bern. On the extinction of the Thuringian dukes, 1191, Switzerland became an immediate province of the empire. It was afterwards, 1218, formed into a republic, and the other parts of the kingdom of Burgundy or Arles were gradually united to France as we shall see in the course of our narrative. The Hungarians, since their first invasion under Louis XV, had wrested from the German crown all its possessions in Pannonia, with a part of ancient Noricum, and the boundaries of Germany had been contracted within the river ends in Bavaria. Their growing preponderance afterward enabled the Germans to recover from the Hungarians a part of their conquests. They succeeded in expelling them, not only from Noricum, but even from that part of Upper Pannonia, which lies between Mount Caesius, or Collenberg, as it is called, and the river Leida. Henry III secured the possession of these territories by the treaty of peace which he concluded 1043 with Samuel, surnamed Abba, King of Hungary. This part of Hungary was annexed to the eastern Margravate, or Austria, which then began to assume nearly its present form. Such, then, was the progressive aggrandizement of the German Empire from the reign of Henry I to the year 1043. Under its most flourishing state, that is, under the Emperor Henry III, it embraced nearly two-thirds of the monarchy of Charlemagne, all Germany between the Rhine, the Eiger, the Oder, the Lita, and the Alps, all Italy, as far as the confines of the Greeks in Apulia and Calabria, Gaul from the Rhine to the Scheldt, the Meuse and the Rhone, acknowledged the supremacy of the emperors. The dukes of Bohemia and Poland were their tributaries, a dependence which continued until the commotions which agitated Germany put an end to it in the 13th century. Germany, at this period, ranked as the ruling power in Europe, and this preponderance was not owing so much to the extent of her possessions as to the vigor of her government, which still maintained a kind of system of political unity. The emperors may be regarded as true monarchs, dispensing at their pleasure all dignities civil and ecclesiastical, possessing very large domains in all parts of the empire, and exercising individually various branches of the sovereign power, only in affairs of great importance, asking the advice or consent of the grandees. This greatness of the German emperors gave rise to a system of polity, which the popes took great care to support with all their credit and authority. According to this system, the whole of Christendom composed, as it were, a single and individual republic, of which the pope was the spiritual head and the emperor the secular. The duty of the latter as head and patron of the church was to take cognizance that nothing should be done contrary to the general welfare of Christianity. It was his part to protect the Catholic Church, to be the guardians of its preservation, to convocate its general councils, and exercise such rights as the nature of his office and the interest of Christianity seemed to demand. It was in virtue of this ideal system that the emperors enjoyed a precedency over other monarchs with the exclusive right of electing kings, and that they had bestowed on them the title of masters of the world and sovereign of sovereigns. A more important prerogative was that which they possessed in the election of the popes. From Otto the Great to Henry IV, all the Roman pontiffs were chosen, or at least confirmed, by the emperors. Henry III deposed 3 schismatical popes, 1046, and substituted in their place a German who took the name of Clement II. The same emperor afterwards nominated various other popes of his own nation. End of section 9. Section 10 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schell. From Otto the Great to Gregory the Great, A.D. 962 to 1074, Part 2. However vast and formidable the power of these monarchs seemed to be, it was nevertheless far from being a solid and durable fabric, and it was easy to foresee that in a short time it would crumble and disappear. Various causes conspired to accelerate its downfall, the first and principal of which necessarily sprang from the constitution of the empire, which was faulty in itself and incompatible with any scheme of aggrandizement or conquest. A great empire, to prolong its durability, requires a perfect unity of power, which can act with dispatch and communicate with facility from one extremity to the other. An armed force constantly on foot and capable of maintaining the public tranquility, frontiers well defended against hostile invasion, and revenues proportioned to the exigencies of the state. All these characteristics of political greatness were wanting in the German Empire. That empire was elective. The states cooperated jointly with the emperors in the exercise of the legislative power. There were neither permanent armies, nor fortresses, nor taxation, nor any regular system of finance. The government was without vigor, incapable of protecting or punishing, or even keeping up suggestion. Its remote provinces, consisting of nations who differed in language, manners, and legislation. One insurrection, though quelled, was only the forerunner of others, and the conquered nation shook off the yoke with the same facility as they received it. The perpetual wars of the emperors in Italy, from the first conquest of the country by Otto the Great, prove, in a manner most evident, the strange imbecility of the government. At every change of reign and every little revolution which happened in Germany, the Italians rose in arms and put the emperors again to the necessity of reconquering that kingdom, which undoubtedly it was their interest to have abandoned entirely, rather than to lavish for so many centuries their treasures and the blood of their people to no purpose. The climate of Italy was also disastrous to the imperial armies, and many successions of noble German families found their foreign grave. An inevitable consequence of this vitiated constitution was the decline of the royal authority and the gradual increase of the power of the nobility. It is important, however, to remark that in Germany, the progress of the feudal system had been much less rapid than in France. The dukes, counts, and margraves, that is, the governors of provinces and wardens of the marches, continued for so long to be regarded merely as imperial officers, without any pretensions to consider their governments as hereditary, or exercise the rights of sovereignty. Even fiefs remained for many ages in their primitive state, without being perpetuated in the families of those to whom they had been originally granted. A total change, however, took place towards the end of the 11th century. The dukes and counts became formidable to the extent of their power and their vast possessions. By degrees, constituted themselves hereditary officers, and not content with the appropriation of their duchies and counties, they took advantage of the weakness of the emperors and their quarrels with the popes to extort from them new privileges or usurp the prerogatives of royalty, formerly reserved for the emperors alone. The aristocracy or landed proprietors followed the example of the dukes and counts, and after the 11th century they had all begun to play the part of sovereigns, styling themselves in their public acts by the grace of God. At length, fiefs became also hereditary. Conrad II was the first emperor that permitted the transmission of fiefs to sons and grandsons. The succession of collateral branches was subsequently introduced. The system of hereditary feudalism became thus firmly established in Germany, and by a natural consequence, it brought on the destruction of the imperial authority and the ruin of the empire. Nothing, however, was more injurious to this authority than the extravagant power of the clergy, whom the emperors of the Saxon line had loaded with honors and benefactions, either from a zeal for religion or with the intention of using them as a counterpoise to the ambition of the dukes and secular nobility. It was chiefly the Otto the Great that the bishops of Germany were indebted for their temporal power. That prince bestowed on them large grants of land from the imperial domains. He gave them towns, counties, and entire dukedoms with the prerogatives of royalty, such as justiciary powers, the right of coining money, of levying tolls and other public revenues, etc. These rights and privileges he granted them under the feudal law, and on condition of rendering him military servitude. Nevertheless, as the disposal of ecclesiastical dignities belonged then to the crown, and fiefs had not in general become hereditary, the emperor still retained possession of those which he conferred on the clergy. These he bestowed on whomsoever he judged proper, using them, however, always in conformity with his own views and interests. The same policy that induced Otto to transfer to the bishops a large portion of his domains led him also to entrust them with the government of cities. At that time, there was a distinction of towns into royal and prefectorial. The latter were dependent on the dukes, while the former, subject immediately to the king, gave rise to what has since been called imperial cities. It was in these royal cities that the German kings were in the practice of establishing counts and burgomasters, or magistrates, to exercise in their name the rights of justice, civil and criminal, the levying of money, customs, etc., as well as other prerogatives usually reserved to the king. Otto conferred the counties, or governorships of cities where a bishop resided, on the bishops themselves, who in process of time made use of this new power to subject these cities to their own authority, and rendered them mediate and episcopal, instead of being immediate and royal as they were originally. The successors of Otto, as impolitic as himself, imitated his example. In consequence of this, the possessions of the crown were, by degrees, reduced to nothing, and the authority of the emperors declined with the diminution of their wealth. The bishops, at first devoted to the emperors, both from necessity and gratitude, no sooner perceived their own strength than they were tempted to make use of it, and to join the secular princes, in order to sap the imperial authority as well as to consolidate their own power. To these several causes of the downfalls of the empire must be added the new power of the Roman pontiffs, the origin of which is ascribed to Pope Gregory VII. In the following period, this matter will be treated more in detail. Meantime, we shall proceed to give a succinct view of the other states that figured during this epoch on the theater of Europe. The dynasty of the Ommiades in Spain, founded about the middle of the 8th century, was overturned in the 11th. An insurrection having happened to Cordova against the Caliph Hisham, that prince was dethroned 1030, and the caliphate ended with him. The governors of cities and provinces and the principal nobility of the Arabs formed themselves into independent sovereigns under the title of kings, and as many petty Mohammedan states rose in Spain as there had been principal cities. The most considerable of these were the kingdoms of Cordova, Seville, Toledo, Lisbon, Saragossa, Tortosa, Valencia, Murcia, etc. This partition of the Caliphate of Cordova enabled the princes of the Christendom to aggrandize their power at the expense of the Mohammedans. Besides the kingdoms of Leon and Navarre, there existed in Spain at the commencement of the 11th century the county of Castile, which had been dismembered from the kingdom of Leon, and the county of Barcelona, which acknowledged the sovereignty of the kings of France. Sancho the Great, king of Navarre, had the fortune to unite in his own family all these different sovereignties, with the exception of Barcelona. And as this occurred nearly at the same time with the destruction of the Caliphate of Cordova, It would have been easy for Christians to obtain a complete ascendancy over the Mohammedans if they had kept their forces united. But the king of Navarre fell into the same mistake that had been so fatal to the Mohammedans. He divided his dominions among his sons. 1035. Don Garcias, the eldest, had Navarre, and was the ancestor of a long line of Navarrese kings, the last of whom, Jean d'Albert, was deposed 1512 by Ferdinand the Catholic. From Ferdinand the younger son, King of Leon and Castile, were descended all the sovereigns of Castile and Leon down to Queen Isabella, who transferred these kingdoms 1474 by marriage to Ferdinand the Catholic. Lastly, Don Ramiro, natural son of Sancho, was the stem from whom sprung all the kings of Aragon, down to Ferdinand, who by his marriage with Isabella happened to unite all the different Christian states in Spain, and put an end also to the dominion of the Arabs and Moors in that peninsula. In France, the royal authority declined more and more from the rapid progress which the feudal system made in the kingdom after the feeble reign of Charles the Bald. The dukes and the counts, usurping the rights of royalty, made war on each other and raised on every occasion the standard of revolt. The kings, in order to gain over some and maintain others in their allegiance, were obliged to give up to them in succession every branch of the royal revenue, so that the last Carlovingian princes were reduced to such a state of distress that, far from being able to counterbalance the power of the nobility, they had hardly left wherewithal to furnish a scanty subsistence for their court. A change of dynasty became then indispensable, and the throne, it was evident, must fall to the share of the most powerful and daring of its vassals. This event, which had long been foreseen, happened on the death of Louis V, surnamed the Slothful, 987, and the last of the Carlovingians, who died childless at the age of 20. Hugh Capet, great-grandson of Robert the Strong, possessed at that time the central parts of the kingdom. He was Count of Paris, Duke of France and Neustria, and his brother Henry was master of the Duchy of Burgundy. It was not difficult for Hugh to form a party, and under their auspices he got himself proclaimed king at Noyon and crowned at Rheims. Charles, Duke of Lorraine, paternal uncle of the last king, and sole legitimate heir to the Carlovingian line, advanced his claims to the crown. He seized by force of arms on Leon and Rheims, but being betrayed by the Bishop of Leon and delivered up to his rival, he was confined in a prison at Orleans, where he ended his days 991. Footnote: he was the Duke of Lower Lorraine, and had obtained that dukedom from Otto II in 977. He transmitted it to his son Otto, who was the last prince of the Carlovingian line, and died in 1006. End of footnote. Hugh, on mounting the throne, restored to the possession of the crown the lands and dominions which had belonged to it between the Loire, the Seine, and the Meuse. His power gave a new luster to the royal dignity, which he found means to render hereditary in his family, while at the same time he permitted the grandees to transmit to their descendants, male and female, the duchies and counties which they had held of the crown, reserving to it merely the feudal superiority. Thus the feudal government was firmly established in France by the hereditary tenure of the great fiefs, and that kingdom was in consequence divided among a certain number of powerful vassals, who rendered fealty and homage to their kings, and marched at their command on military expeditions, but who nevertheless were nearly absolute masters in their own dominions, and often dictated the law to the sovereign himself. Hugh was the progenitor of the Capetian dynasty of French kings, so called from his own surname of Capet. England, during the feeble reigns of the Anglo-Saxon princes, successors to Alfred the Great, had sunk under the dominion of the priests and monks. The consequence was the utter ruin of its finances and its naval and military power. This exposed the kingdom afresh to the attacks of the Danes 991, who imposed on the English a tribute or tax, known by the name of Danegeld. Under the command of their kings, Sueno and Swen I, and Canute the Great, they at length drove the Anglo-Saxon kings from their thrones, and made themselves masters of all England, 1017. But the dominion of the Danes was only of short continuance. The English shook off their yoke and conferred their crown on Edward the Confessor, 1042, a prince of the royal blood of their ancient kings. On the death of Edward, Harold, Earl of Kent, was acknowledged King of England, 1066, but he met with a formidable competitor in the person of William, Duke of Normandy. This prince had no other right to the crown than that founded on a verbal promise of Edward the Confessor, and confirmed by an oath which Harold had given him while Earl of Kent. William landed in England October 14, 1066, at the head of a considerable army, and having offered battle to Harold near Hastings in Sussex, he gained a complete victory. Harold was killed in the action, and the conquest of all England was the reward of the victor. To secure himself in his new dominions, William constructed a vast number of castles and fortresses throughout all parts of the kingdom, which he took care to fill with Norman garrisons. The lands and places of trust of which he had deprived the English were distributed among the Normans and other foreigners who were attached to his fortunes. He introduced the feudal law and rendered fiefs hereditary. He ordered the English to be disarmed and forbade them to have light in their houses after 8 o'clock in the evening. He even attempted to abolish the language of the country by establishing numerous schools for teaching the Norman French, by publishing the laws and ordering the pleadings in the courts of justice to be made in that language. Hence it happened that the ancient British, combined with the Norman, formed a new sort of language, which still exists in the modern English. William thus became the common ancestor of the kings of England, whose right to the crown is derived from him, and founded on the conquest. About the time that William conquered England, another colony of the same Normans founded the kingdom of the Two Sicilies. The several provinces of which this kingdom was composed were, about the beginning of the 11th century, divided among the Germans, Greeks, and Arabians, who were incessantly waging war with each other. Footnote: the principalities of Benevento, Salerno, and Capua were governed by Lombard princes, who held of the German emperors. The dukedoms of Naples, Gaeta, Amalfi, and part of Apulia and Calabria were dependent on the Eastern emperors, while the Arabs, masters of the greater part of Sicily, possessed also Bari and Taranto in Apulia. End of footnote. A band of nearly 100 Normans, equally desirous of war and glory, landed in that country 1016, and tendered their services to the Lombard princes, vassals of the German Empire. The bravery which they displayed on various occasions made these princes desirous of retaining them in their pay, to serve as guardians of their frontiers against the Greeks and Arabians. The Greek princes very soon were no less eager to gain their services, and the Duke of Naples, with the view of attaching them to his interest, ceded to them a large territory, where they built the city of Aversa 3 leagues from Capua. The Emperor Conrad II erected it into a county, 1038, the investiture of which he granted to Ranulf, one of their chiefs. At this same period, the sons of Tancred conducted a new colony from Normandy into Lower Italy. Their arrival is generally referred to in the year 1033, and tradition has assigned to Tancred a descent from Rollo or Robert I, Duke of Normandy. These new adventurers undertook the conquest of Apulia, 1041, which they formed into a county, the investiture of which they obtained from Henry III. Robert Guiscard, one of the sons of Tancred, afterwards 1047, completed the conquest of that province. He added to it that of Calabria, of which he had also deprived the Greeks 1059, and assumed the title of Duke of Apulia and Calabria. To secure himself in his new conquests, as well as those which he yet meditated from the two empires, Robert concluded a treaty the same year with Pope Nicholas II, by which that pontiff confirmed him in the possession of the duchies of Apulia and Calabria, granting him not only the investiture of these, but promising him also that of Sicily, whenever he should expel the Greeks and the Arabians from it. Robert, in his turn, acknowledged himself a vassal of the Pope, and engaged to pay him an annual tribute of 12 pence, money of Pavia, for every pair of oxen in the two duchies. Footnote. From this treaty is derived the right of vassalage, which the popes have exercised till the present time over the kingdom of Naples. End of footnote. Immediately after this treaty, Robert called in the assistance of his brother Roger to rescue Sicily from the hands of the Greeks and Arabs. End of footnote. The first invasion of the Normans in Sicily was in 1060. Palermo, the capital, fell under their power in 1072, and in 1090 they conquered the whole island. End of footnote. No sooner had he accomplished this object than he conquered in succession the principalities of Bari, Salerno, Amalfi, Sorrento, and Benevento. This latter city he surrendered to the Pope. Such is the origin of the duchies of Apulia and Calabria, which, after a lapse of some years, were formed into a kingdom under the name of the Two Sicilies. End of section 10. Section 11 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Wilhelm, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Otto the Great to Gregory the Great, 962 to 1074, Part 3. As to the kingdoms of the North, the light of history scarcely began to dawn there until the introduction of Christianity, which happened about the end of the 10th or the beginning of the 11th century. Footnote. The first seeds of Christianity were planted in Denmark and Sweden by St. Ansgar, whom Louis the Gentle created, in 834, first Archbishop of Hamburg and Metropolitan of the North. But the progress of Christianity was extremely slow in those semi-barbarous countries. The first analyst of the North was an Icelander named R. Frode, who flourished about the beginning of the 11th century. The most eminent historian of Denmark was a monk named Svend Aagesen, who digested about 1187 an abridgment of the history of that kingdom. He was followed by Saxo, the grammarian, whose history of Denmark, written in beautiful Latin, is full of fables in the times preceding the 12th century. Norway had for its first annalist a monk named Theodoric, who wrote about 1160. As to Sweden, it has no national historian anterior to the chronicles in verse, the first anonymous editor of which lived in the time of King Magnus Mek, about the middle of the 14th century. End of footnote. The promulgation of the gospel opened a way into the north for the diffusion of arts and letters. The Scandinavian states, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, which before that time were parceled out among independent chiefs, began then to form plans of civil government and to combine into settled monarchies. Their new religion, however, did not inspire these nations with its meek and peaceable virtues, nor overcome their invincible propensity to wars and rapine. Their heroism was a wild and savage bravery, which emboldened them to face all dangers, to undertake desperate adventures, and to achieve sudden conquests, which were lost and won with the same rapidity. Harold, surnamed Blayland, or Blue Teeth, was the first sole monarch of the Danes, who with his son Sven received baptism after being vanquished by Otto the Great, 965. Sven relapsed to paganism, but his son Canute the Great, on his accession to the throne 1014, made Christianity the established religion of his kingdom. He sent for monks from other countries, founded churches, and divided the kingdom into dioceses. Ambitious to distinguish himself as a conqueror, he afterwards subdued England and Norway, 1028. To these he added a part of Scotland and Sweden, and conferred in his own lifetime on one of his sons named Sven, the kingdom of Norway, and on another named Harkenut, that of Denmark. These acquisitions, however, were merely temporary. Sven was driven from Norway 1035, while England and Scotland also shook off the Danish yoke 1042. On the death of Harkenut, and Magnus, king of Norway, even made himself master of Denmark, which did not recover its entire independence until the death of that prince, 1047. The ancient dynasty of kings who occupied the throne of Denmark from the most remote ages is known by the name of Skurdungs, because, according to a fabulous tradition, they were descended from Skuld, a pretended son of the famous Odin who, from being the conqueror, was exalted into the deity of the north. The kings who reigned after Sven II were called Cbteddies, from that monarch, who was the son of Ulf, a Danish nobleman, and Estrith, sister to Canute the Great. It was this Sven that raised the standard of revolt against Magnus, king of Norway, 1044, and kept possession of the throne until his death. In Sweden, the kings of the reigning family descended, as is alleged, from Ragnar Lodbrok, took the title of kings of Uppsala, the place of their residence. Olaus Skottenholm changed this title into that of King of Sweden. He was the first monarch of his nation that embraced Christianity and exerted himself to propagate it in his kingdom. Sigurfroy, Archbishop of York, who was sent into Sweden by Ethelred, King of England, baptized Olaus and his whole family 1001. The conversion of the Swedes would have been more expeditious had not the zeal of Olaus been restrained by the Swedish Diet, who decided for full liberty of conscience. Hence the strange mixture both of doctrine and worship that long prevailed in Sweden, where Jesus Christ was profanely associated with Odin and the pagan goddess Frida, confounded with the Virgin. Ananjakes, son of Olaus, contributed much to the progress of Christianity, and his zeal procured him the title of Most Christian King. In Norway, Olaus I, surnamed Tryggvason, towards the end of the 10th century, constituted himself the apostle and missionary of his people, and undertook to convert them to Christianity by torture and punishment. Iceland and Greenland were likewise converted by his efforts, and afterwards became his tributaries, 1029. Footnote: Olaus sent in 996 and 1000 missionaries into Iceland, who succeeded in making the whole country adopt Christianity. An Icelandic fugitive named Eric LaRue discovered Greenland and formed the first settlements there about the year 982. His son Leif embraced Christianity during his sojourn in Norway. With the aid of some ecclesiastics whom King Olaus gave him, he returned in 1000 to Greenland, and there converted his father and his fellow countrymen. The knowledge of the first Norwegian colonies of Greenland was lost about the beginning of the 15th century. The southern and western districts of it were again discovered in 1576, but it was not until 1721 that the Danes formed new settlements there. End of footnote. One of his successors, Olaus II, called the Fat and also the Saint, succeeded in extirpating paganism from Norway 1020, but he used the cloak of religion to establish his own authority by destroying several petty kings who before this time possessed each their own dominions. Christianity was likewise instrumental in throwing some rays of light on the history of the Sclavonian nations by imparting to them the knowledge of letters and raising them in the scale of importance among the civilized nations of Europe. The Sclavonians who were settled north of the Elbe had been subdued by the Germans and compelled to embrace Christianity. The haughtiness and rigor of Thierry, Margrave of the North, induced them to shake off the yoke and to concert a general insurrection, which broke out in the reign of Otto II, 982. The episcopal palaces, churches, and convents were destroyed, and the people returned once more to the superstitions of paganism. Those tribes that inhabited Brandenburg part of Pomerania and Mecklenburg, known formerly under the name of Vilcians and Vitables, formed themselves into a republican or federal body, and took the name of Lutetians. The Abbatrites, on the contrary, the Polabes, and the Wagrians, were decidedly for a monarchical government, the capital of which was fixed at Mecklenburg. Footnote. The Polabes inhabited the Duchy of Lauenburg, the Principality of Ratzenburg, and the province of Schwerin. The Wagrians were settled beyond the Bill in the Wagria, in the Principality of Jüten and a part of Holstein. End of footnote. Some of the princes or sovereigns of these latter people were styled kings of Venedi. The result of this general revolt was a series of long and bloody wars between the Germans and Sclavonians. The latter defended their civil and religious liberties with remarkable courage and perseverance, and it was not till after the 12th century that they were subdued and reduced to Christianity by the continued efforts of the Dukes of Saxony and the Margraves of the North, and by means of the crusades and colonies which the Germans dispatched into their country. Footnote. Henry, Duke of Saxony, Conrad, Duke of Zaragoza, and Albert, Margrave of the North, headed an army of these crusaders against the Slavi in 1147. End of footnote. The first Duke of Bohemia that received baptism from the hands, as is supposed, of Methodius, Bishop of Moravia, 894, was Borzivor. His successors, however, returned to idolatry, and it was not till near the end of the 10th century, properly speaking, and in the reign of Bosilas II, surnamed the Pious, that Christianity became the established religion of Bohemia, 999. These dukes were vassals and tributaries of the German Empire, and their tribute consisted of 500 silver marks and 120 oxen. They exercised, however, all the rights of sovereignty over the people. Their reign was a system of terror, and they seldom took the opinion or advice of their nobles and grandees. The succession was hereditary in the reigning dynasty, and the system of partition was in use. Otherwise, the order of succession would have been fixed and permanent. Over a number of these partitionary princes, one was vested with certain rights of superiority under the title of Grand Prince, according to a custom found very prevalent among the half-civilized nations of the North and east of Europe. Footnote: the right of hereditary succession in the eldest son of every ducal family was not introduced into Bohemia until 1055. This was the ancient usage in Sweden, Denmark, Poland, Russia, and Hungary. End of footnote. The greater proportion of the inhabitants, the laboring classes, artisans and domestics, were serfs and oppressed by the tyrannical yoke of their masters. The public sale of men was even practiced in Bohemia, the tithe or 10th part of which belonged to the sovereign. The descendants of Borzavoy possessed the throne of Bohemia until 1306, when the male line became extinct. The Poles were a nation whose name does not occur in history before the middle of the 10th century, and we owe to Christianity the first intimations that we have regarding this people. Mstislaus I, the first Duke or Prince of the Poles of whom we possess any authentic accounts, embraced Christianity 966 at the solicitation of his spouse Dambroka, sister of Boleslaus II, Duke of Bohemia. Shortly after the first bishopric in Poland, that of Posen, was founded by Otto the Great. Christianity did not, however, tame the ferocious habits of the Poles, who remained for a long time without the least progress in mental cultivation. Footnote: no writer of this nation is known anterior to the 13th century. The most ancient is Vincent Koldebeck, Bishop of Krakow, who died 1233. He wrote Historia Polonia, first published in 1612. End of footnote. Their government, as wretched as that of Bohemia, subjected the great body of the nation to the most debasing servitude. The ancient sovereigns of Poland were hereditary. They ruled most despotically, and with a rod of iron, and although they acknowledged themselves vassals and tributaries of the German emperors, they repeatedly broke out into open rebellion, asserted their absolute independence, and waged a successful war against their masters. Boleslaus, son of Mstislaus I, took advantage of the troubles which rose in Germany on the death of Otto III to possess himself of the marches of Lusatia and Budissim, or Bautzim, which the Emperor Henry II afterwards granted him as fiefs. This same prince, in spite of the Germans, on the death of Henry II, 1025, assumed the royal dignity. Mstislaus II, son of Boleslaus, after having cruelly ravaged the country situate between the Oder, the Elbe, and the Saale, was compelled to abdicate the throne, and also to restore those provinces which his father had wrested from the empire. The male descendants of Mstislaus I reigned in Poland until the death of Casimir the Great, 1370. This dynasty of kings is known by the name of Piast, or Piastus, so called from one Piast, alleged to have been its founder. Silesia, which was then a province of Poland, received the light of the gospel when it first visited that kingdom, and had for its apostle, as is supposed, a Romish priest named Geoffrey, who is reckoned the first bishop of Smogra, 966. In Russia, Vladimir, the great-great-grandson of Rurik, was the first Grand Duke that embraced Christianity, 988. He was baptized at Cherson in Taurida on the occasion of his marriage with Anna Romanova, sister of Basil II and Constantine VIII, emperors of Constantinople. It was this prince that introduced the Greek ritual into Russia and founded several schools and convents. The alphabet of the Greeks was imported into Russia along with their religion, and from the reign of Vladimir, that nation, more powerful and united than most of the other European states, carried on a lucrative commerce with the Greek Empire, of which it became at length a formidable rival. At the death of that prince, 1015, Russia comprehended those vast regions which, from east to west, extended from the icy sea in the mouth of the Dwina to the Niemen, the Dniester, and the Bug, and southward up this last river to the Carpathian Mountains and the confines of Hungary and Moldavia. The city of Kiev on the Dnieper was the capital of the empire and the residence of the Grand Dukes. This period also gave rise to those unfortunate territorial partitions which, by dividing the Russian monarchy, exposed it to the insults and ravages of the neighboring nations. Jaroslav, one of the sons of Vladimir, made himself famous as a legislator and supplied the Novgorodians with laws to regulate the courts of justice. No less the friend and protector of letters, he employed himself in translating Greek books into the Slavonian language. He founded a public school in Novgorod, in which 300 children were educated at his sole expense. His daughter Anna married Henry I, King of France, and this princess was the common mother of all the kings and princes of the Capetian dynasty. Hungary was divided in the 10th century among several petty princes who acknowledged a common chief, styled the Grand Prince, whose limited authority was reduced to a simple preeminence in rank and dignity. Each of these princes assembled armies and made predatory excursions, plundering and ravaging the neighboring countries at their pleasure. The East and the West suffered long under the scourge of these atrocious pillages. Christianity, which was introduced among them about the end of the 10th century, was alone capable of softening the manners and tempering the ferocity of this nation. Peregrine, Bishop of Passau, encouraged by Otto the Great, and patronized by the Grand Prince Giza, sent the first missionaries into Hungary 973. St. Adalbert, Bishop of Prague, had the honor to baptize the son of Giza called Wehmeyer 994, but who received then the baptismal name of Stephen. This latter prince, having succeeded his father 997, changed entirely the aspect of Hungary. He assumed the royal dignity with the consent of Pope Sylvester II, who sent him on occasion the angelic crown, as it is called, the same according to tradition which the Hungarians use to this day in the coronation of their kings. Footnote. This crown, singularly revered in Hungary, contains Greek ornaments and inscriptions, which give us to understand that it was manufactured at Constantinople. There is a probability that it was furnished by the Empress Theophania, mother of Otto III to Pope Sylvester II, whom she had lately raised to the pontificate. End of footnote. At once the apostle and the lawgiver of his country, Stephen I combined politics with justice, and employed both severity and clemency in reforming his subjects. He founded several bishoprics, extirpated idolatry, banished anarchy, and gave to the authority of the sovereign a vigor and efficiency which it never before possessed. To him, likewise, is generally ascribed the political division of Hungary into counties, as also the institution of palatines and great officers of the crown. He conquered Transylvania about 1002-3, according to the opinion of most modern Hungarian authors, and formed it into a distinct government, the chiefs of which, called voivodes, held immediately of his crown. The history of the Greek Empire presents at this time nothing but a tissue of corruption, fanaticism, and perfidy. The throne, as insecure as that of the Western Empire had been, was filled alternately by a succession of usurpers, most of whom rose from the lowest conditions of life and owed their elevation solely to the perpetration of crime and parricide, a superstition gross in its nature, bound as with the spell of the minds of the Greeks and paralyzed their courage. It was carefully cherished by the monks, who had found means to possess themselves of the government by procuring the exclusion of the secular clergy from the episcopate, and directing the attention of princes to these theological controversies, often exceedingly frivolous, which were produced and reproduced almost without intermission. Footnote: the Greeks upbraided the Latins with fasting on Saturdays, permission to eat cheese, butter, and milk during the first week of Lent, the celibacy of their priests, the repetition of the unction of baptism and confirmation, the corrupting of the confession of faith, the use of unleavened bread in the Eucharist, permission to eat the blood of animals strangled, and the prohibition against the priests wearing their beards. End of footnote. Hence originated those internal commotions and distractions, those schisms and sects, which more than once divided the empire and shook the throne itself. These theological disputes, the rivalry between the two patriarchs of Rome and Constantinople, and the contest respecting the Bulgarian converts, led to an irreparable schism between the churches of the East and the West. Footnote: the difference of rank and preeminence of these two patriarchs became one of the principal subjects of dispute between the two churches. There was a warm debate as to the title of ecumenical patriarch, or universal bishop, which the patriarchs of Constantinople had assumed since the time of the patriarch John II in 618. The Roman pontiffs, Pelagius II and Gregory I, haughtily condemned that title as proud and extravagant. They even went so far as to interdict all communion with the patriarchs of Constantinople, wishing to give these patriarchs an example of Christian humility. In opposition to his lofty title of universal bishop, adopted that of servant of the servants of God. End of footnote. This controversy was most keenly agitated under the pontificate of John VIII, and when the celebrated Photius was Patriarch of Constantinople, and in spite of the efforts which several of the Greek emperors and patriarchs afterwards made to effect a union with the Romish See, the animosity of both only grew more implacable, and ended at last in a final rupture between the two churches. A government so weak and so capricious as that of Constantinople could not but be perpetually exposed to the inroads of foreign enemies. The Huns, Ostrogoths, Avars, Bulgarians, Russians, Hungarians, Chazars, and Petzenicites harassed the empire on the side of the Danube, while the Persians were incessantly exhausting its strength in the east and on the side of the Euphrates. Footnote: the Barbarians, newly converted to Christianity by Greek and Latin missionaries, had priests and bishops of both churches, and each pontiff claimed the sole jurisdiction over that province. This affair having been referred by the Bulgarians themselves to the judgment of the Greek emperor, he decided in favor of the See of Constantinople. In consequence of this decision, the Latin bishops and priests were expelled from Bulgaria and replaced by the Greeks in 870. End of footnote. All these nations, however, were content with merely desolating the frontiers of the empire and imposing frequent contributions on the Greeks. It was a task reserved for the Lombards, the Arabs, the Normans, and the Turks to detach from it whole provinces, and by degrees to hasten its downfall. The Lombards were the first that conquered from the Greeks the greater part of Italy, Palestine, Syria, and the whole possessions of the empire in Greater Asia, as well as Egypt, northern Africa, and the Isle of Cyprus, were seized in the 7th century by the Arabs, who made themselves masters of Sicily and 3 times laid siege to Constantinople, 669, 717, 719. They would have even succeeded in taking the eastern capital and annihilating the Greek Empire, had not the courage of Leo the Isaurian and the surprising effects of the Grégoires, or Greek fire rendered their efforts useless. Footnote. This terrible fire, reckoned among their state secrets, was exploded from tubes of copper, or thrown with crossbows and machines for that purpose. Fire ships were likewise filled with them, which they dispatched among the enemy's ships to burn them. These could not be extinguished by water, or any other way than by the help of vinegar or sand. End of footnote. At length, in the 11th century, the Normans conquered all that remained of the Greeks in Italy, or the Seljuk Turks, who must not be confounded with the Ottoman Turks, deprived them of the greater part of Asia Minor. Turk is the generic appellation for all the Tartar nations, mentioned by the ancients under the name of Scythians. Footnote. The name of Tartar, in the sense in which it is commonly taken up, appears to be of Chinese origin. The Chinese pronounce it Thetha, and designate by this name all the nations that dwell north of the Great Wall. End of footnote. Their original country was in those vast regions situate to the north of Mount Caucasus, and eastward the Caspian Sea, beyond the Geon, or Oxus of the ancients, especially in Khwarezm, Transoxiana, Turkestan, etc. About the 8th century, the Arabs had passed the Oxus and rendered the Turks of Khwarezm and Traxonian their tributaries. They instructed them in the religion and laws of Muhammad, but by a transition rather extraordinary it afterwards happened that the vanquished imposed the yoke on their new masters. The empire of the Arabs, already enfeebled by the territorial losses which they have been mentioned, declined more and more from about the middle of the 9th century. The caliphs of Baghdad had committed the mistake of trusting their persons to a military guard of foreigners, viz. The Turks, who, taking advantage of the effeminacy of these princes, soon arrogated to themselves the whole authority and abased it so far as to leave the caliphs entirely dependent on their will, and to vest in themselves the hereditary succession of the government. Footnote. The first that employed this military guard was the Caliph Matasim, who succeeded to the caliphate in 833 or 218 of the Hijra. End of footnote. Thus, in the very center of the caliphate of Baghdad, there rose a multitude of new sovereignties or dynasties, the headers of which, under the title of emir or commander, exercised the supreme power, leaving nothing more to the caliph than a preeminence of dignity, and that rather of a spiritual than a temporal nature, besides the external marks of homage and respect which were paid him. His name continued to be proclaimed in the mosques and inscribed on the coined money. By him were granted all letters patent of investiture, robes, swords, and standards, accompanied with high-sounding titles, which did not, however, prevent those usurpers from maltreating their ancient masters, insulting their person, or even attempting their lives, whenever it might serve to promote their interest. A general revolution broke out under the Caliph Radi. That prince, wishing to arrest the progress of usurpation, thought of creating a new minister whom he invested with the title of Emir el-Amra, or Commander of Commanders, and conferred on him powers much more ample than those of his vizier. This minister, whom he selected from the emirs, officiated even in the Grand Mosque of Baghdad instead of the Caliph, and his name was pronounced with equal honors in the divine service throughout the empire. This device which the Caliph employed to reestablish his authority only tended to accelerate its destruction. The Boeotis, the most powerful dynasty among the emirs, arrogated to themselves the dignity of chief command in 945, and seized both the city and the sovereignty of Baghdad. The Caliph, stripped of all temporal power, was then only Grand Imam, or sovereign pontiff of the Muslim religion, under the protection of the Boeotian prince, who kept him as his prisoner at Baghdad. Such was the sad situation of the Arabian Empire, fallen from its ancient glory, when a numerous Turkish tribe from the center of Turkestan appeared on the stage, overthrew the dominions of the Boeotis, and after imposing new fetters on the caliphs, laid the foundation of a powerful empire, known by the name of the Cbteddy. This roving tribe, which took its name from Seljuk, a Muslim Turk, after having wandered for some time with their flocks in Traxonia, passed the Hehman to seek pasturage in the province of Khorasan. Reinforced by new Turkish colonies from Tassonia, these coalition became in a little time so powerful that Togrobeg, grandson of Seljuk, had the boldness to cause himself to be proclaimed sultan in the city of Nisabar, the capital of Khorasan, and formally announced himself as conqueror 1038. Footnote: Sultan or Sultan is a common name in the Chaldean and Arabic languages to designate a sovereign ruler, king, or master. End of footnote. This prince and the sultans, his successors, subdued by decrees most of the provinces in Asia, which formed the Caliphate of Baghdad. Footnote: Syria was conquered by the Cbteddy between 1074 and 1085. They were masters of Palestine since 1075, which they had conquered from the Fatimite caliphs of Egypt. End of footnote. They annihilated the power of the Boeotis, reduced the caliphs to the condition of dependence, and at length attacked also the possessions of the Greek Empire. Alp Arslan, the nephew and immediate successor of Togrul Beg, gained a signal victory in Armenia over the Emperor Romanus Diogenes, 1071, who was there taken prisoner. The confusion which this event caused in the Greek Empire was favorable to the Turks, who seized not only what remained to the Greeks in Syria, but also several provinces in Asia Minor, such as Cilicia, Isauria, Pamphylia, Lycia, Pisidia, Laconia, Cappadocia, Galatia, Pontus, and Bithynia. The empire of the Cbteddy was in its most flourishing state under the Sultan Malik Shah, the son and successor of Alp Arslan. The Caliph came, in confirming to this prince the title of Sultan and Chief Commander, added also that of Commander of the Faithful, which before that time had never been conferred but on the caliphs alone. On the death of Malik, 1092, the disputes that rose among his sons occasioned a civil war and the partition of the empire. These vast territories were divided among three principal dynasties, descended from Seljuk, those of Iran, Kerman, and Rome or Rome. This latter branch, which ascribes its origin to Solomon, great-grandson of Seljuk, obtained the provinces of Asia Minor, which the Cbteddy had conquered from the Greeks. The princes of this dynasty are known in the history of the Crusades by the name of Sultan of Iconium or Cogni, a city of Laconia, where the sultans established their residence after being deprived by the Crusaders of the city of Nice in Bithynia. The most powerful of the three dynasties was that of the Cbteddy of Iran, whose sway extended over the greater part of Upper Asia. It soon, however, fell from its grandeur, and its states were divided into a number of petty sovereignties over which the emirs or governors of cities and provinces usurped the supreme power. Footnote: the most powerful of these emirs did not assume the title of sultan, but were content with that of Atabek, which signifies in the Turkish language, father of the prince. End of footnote. These divisions prepared the way for the conquest of the Crusaders in Syria and Palestine, and furnished also to the caliphs of Baghdad the means of shaking off the yoke of the Seljukides, 1152, and recovering the sovereignty of Iraq, Arabia, or Baghdad. End of section 11. Section 12 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Gregory VIII to Boniface VIII, AD 1074 to 1300, Part 1. Chapter 5, Period 4. A new and powerful monarchy rose on the ruins of the German Empire, that of the Roman pontiffs, which monopolized both spiritual and temporal dominion, and extended its influence over all the kingdoms of Christendom. This supremacy, whose artful and complicated mechanism is still an object of astonishment to the most subtle politicians, was the work of Pope Gregory VII, a man born for great undertakings, as remarkable for his genius, which raised him above his times, as for the austerity of his manners and the boundless reach of his ambition. Indignant at the depravity of the age, which was immersed in ignorance and vice, and at the gross immorality which pervaded all classes of society, both laymen and ecclesiastics, Gregory resolved to become the reformer of morals and the restorer of religion. To succeed in this project, it was necessary to replace the government of kings, which had totally lost its power and efficiency, by a new authority, with salutary restraints imposed alike on the high and the low, might restore vigor to the laws, put a stop to licentiousness, and impose a reverence on all by the sanctity of its origin. This authority was the spiritual supremacy of the Pope, of which Gregory was at once the creator and inventor. This extraordinary person, who was the son of a carpenter at Saona in Tuscany, named Boniface, or according to others descended of a Roman family, had paved the way to his future greatness under the preceding pontiffs, whose counsels he had directed under the title of Cardinal Hildebrand. While cardinal, he engaged Pope Nicholas II to enter into a treaty with Robert Guiscard, 1059, for procuring that brave Norman as an ally and a vassal of the Holy See. Taking advantage likewise of the minority of Henry IV, he caused this same year, in a council held at Rome, the famous decree to be passed which, by reserving the election of the pontiffs principally to the cardinals, converted the elective privileges which the emperors formerly enjoyed, in virtue of their crowned rights, into a personal favor granted by the Pope and emanating from the court of Rome. On the death of Pope Nicholas II, Cardinal Hildebrand procured the election of Alexander II, without waiting for the order or concurrence of the imperial court, and he succeeded in maintaining him in the apostolical chair against Pope Honorius II, whom the reigning empress had destined for that honor, at length being raised himself to the pontifical throne. Scarcely had he obtained the imperial confirmation, when he put in execution the project which he had so long been concerting and preparing, viz., the erecting of a spiritual despotism, extending to priests as well as kings, making the supreme pontiff the arbiter in all affairs, both civil and ecclesiastical, the bestower of favors and the dispenser of crowns. Footnote. He was the first of the Roman pontiffs that assumed the title of Pope, Papa, to the exclusion of the other bishops and prelates who had formerly made use of that denomination. End of footnote. The basis of this dominion was that the figure of Jesus Christ ought to be superior to all human power, the better to attain his object. He began by withdrawing himself and his clergy from the authority of the secular princes. At that time, the city of Rome and the whole ecclesiastical states, as well as the greater part of Italy, were subject to the kings of Germany, who, in virtue of their being kings of Italy and Roman emperors, nominated or confirmed the popes and installed the prefects of Rome, who there received the power of the sword in their name. They sent also every year commissioners to Rome to levy the money due to the royal treasury. The popes used to date their acts from the years of the emperor's reign and to stamp their coin with his name, and all the higher clergy were virtually bound and subject to the secular power by the solemn investiture of the ring and the crozier. This investiture gave to the emperors and the other sovereigns the right of nominating and confirming bishops, and even of deposing of them if they saw cause. It gave them, moreover, the right of conferring at their pleasure those fiefs and royal prerogatives which the munificence of princes had vested in the church. The emperors, in putting bishops and prelates in possession of these fiefs, used the symbols of the ring and the crozier, which were badges of honor belonging to bishops and abbots. They made them, at the same time, take the oath of fidelity and allegiance, and this was the origin of their dependence, and their obligation to furnish their princes with troops, and to perform military service. Gregory VII prohibited, under pain of excommunication, all sovereigns to exercise the rights of investiture, by a formal decree which he published in a council assembled at Rome in 1074. There was more than the simple ceremony of the ring and the crozier implied in this interdict. He aimed at depriving princes of the right of nominating, confirming or deposing prelates, as well as of receiving their fealty and homage, and exacting military service. He thus broke all those ties by which the bishops were held in allegiance and subordination to princes, making them, in this respect, entirely independent. In suppressing investitures, the pontiff had yet a more important object in view. It was his policy to withdraw both himself and his successors, as well as the whole ecclesiastical state, from the power of the German kings, especially by abolishing the right which these princes had so long exercised of nominating and confirming the popes. He saw, in fact, that if he could succeed in rendering the clergy independent of the secular power, it would follow by a natural consequence that the pope, as being supreme head of the clergy, would no longer be dependent on the emperors, while the emperor, excluded from the nomination and investiture of bishops, would have still less right to interfere in the election of pontiffs. This affair, equally interesting to all sovereigns, was of the utmost importance to the kings of Germany, who had committed the unfortunate error of putting the greater part of their domains into the hands of ecclesiastics, so that to divest those princes to the right to dispose of ecclesiastical fiefs was in fact to deprive them of nearly the half of their empire. The bishops, vainly flattering themselves with the prospect of an imaginary liberty, forgot the valuable gifts with which the emperors had loaded them, and enlisted under the banners of the Pope. They turned against the secular princes whose arms, which the latter had imprudently trusted in their hands. There yet subsisted another bond of union which connected the clergy with the civil and political orders of society, and gave them an interest in the protection of the secular authority, and that was the marriages of the priests, a custom in use at that time of a great part of the West, as it still is in the Greek and Eastern churches. It is true that the law of celibacy, already recommended strongly by St. Augustine, had been adopted by the Romish Church. which neglected no means of introducing it by degrees into all the churches of the Catholic Communion. It had met with better success in Italy and the south of Europe than in the northern countries, and the priests continued to marry not only in Germany, England, and the kingdoms of the north, but even France, Spain, and Italy, notwithstanding the law of celibacy, which had been sanctioned in vain by a multitude of councils. Gregory VII, perceiving that, to render the clergy completely dependent on the Pope, it would be necessary to break this powerful connection, renewed the law of celibacy in a council held at Rome 1074, enjoining the married priests either to quit their wives or renounce the sacerdotal order. The whole clergy murmured against the unfeeling rigor of this decree, which even excited tumult and insurrection in several countries of Germany, and it required all the firmness of Gregory and his successors to abolish clerical marriages and establish the law of celibacy throughout the Western churches. Footnote. Pope Urban II, one of the immediate successors of Gregory VII, went so far as to recommend to all secular princes that they should make slaves of such of the priests' wives as lived with their husbands after they had received holy orders. In Denmark and Sweden, the celibacy of the clergy was not introduced till near the middle of the 13th century. End of footnote. In thus dissolving the secular ties to the clergy, it was far from the intention of Gregory VII to render them independent. His designs were more politic and more suitable to his ambition. He wished to make the clergy entirely subservient to his own elevation, and even to employ them as an instrument to humble and subdue the power of the princes. The path had already been opened up to him by the false decretals, as they were called, forged about the beginning of the 9th century by the famous impostor Isidore, who, with the view of diminishing the authority of the metropolitans, advanced in these letters, which he attributed to the early bishops of Rome, a principle whose main object was to extend the rights of the Romish see, and to vest in the popes a jurisdiction till then unknown in the church. Several popes before Gregory VII had already availed themselves of these false decretals, and they had even been admitted as true into different collections of canons. Footnote. Pope Nicholas I and Adrian II in the 9th century, and John IV and Gregory V about the end of the 10th, appealed to the false decretals in their disputes with the kings of France on the subject of supremacy and legislative power over the whole church. End of footnote. Gregory did not content himself with rigidly enforcing the principles of the impostor Isidore. He went even further. He pretended to unite in himself the plenary exercise both of the ecclesiastical and episcopal power, leaving nothing to the archbishops and bishops but the simple title of his lieutenants or vicars. He completely undermined the jurisdiction of the metropolitans and bishops by authorizing in all cases an appeal to the court of Rome, reserving to himself exclusively the cognizance of all causes called major, including more especially the privilege of judging and deposing of bishops. This latter privilege had always been vested in the provincial councils, who exercised it under the authority and with the consent of the secular powers. Gregory abolished this usage and claimed for himself the power of judging the bishops, either in person or by his legates, to the exclusion of the synodal assemblies. He made himself master of these assemblies and even arrogated the exclusive right of convocating general councils. This pontiff, in a council, which he held at Rome 1079, at length prescribed a new oath which the bishops were obliged to take, the main object of which was not merely canonical obedience, but even fealty and homage, such as the prelates, as lieges, vowed to their sovereigns, and which the pontiff claimed for himself alone, bearing that they should aid and defend against the whole world his new supremacy, and what he called the royal rights of St. Peter. Although various sovereigns maintained possession of the homage they received from their bishops, the oath imposed by Gregory nevertheless retained its full force. It was even augmented by his successors and extended to all bishops without distinction, in spite of its inconsistency with that which the bishops swore to their princes. Another very effectual means which Gregory VII made use of to confirm his new authority was to send more frequently than his predecessors had done legates into the different states and kingdoms of Christendom. He made them a kind of governors of provinces and invested them with the most ample powers. These legates soon obtained a knowledge of all the affairs of the provinces delegated to their care, which greatly impaired the authority of the metropolitans and provincial councils, as well as the jurisdiction of the bishops. A clause was also inserted in the form of the oath imposed on the bishops, which obliged them to furnish maintenance and support for these legates, a practice which subsequently gave place to frequent exactions and impositions on their part. While occupied with the means of extending his power over the clergy, Gregory did not let slip any opportunity of making encroachments on the authority of princes and sovereigns, which he represented as subordinate to that of the Church and the Pope. As supreme head of the Church, he claimed a right of inspection over all kings and their governments. He deemed himself authorized to address admonitions to them as to the method of ruling their kingdoms, and to demand of them an account of their conduct. By and by, he presumed to listen to the complaints of subjects against their princes and claimed the right of being a judge or arbiter between them. In this capacity acted towards Henry IV, Emperor of Germany, who enjoyed the rights of sovereignty over Rome and the Pope. He summoned him to Rome 1076 for the purpose of answering before the synod to the principal accusations which the nobles of Saxony, engaged in disputes with that prince, had referred to the Pope. The emperor, burning with indignation and hurried on by the impetuosity of youth, instantly convoked an assembly of bishops at Worms, and there caused the pontiff to be deposed. No sooner was this sentence conveyed to Rome and read in presence of the Pope in a council which he had assembled, than Gregory ventured on a step till then quite unheard of. He immediately thundered a sentence of excommunication and deposition against the emperor, which was addressed to St. Peter and couched in the following terms: "In the name of Almighty God, I suspend and interdict from governing the kingdom of Germany and Italy Henry, son of the Emperor Henry, who, with a haughtiness unexampled, has dared to rebel against thy church. I absolve all Christians, whatever from the oath which they have taken, or shall hereafter take to him, and henceforth none shall be permitted to do him homage or service as king. But he who disobey the authority of thy church deserves to lose the dignity with which he is invested. And seeing this prince has refused to submit as a Christian, and has not returned to the Lord whom he hath forsaken, holding communion with the excommunicated, and despising the advice which I tendered him for the safety of his soul, I load him with curses in thy name, to the end that people may know even by experience that thou art Peter, and that on this rock the Son of the living God hath built his church, and that the gates of hell shall never prevail against it." This measure, which seems at first to have been merely the effect of the pontiff's impetuosity, soon discovered of what importance it was for him to persevere, and what advantage he might derive from it. In humbling the emperor, the most powerful monarch in Europe, he might hope that all the other sovereigns would bend before him. He omitted nothing, therefore, that might serve to justify his conduct and endeavored to prove by sophistries that if he had authority to excommunicate the emperor, he might likewise deprive him of his dignity, and that the right to release subjects from their oath of allegiance was an emanation and a natural consequence of the power of the keys. The same equivocal interpretation he afterwards made use of in a sentence which he published against the same prince, 1080, and which he addressed to the apostles St. Peter and St. Paul in these terms: "You, fathers and princes of the apostles, hereby make known to the whole world that if you can bind and unbind in heaven, you can make more on earth. Take from all men empires, kingdoms, principalities, duchies, marquisates, counties, and possessions, of whatsoever nature they may be. You have often deprived the unworthy of patriarchs, primacies, archbishops, and bishoprics, to give them to persons truly religious. Hence, if you preside over spiritual affairs, does not your jurisdiction extend a fortiori to temporal and sacral dignities? And if you judge the angels who rule over princes and potentates, even the haughtiest, will you not also judge their slaves? Let then the kings and princes of the earth learn how great and irresistible is your power. Let them tremble to contemn the commands of your church. And do you, blessed Peter and blessed Paul, exercise from this time forward your judgment on Henry, that the whole earth may know that he has been humbled, not by any human contingencies, but solely by your power. Until that time, the emperors had exercised the right of confirming the popes, and even of deposing them, should there be occasion. But by a strange reverse of prerogatives, the popes now arrogated to themselves the confirmation of the emperors, and even usurped the right of dethroning them. However irregular this step of the pontiff might be, it did not fail to produce the intended effect. In an assembly of the imperial states held at Tribor, 1076, the emperor could only obtain their consent to postpone the proceeding to a new election, and that on the express condition of his submitting himself to the judgment of the Pope, and being absolved immediately from the excommunication he had incurred. In consequence of this decision of the states, Henry crossed the Alps in the middle of the winter to obtain reconciliation with the Pope, who then resided with the famous Countess Matilda at her castle of Canossa in the Bearnese territory. Absolution was not granted him, however, except under conditions the most humiliating. He was compelled to do penance in the outer court of the castle, in a woolen shirt and barefooted, but 3 successive days, and afterwards to sign whatever terms the pontiff chose to prescribe. This extraordinary spectacle must have spread consternation among the sovereigns of Europe, and made them tremble at the censures of the Church. After this, Gregory VII exerted his utmost influence to engage all sovereigns without distinction to acknowledge themselves as vassals and tributaries. Let not the emperor imagine, says he in a letter which he wrote to the German nation, that the Church is subject to him as a slave, but let him know that she is set over him as a sovereign. From that time, the pontiff regarded the empire as a fief of his church, and afterwards, when setting up a rival emperor to Henry IV, in the person of Herman of Luxembourg, he exacted from him a formal oath of vassalage. Gregory pursued the same conduct in regard to the other sovereigns of Europe. Boleslas II, King of Poland, having killed Stanislaus, Bishop of Krakow, who had ventured to excommunicate him, the pontiff took occasion from this to depose that prince, releasing all his subjects from their oath of fidelity, and even prohibiting the Polish bishops henceforth to crown any king without the express consent of the Pope. This aspiring pontiff stuck at nothing. He regarded nothing provided he could obtain his object. However contrary the customs of former times were to his pretensions, he quoted them as examples of authority, and with a boldness capable of imposing anything on weak and ignorant minds. It was thus that, in order to oblige the French nation to pay in the tax of 1 penny each house, he alleged the example of Charlemagne, and pretended that that prince had not merely paid this tribute, but even granted Saxony as a fief to St. Peter, as he had conquered it with the assistance of that apostle. In writing to Philip I of France, he expressed himself in these terms: "Strive to please St. Peter, who has thy kingdom as well as thy soul in his power, and who can bind thee and absolve in heaven as well as on earth." And in a letter which he addressed to the Princess of Spain, he attempted to persuade them that the kingdom of Spain being originally the property of the Holy See, they could not exonerate themselves from paying him a tax on all the lands they had conquered from the infidels. He affirmed to Solomon, king of Hungary, that Stephen I, on receiving his crown at the hands of Pope Sylvester II, had surrendered his kingdom as free property to the Holy See, and that, in virtue of this donation, his kingdom was to be considered as a part of the domain of the Church. He wrote in exactly the same style of the Kaiser, his immediate successor. In one of his letters to Sueno, king of Denmark, he enjoins him to deliver up his kingdom to the power of the Romish See. He refused, 1076, to grant the royal dignity to Demetrius Vimnar, Duke of Croatia and Dalmatia, except on the express condition that he should do him homage for his kingdom, and engaged to pay the Pope an annual tribute of 200 golden pieces of Byzantium. This pontiff had the art of disguising his ambition so dexterously under the mask of justice and piety that he prevailed with various other sovereigns to acknowledge themselves as vassals. Bertrand, Count of Provence, transferred to him his fealty and homage, to the prejudice of those feudal obligations he owed to the empire. Several princes of Italy and Germany, influenced by artifice or intimidation, abandoned the emperor and put themselves under submission to the Pope. His efforts were not equally successful with William the Conqueror, King of England, whom he had politely invited by letter to do him homage for his kingdom, after the manner of his royal predecessors. That prince, too wise to be duped by papal imposition, replied that he was not in a humor to perform homage which he had never promised, and which he was not aware had ever been performed by any of his predecessors. The successors of Gregory VII followed in the path he had opened up, giving their utmost support to all his maxims and pretensions. In consequence, a very great number of the princes of Christendom, some intimidated by the thunders of ecclesiastical anathemas, others with the view to secure for themselves the protection of the Holy See, acknowledged these usurped powers of the popes. The kings of Portugal, Aragon, England, Scotland, Sardinia, the two Sicilies, and several others became, in course of time, vassals and tributaries to the papal see, and there is not a doubt that the universal monarchy, the scheme of which Gregory VII had conceived, would have been completely established if some of his successors had been endowed with his vast ambition and his superior genius. In every other respect, circumstances were such as to hasten and facilitate the progress of this new pontifical supremacy. It had commenced in a barbarous age, when the whole of the Western world was covered with the darkness of ignorance, and when mankind knew neither the just rights of sovereignty, nor the bounds which reason and equity should have set to the authority of the priesthood. The court of Rome was then the only school where politics were studied, and the popes the only monarchs to put them in practice. An extravagant superstition, the inseparable companion of ignorance, held all Europe in subjection. The popes were reverenced with a veneration resembling that which belongs only to the deity, and the whole world trembled at the utterance of the single word excommunication. Kings were not sufficiently powerful to oppose any successful resistance at the encroachments of Rome. Their authority was curtailed and counteracted by that of their vassals, who seized with eagerness every occasion which the popes offered them to aggrandize their own prerogatives at the expense of the sovereign authority. The Emperor of Germany, who was alone able to countervail this new spiritual tyranny, was at open war with his grand vassals, whose usurpations he was anxious to repress, while they, disrespecting the majesty of the throne, and consulting only their own animosity against the emperor, blindly seconded the pretensions of the pontiff. The emperor, however, did all in his power to oppose a barrier to this torrent of ecclesiastical despotism, but the insolence of Gregory became so extravagant that, not content to attack him with a spiritual weapon, he set up rival emperors and excited intestine wars against him, and his successors even went so far as to arm the sons against their own father. Such was the origin of the contest which arose between the empire and the papacy under the reign of Henry IV, and which agitated both Germany and Italy for a period of several centuries. They gave birth also to the two factions of the Guelphs and the Gilberts, the former imperial and the other papal, who for the long course of time tore each other to pieces with inconceivable fury. Henry V, son and successor of Henry IV, terminated the grand dispute about the investitures of the ring and the crozier, but the concordat, which he concluded at Worms 1122 with Pope Calixtus II, he renounced the ceremony of the ring and the cross, and granting to the churches free liberty of election, he reserved nothing to himself except the privilege of sending commissioners to the elections, and giving to the newly elected prelates, after consecration, the investiture of their regalian rights, by means of the scepter instead of the ring and the crozier. The ties of vassalage which connected the bishops with the emperors were still preserved by this transaction, contrary to the intentions of Gregory VII. But the emperors, being obliged to approve of the persons whom the church should hereafter present, lost their chief influence in the elections, and were no longer entitled as formerly to grant or refuse investiture. These broils with the court of Rome, the check which they gave to the imperial authority, joined to the increasing abuses of the feudal system, afforded the princes and states of the empire the means of usurping the hereditable succession of their duchies, counties, and fiefs, and of laying the foundations of a new power, which they afterwards exercised under the name of territorial superiority. Frederick II, compelled by the pressure of events, was the first emperor that sanctioned the territorial rights of the states by charters, which he delivered to several princes, secular and ecclesiastic, in the years 1220 and 1232. The imperial dignity thus lost its splendor with the power of the emperors, and the constitution of the empire was totally changed. That vast monarchy degenerated by degrees into a kind of federal system. And the emperor, in course of time, became only the common chief and superior over the numerous vassals of which the association was composed. The extraordinary efforts made by the emperors Frederick I and II, one of the house of Hohenstaufen, to re-establish the tottering throne of the empire ended in nothing, and that house, one of the most powerful in Europe, was deprived of all its crowns and persecuted even to the scaffold. Footnote. This house, which succeeded the Salic dynasty, occupied the throne of the empire from 1138 to 1254. End of footnote. End of section 12. Section 13 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Gregory VIII to Boniface VIII, AD 1074 to 1300, Part 2. The empire thus fell into gradual decay, while the pontifical power, rising on its ruins, gained day by day new accessions of strength. The successors of Gregory VII omitted nothing that policy could suggest to them, in order to humble more and more the dignity of the emperors, and to bring them into a state of absolute dependence, by arrogating to themselves the express right of confirming, even of deposing them, and compelling them to acknowledge their feudal superiority. Footnote. Gregory VII in 1080 confirmed the election of the anti-emperor Rodolph. Innocent III claimed the right to arbitrate in the dispute between Philip of Swabia and Otto of Brunswick, 1198, on the subject of their election. The contested election of Richard de Cornwall and Alfonso de Castile to the throne of Spain was submitted to the judgment of the Pope. End of footnote. Being thus no longer obliged to submit their election to the arbitration of the imperial court, the ambitious pontiffs soon aspired to absolute sovereignty. The custom of dating their acts and coining their money with the stamp and name of the emperor disappeared after the time of Gregory VII, and the authority which the emperors had exercised at Rome ceased entirely with the loss of the prefecture or government of that city, which Pope Innocent III took into his own hands, 1198, obliging the prefect of Rome to swear the usual oath of homage to the Apostolic See, which that magistrate owed to the emperor, from whom he received the prefecture. Hence it happened that the chiefs of the empire, obliged to compromise with the power which they had learned to dread, had no longer any difficulty in recognizing the entire independence of the popes, even formally renouncing the rights of high sovereignty, which their predecessors had enjoyed, not only over Rome, but over the ecclesiastical states. The domains of the church were likewise considerably increased by the acquisitions which Innocent III made of the March of Ancona and the Duchy of Spoleta, as well as by the personal property or patrimony of the Countess Matilda, which the Emperor Frederick II ceded to honor Aureus III, 1220, and which his successors in the apostolic chair formed into the province known by the name of the Patrimony of St. Peter. Footnote. The popes derived their claims to these estates from a donation of them, which the Countess had made in 1077 to Pope Gregory VII, and which she renewed in 1102 to Pascal II. End of footnote. One of the grand means which the popes employed for the advancement of their new authority was the multiplication of religious orders, and the way in which they took care to manage these corporations. Before the time of Gregory VII, the only order known in the West was that of the Benedictines, divided into several families or congregations. The rule of St. Benedict prescribed at the Council of Aix-la-Chapelle, 817, to all monks within the empire of the Franks, was the only one allowed by the Romish Church, just as that of St. Basil was, and still is, the only one practiced in the East by the Greek Church. The first of these newly invented orders was that of Caramount in Limousin, 1073, authorized by Pope Gregory VII. This was followed in the same century by the Order of Chartreux and that of St. Anthony. Footnote. The Order of St. Anthony was founded about 1095, and that of Chartreux was founded in 1080 to 86 by Bruno of Cologne, and that of Grandmont by Stephen de Thiers, a native of Auvergne. End of footnote. The mendicant orders took their rise under Innocent III near the end of the 12th and the beginning of the 13th century. Their number increased in a short time so prodigiously that in 1274 they could reckon 23 orders. The complaints which were raised on this subject from all parts of Christendom obliged Pope Gregory to reduce them at the Council of Lyon to 4 orders, viz. The Hermits of St. William or Augustines, Carmelites, the Minor or Franciscan Friars, and the Preaching or Dominican Friars. The popes, perceiving that they might convert the monastic orders, and more particularly the mendicants, into a powerful engine for strengthening their own authority and keeping the secular clergy in subjection, granted by degrees to these fraternities immunities and exemptions tending to withdraw them from the jurisdiction of the bishops and to emancipate them from every other authority except that of their heads and the popes. They even conferred on them various privileges such as those of preaching, confession, and instructing the young, as being the most likely means to augment their credit and influence. The consequence was that the monks were frequently employed by the popes in quality of legates and missionaries. They were feared and respected by sovereigns, singularly revered by the people, and let slip no occasion of exalting a power to which alone they owed their promotion, their respectability, and all the advantages they enjoyed. Of all the successors of Gregory VII, he who resembled him most in the superiority of his genius and the extent of his knowledge was Innocent III, who was of the family of the Counts of Segni, and elevated to the pontificate at the age of 37. He was as ambitious as that pontiff, and equally fertile in resources, and he even surpassed him in the boldness of his plans and the success of his enterprises. Innocent announced himself as the successor of St. Peter, set up by God to govern not only the church but the whole world. It was this pope who first made use of the famous comparison about the sun and the moon. As God, says he, has placed 2 great luminaries in the firmament, the one to rule the day and the other to give light by night, so has he established 2 grand powers, the pontifical and the royal. And as the moon receives her light from the sun, so does royalty borrow its splendor from the papal authority. Not content to exercise the legislative power as he pleased, by means of the numerous decretals which he dispersed over all Christendom, this pontiff was the first that arrogated to himself the prerogative of dispensing with the laws themselves, in virtue of what he termed the plenitude of his power. It is to him also that the origin of the Inquisition is ascribed, that terrible tribunal which afterwards became the firmest prop of sacerdotal despotism. But what is of more importance to remark is that he laid the foundations of that exorbitant power which his successors have since exercised in collating or presenting to ecclesiastical dignities and benefices. The secular princes, having been deprived of their rights of nomination and confirmation by the decrees of Gregory VII and his successors, the privilege of electing bishops was restored to the clergy and congregation of each church, and to the chapters of convents. The confirmation of the elected prelates belonged to their immediate superiors, in collation to the other ecclesiastical benefices was reserved for the bishops and ordinaries. All these regulations were changed towards the end of the 12th century. The canons of cathedral churches, authorized by the Court of Rome, claimed to themselves the right of election, to the exclusion of the clergy and the people, while the popes, gradually interfering with elections and collations, found means to usurp the nomination and collation to almost all ecclesiastical benefices. The principle of these usurpations was founded on the false decretals, according to which all ecclesiastical jurisdiction emanates from the Court of Rome, as a river flows from its source. It is from the Pope that archbishops and bishops hold that portion of authority with which they are endowed, and of which he does not divest himself by the act of communicating it to them, but is rather the more entitled to cooperate with them in the exercise of that jurisdiction, as often as they may judge proper. This principle of a conjunct authority furnished a very plausible pretext for the popes to interfere in collation to benefices. This collation, according to the canon law, being essential to the jurisdiction of bishops, it seemed natural that the pope, who concurred in the jurisdiction, should also concur in the privileges derived from it, namely induction or collation to benefices. From the right of concurrence, therefore, Innocent III proceeded to that of prevention, being the first pontiff that made use of it. He exercised that right, especially with regard to the benefices which had newly become vacant by the death of their incumbents, when at the court of Rome, in which cases it was easy to anticipate or get the start of the bishops. In the same manner, this right was exercised in remote dioceses by means of legates a latere, which he dispersed over the different provinces of Christendom. From the right of prevention were derived the provisional mandates and the graces expectatives, reversionary grants or bulls, letters granting promise of church livings before they became vacant. The popes not having legates everywhere and wishing besides to treat the bishops with some respect, began by addressing to them letters of recommendation in favor of those persons for whom they were anxious to procure benefices. These letters becoming too frequent and importunate, the bishops ventured to refuse their compliance, on which the popes began to change their recommendations into orders or mandates, and appointed commissioners to enforce their execution by means of ecclesiastical censures. These mandates were succeeded by the graces expectatives, which, properly speaking, were nothing else than mandates issued for benefices, whose titulars or incumbents were yet alive. Lastly appeared the reservations, which were distinguished into general and special. The first general reservation was that of benefices becoming vacant by the incumbents dying at the court of Rome. This was introduced by Pope Clement IV in 1265, in order to exclude forever the bishops from the right of concurrence and prevention and benefices of that kind. This first reservation was the forerunner of several others, such as the reservation of all cathedral churches, abbeys, and priories, as also of the highest dignities in cathedral and collegiate churches, and of all the collective benefices, becoming vacant during 8 months in the year called the Pope's months, so that not only 4 months remained for the ordinary collators, and these too encroached upon by mandates, expectatives, and reservations, the popes having thus seized the nomination to episcopal dignities. It followed by a simple and natural process that the confirmation of all prelates, without distinction, was in like manner reserved for them. It would have even been reckoned a breach of decorum to address an archbishop, demanding from him the confirmation of a bishop nominated by the pope, so that this point of common right, which vested the confirmation of every prelate in his immediate superior, was also annihilated, and the Romish See was at length acknowledged over the whole Western world as the only source of all jurisdiction and all ecclesiastical power. An extraordinary event, the offspring of that superstitious age, served still more to increase the power of the popes, and that was the Crusades, which the nations of Europe undertook at their request and by their orders for the conquest of Palestine, or the Holy Land. These expeditions, known by the name of Holy Wars, because religion was made the pretext or occasion of them, require a somewhat particular detail, not merely of the circumstances that accompanied them, but also of the changes which they introduced into the moral and political condition of society. Pilgrimages to Jerusalem which were in use from the earliest ages of Christianity, had become very frequent about the beginning of the 11th century. The opinion which then very generally prevailed, that the end of the world was at hand, induced vast numbers of Christians to sell their possessions in Europe in order that they might set out for the Holy Land, there to await the coming of the Lord. So long as the Arabs were masters of Palestine, they protected these pilgrimages, from which they derived no small emoluments. But when the Seljukian Turks, a barbarous and ferocious people, had conquered that country 1075 under the caliphs of Egypt, the pilgrims saw themselves exposed to every kind of insult and oppression. Footnote: the Arabs took possession of Palestine under the Caliph Omar, A.D. 657. It fell into the hands of the Fatimite caliphs of Egypt, A.D. 968. End of footnote. The lamentable accounts which they gave of these outrages on their return to Europe excited the general indignation and gave birth to the romantic notion of expelling these infidels from the Holy Land. Gregory VII was the projector of this grand scheme. He addressed circular letters to all the sovereigns of Europe and invited them to make a general crusade against the Turks. Meantime, however, more pressing interests in his quarrels with the Emperor Henry IV obliged him to defer the projected enterprise, but his attention was soon recalled to it by the representation of a pilgrim called Peter the Hermit, a native of Amiens in Picardy. Furnished with letters from the Patriarch of Jerusalem to the Pope and the princes of the West, this ardent fanatic traversed the whole of Italy, France, and Germany, preaching everywhere and representing in the liveliest colors the profanation of the sacred places and the miserable condition of the Christians and poor pilgrims in the Holy Land. It proved no difficult task for him to impart to others the fanaticism with which he was himself animated. His zeal was powerfully seconded by Pope Urban II, who repaired in person to France, where he convoked the Council of Clermont 1095, and pronounced in full assembly a pathetic harangue, at the close of which they unanimously resolved on the Holy War. It was decreed that all who should enroll their names in this sacred militia should wear a red cross on their right shoulder, that they should enjoy plenary indulgence and obtain remission of all their sins. From that time, the pulpits of Europe resounded with exhortations to the Crusades. People of every rank and condition were seen flocking in crowds to assume the signal of the cross, and in the following year, innumerable bands of crusaders from the different countries of Europe set out, one after another, on their expedition to the east. Footnote: there is an amusing description of the Crusaders in the Chronicle of Conradus Urspagensis, and the sensation which their first appearance made in Germany. End of footnote. The only exception was the Germans, who partook but feebly in this universal enthusiasm, on account of the disputes which then subsisted between the Emperor and the court of Rome. The 3 or 4 first divisions of the Crusaders, under the conduct of chiefs, who had neither name nor experience, marched without order and without discipline, pillaging, burning, and wasting the countries through which they passed. Most of them perished from fatigue, hunger, or sickness, or by the sword of the exasperated nations, whose territories they had laid desolate. Footnote: one of the first divisions was conducted by Peter the Hermit in person. A contemporary author gives the following description of that ghostly general. His appearance was rude in the extreme, of a short stature but of a most fervent zeal. His face was meager, his feet bare, and his dress of the meanest and the most squalid sort. On his journey and wherever he went, he used neither horse, mare, nor mule, but only a vehicle drawn by asses. Peter entrusted a part of his army to a French gentleman named Walter the Penniless, who marched before him. A numerous body commanded by a German priest followed him. Nearly the whole of them perished, to the amount of 200,000 men. End of footnote. To these unwarlike and undisciplined troops succeeded regular armies, commanded by experienced officers and powerful princes. Godfrey of Bouillon, 1096, Duke of Lorraine, accompanied by his brother Baldwin and his cousin Baldwin of Bourg, with a vast retinue of noblemen, put himself at the head of the first body of crusaders. He directed his march through Germany, Hungary, and Bulgaria, towards Constantinople, and was soon followed by several French princes, such as Hugh the Great, brother of Philip I, King of France, Robert, Duke of Normandy, son of William the Conqueror, Stephen VI, Count of Blois, Eustace of Boulogne, brother to Godfrey de Boulogne, and Robert, Count of Flanders, who all preferred the route by Italy. They passed the winter in the environs of Bari, Brindisi, and Otranto, and did not embark for Greece until the following spring. Bohemond, Prince of Tarentum, son to Roger, Earl of Sicily, at the instigation of the French grandees, took the cross after their example and carried with him into the east the flower of the Normans and the noblesse of Sicily, Apulia, and Calabria. Lastly, Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, accompanied by the Bishop of Huy, traversed Lombardy, Friuli, and Dalmatia on his passage to the Holy Land. The general rendezvous of the Crusaders was at Chalcedon in Bithynia. It is supposed that their forces united amounted to 600,000 combatants. They commenced their exploits with the siege of Nice, capital of the Empire of Rome, of which they made themselves master after having repulsed the Turks, who had advanced under the command of the Sultan Kili Aslan, the son of Solomon, premier Sultan of Rome. Another victory gained over the same Sultan, 1097, and the Gorgonian Valley in Bithynia opened for the Crusaders a passage into Syria. There they undertook the siege of the strong city of Antioch, which they carried after an immense loss of lives, 1098. Having at length arrived in Palestine, they planned the attack of Jerusalem, which the Caliph of Egypt had just recovered from the Turks, and which the Crusaders in their turn carried by assault from the Egyptians, 1099. This city was declared the capital of a new kingdom, the sovereignty of which was bestowed on Godfrey of Bouillon, though he refused to take the title of king. This famous prince extended his conquest by a splendid victory, which he gained the same year near Ascalon, over the Caliph of Egypt. On his death, his brother Baldwin succeeded him and transmitted the throne to his cousin Baldwin of Bourg, whose posterity reigned in Jerusalem until the destruction of that kingdom by Saladin, 1187. Besides the kingdom of Jerusalem, which comprehended Palestine, with the cities of Sidon, Tyre, and Ptolemais, the Crusaders founded several other states in the east. The earldom of Edessa, first conquered by Baldwin, brother of Godfrey, passed to several French princes in succession until the year 1144, when it was sued by Adabek Zengi, commonly called Sanguine. The principality of Antioch fell to the share of Bohemond, Prince of Tarentum, whose heirs and descendants added to it in 1188 the county of Tripoli, which had been founded in 1110 by Raymond, Count of Toulouse, one of the Crusaders, but they were deprived both of the one and the other of these sovereignties by the Mamelukes in 1268, who afterward, 1289, conquered Antioch and Tripoli. Lastly, the kingdom of Cyprus, which Richard Coeur de Lion, King of England, took from the Greeks 1191, was surrendered by that prince to Guy de Lission, whose posterity reigned in Cyprus till the year 1487, when that island was taken possession of by the Republic of Venice. The transient duration of these different states presents nothing surprising. The Christians of the East, disunited among themselves, surrounded on all hands, and incessantly attacked by powerful nations, found themselves too remote from Europe to obtain from that quarter any prompt or effective succor. It was therefore impossible for them long to withstand the efforts of the Mohammedans, who were animated as well as the Christians by sectarian zeal, which led them to combine their forces against the enemies of their religion and their prophet. The enthusiasm of religious wars did not, however, become extinct until nearly 2 centuries. It was encouraged and supported by the numerous privileges which popes and sovereigns conferred on the invaders, and by the rich endowments that were made in their favor. All Europe continued to be in motion, and all its principal sovereigns marched in their turn to the east, either to attempt new conquests or maintain those which the first Crusaders had achieved. 6 grand crusades succeeded to the first, all of which were either fruitless or at least without any important and durable success. Conrad III, Emperor of Germany, and Louis VII, King of France, undertook the second 1147 on account of the conquest of Arabic-Sengi, who 3 years before had made himself master of Edessa. The third, 1189, was headed by the Emperor Frederick I, surnamed Barbarossa. Philip Augustus, King of France, and Richard Coeur Leon of England, and the occasion of it was the taking of Jerusalem by the famous Saladin, 1187. The fourth was undertaken 1202, at the pressing instigation of Innocent III. Several of the French and German nobility, uniting with the Venetians, assumed the cross under the command of Boniface, Marquis of Montferrat. But instead of marching to Palestine, they ended their expedition by taking Constantinople from the Greeks. The Fifth Crusade, 1217, was conducted by Andrew, King of Hungary, attended by many of the princes and nobilities of Germany, who had enlisted under the banner of the cross in consequence of the decrees of the Council of Lateran, 1215. The Emperor Frederick II undertook the sixth, 1228. By a treaty which he concluded with the Sultan of Egypt, he obtained the restoration of Jerusalem and several other cities of Palestine, although they did not long continue in his possession. The Kharizmian Turks, oppressed by the Moguls, seized on the Holy Land 1244 and pillaged and burnt Jerusalem. That famous city, together with the greater part of Palestine, fell afterward under the dominion of the sultans of Egypt. The seventh and last Grand Crusade was undertaken by Louis IX, King of France, 1248. He conceived it necessary to begin his conquest by that of Egypt, but his design completely miscarried. Being made prisoner with his army after the action of Mansoura, 1250, he only obtained his liberty by restoring Damietta and paying a large ransom to the Sultan of Egypt. The unfortunate issue of this last expedition slackened the zeal of the Europeans for crusading. Still, however, they retained 2 important places on the coast of Syria, the cities of Tyre and Ptolemais, but these places having been conquered by the Mamelukes, 1291, there was no longer any talk about crusades to the east, and all the attempts of the court of Rome to revive them proved ineffectual. End of section 13. Section 14 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Gregory VIII to Boniface VIII, AD 1074 to 1300, Part 3. It now remains for us briefly to notice the effects which resulted from the Crusades with regard to the social and political state of the nations in Western Europe. One consequence of these was the aggrandizement of the Roman pontiffs, who during the whole period of the Crusades played the part of supreme chiefs and sovereign masters of Christendom. It was at their request, as we have seen, that those religious wars were undertaken. It was they who directed them by means of their legates, who compelled emperors and kings by the terror of their spiritual arms to march under the banner of the cross, who taxed the clergy at their pleasure to defray the expenses of these distant expeditions, who took under their immediate protection the persons and effects of the Crusaders, and emancipated them, by means of special privileges, from all dependence on any power, civil or judiciary. The wealth of the clergy was considerably increased during the time of which we speak, both by the numerous endowments which took place, and by the acquisition which the Church made of the immense landed property, which the pious owners sold them on assuming the badge of the cross. These advantages which the See of Rome drew from their crusades in the East were inducements to undertake similar expeditions in the West and North of Europe. In these quarters we find that the wars of the cross were carried on. 1. Against the Mohammedans of Spain and Africa. 2. Against the emperors and kings who refused obedience to the orders of the popes. Footnote: the Republic of Venice having refused, in spite of the thundering bulls launched against them, to surrender up the city of Ferrara, Pope Clement IV published a crusade against them 1309, and thus compelled them to sue for peace. End of footnote. 3. Against heretical or schismatic princes, such as the Greeks and Russians. 4. Against the Slavonians and other pagan nations on the coasts of the Baltic. 5. Against the Waldenses, Abigenses, and Hussites, who were regarded as heretics. 6. Against the Turks. If the results of the Crusades were advantageous to the hierarchy, if it served to aggrandize the power of the Roman pontiffs, it must, on the contrary, have proved obviously prejudicial to the authority of the secular princes. It was, in fact, during this period that the power of the emperors both in Germany and Italy was sapped to the very foundation, that the royal house of Hohenstaufen sunk under the determined efforts of the court of Rome, and that the federal system of the empire gained gradual accessions of strength. In England and Hungary, we observe how the grandees seized on the opportunity to increase their own power. The former took advantage of their sovereign's absence in the Holy Land, and the latter of the protection which they received from the popes, to claim new privileges and extort charters, such as they did from John of England and Andrew II of Hungary, tending to cripple and circumscribe the royal authority. In France, however, the result was different, there the kings being freed, by means of the Crusades, from a crowd of restless and turbulent vassals, who often threw the kingdom into a state of faction and discord, were left at liberty to extend their prerogatives and turn the scale of power in their own favor. They even considerably augmented their royal and territorial revenues, either by purchasing lands and fiefs from the proprietors, who had armed in the cause of the cross, or by annexing to the crown the estates of those who died in the Holy Land, without leaving feudal heirs, or by seizing the forfeitures of others who were persecuted by religious fanaticism, as heretics or abettors of heresy. Finally, the Christian kings of Spain, the sovereigns of the north, the knights of the Teutonic Order, and of Livonia, joined the Crusades recommended by the popes from the desire of conquest, the former to subdue the Mohammedans in Spain, and the others to vanquish the pagan nations of the north, the Slavonians, Finns, Livonians, Prussians, Lithuanians, and Courlanders. It is to the Crusades in like manner that Europe owes the use of surnames, as well as of armorial bearings and heraldry. Footnote. There were properly no armorial bearings before the 12th century. We do not meet with the fleur-de-lis on the crown or the robe of the French kings until the time of Louis VII, A.D. 1164. End of footnote. It is easy to perceive that among these innumerable armies of crusaders, composed of different nations and languages, some mark or symbol was necessary in order to distinguish particular nations or signalize their commanders. Surnames and coats of arms were employed as these distinctive badges. The latter especially were invented to serve as rallying points for the vassals and troops of the crusading chiefs. Necessity first introduced them, and vanity afterwards caused them to be retained. These coats of arms were hoisted on their standards. The knights got them emblazoned on their shields, and appeared with them at tournaments. Even those who had never been at the Crusades became ambitious of these distinctions, which may be considered as permanently established in families from about the middle of the 13th century. The same enthusiasm that inspired the Europeans for the Crusades contributed in like manner to bring tournaments into vogue. In these solemn and military sports, the young noblesse were trained to violent exercises and to the management of heavy arms, so as to gain them some reputation for valor and to ensure their superiority in war. In order to be admitted to these tournaments, it was necessary to be of noble blood and to show proofs of their nobility. The origin of these feats is generally traced back to the end of the 10th or beginning of the 11th century. Geoffrey of Puteoli, whom the writers of the Middle Ages cite as being the inventor of them, did no more, properly speaking, than draw up their code of regulations. France was the country from which the practice of tournaments diffused itself over all other nations of Europe. They were very frequent during all the time the crusading mania lasted. To this same epoch belongs the institution of religious and military orders. These were originally established for the purpose of defending the new Christian states in the East, for protecting pilgrims on their journey, taking care of them when sick, etc., and the vast wealth which they acquired in most of the kingdoms of Europe preserved their existence long after the loss of the Holy Land, and some of these orders even made a conspicuous figure in the political history of the Western nations. Of all these, the first and most distinguished was the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, called afterwards the Order of Malta. Prior to the First Crusade, there had existed at Jerusalem a church of the Latin or Romish liturgy, dedicated to St. Mary, and founded by some merchants of Amalfi in the Kingdom of Naples. There was also a monastery of the Order of St. Benedict, and a hospital for the relief of the poor or afflicted pilgrims. This hospital, the directors of which were appointed by the Abbot of St. Mary's, having in a very short time become immensely rich by numerous donations of lands and seigneuries, both in Europe and Palestine. One of his governors, named Gerard, a native of Martigues in Provence, as is alleged, took the regular habit 1100, and formed with his brother a distinct congregation, under the name and protection of St. John the Baptist. Pope Pascal II, by a bull issued in 1114, approved of this new establishment, and ordained that after the death of Gerard, the Hospitallers alone should have the election of their superintendent. Raymond de Puy, a gentleman from Dauphin, and successor to Gerard, was the first that took the title of Grand Master. He prescribed a rule for the Hospitallers, and Pope Calixtus II, in approving of this rule in 1120, divided the members of the order into three classes. The nobles, called Knights of Justice, who were destined for the profession of arms, making war on the infidels and protecting pilgrims. The priests and chaplains selected from the respectable citizens were entrusted with functions purely ecclesiastical, while the serving brethren, who formed the third class, were charged with the care of sick pilgrims, and likewise to act in the capacity of soldiers. These new knights were known by the name of Knights of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, and were distinguished by wearing a white octagon cross on a black habit. After the final loss of the Holy Land, this order established themselves in the Isle of Cyprus. From this they passed into Rhodes, which they had conquered from the infidels 1310. This latter island they kept possession of till 1522, and being then expelled by Solomon the Great, they obtained 1530 from Charles V the munificent grant of the Isle of Malta, under the express terms of making war against the infidels. Of this place they were at length deprived by Bonaparte in 1798. The Order of Templars followed nearly that of St. John. The first founders, 1119, were some French gentlemen, the chief of whom were Hugo de Payens and Geoffrey de Saint-Omer. Having made a declaration of their vows before the Patriarch of Jerusalem, they took upon themselves the special charge of maintaining free passage and safe conduct for the pilgrims to the Holy Land. Baldwin, King of Jerusalem, assigned them an apartment in his palace near the temple, whence they took the name of Knights of the Temple and Templars. They obtained from Pope Honorius II, 1120, a rule with a white habit, to which Eugene III added a red cross octagon. This order, after accumulating vast wealth and riches, especially in France, and distinguishing themselves by their military exploits for nearly 2 centuries, were at length suppressed by the Council of Vienna, 1312. The Teutonic Order, according to the most probable opinion, took its origin in the camp before Acre or Ptolemais. The honor of it is ascribed to some charitable citizens of Bremen and Lubeck, who erected a hospital or tent with the sails of their vessels for the relief of the numerous sick and wounded of their nation. Several German gentlemen having joined in this establishment, they devoted themselves by a vow to the service of the sick, as also to the defense of the Holy Land against the infidels. This order, known by the name of the Teutonic Knights of St. Mary of Jerusalem, received confirmation from Pope Celestin III, 1192, who prescribed for them the rule of the Hospital of St. John, with regard to their attendance on the sick, and with regard to chivalry or knighthood, that of the Order of Templars. Henry Walpott de Passenheim was the first Grand Master of the order, and the new knights assumed the white habit with the black cross to distinguish them from the other orders. It was under their fourth Grand Master, Hermann de Salza, 1230, that they passed into Prussia, which they conquered 1309. They fixed their chief residence at Marienburg, but having lost Prussia in consequence of a change in the religious sentiments of their Grand Master, Albert de Brandenburg, 1528, they transferred their capital to Mergenheim in Franconia. A fourth order of hospitalers founded in the Holy Land was that of St. Lazarus of Jerusalem, who had for their principal object the treatment of lepers, and who, in process of time, from a medical became a military order. Footnote. The Crusades were the means of spreading leprosy in Europe, as also the plague, which in 1347 and the following years made dreadful havoc. From Italy it spread over all Europe and occasioned a violent persecution against the Jews. End of footnote. After having long resided in the East, where they distinguished themselves in the Holy Wars, they followed St. Louis into France, 1254, and fixed their chief seat at Boigny, near Orleans. Pope Gregory XIII united them with the Order of St. Maurice in Savoy, and Henry IV with that of Our Lady of Mont Carmel in France. On the model, and after the example of these four military orders, several others were founded in succession in various kingdoms of Europe. Footnote. For these, see the accounts of Spain, Italy, Portugal, and the footnote. All these institutions contributed greatly to the renown of chivalry, so famous in the Middle Ages. The origin of this latter institution is earlier than the times of which we now speak, and seems to belong to the 10th or the beginning of the 11th century. The anarchy of feudalism being then at its height, and robberies and private quarrels everywhere prevailing, several noble and distinguished individuals devoted themselves, by a solemn vow, according to the genius of the times, to the defense of religion and its ministers, as also of the fair sex, and of every person suffering from distress or oppression. From the end of the 11th century to the time when the Crusades began, we find chivalry, with its pomp and its ceremonies, established in all the principal states of Europe. This salutary institution, by inspiring the minds of men with new energy, gave birth to many illustrious characters. It tended to repress the disorders of anarchy, to revive order and law, and establish a new relationship among the nations of Europe. In general, it may be said that these ultramarine expeditions, prosecuted with obstinacy for nearly 200 years, hastened the progress of arts and civilization in Europe. The Crusaders, journeying through kingdoms better organized than their own, and observing greater refinement in their laws and manners, were necessarily led to form new ideas, and acquire new information with regard to science and politics. Some vestiges of learning and good taste had been preserved in Greece, and even in the extremities of Asia, where letters had been encouraged by the patronage of the caliphs. The city of Constantinople, which had not yet suffered from the ravages of the barbarians, abounded in the finest monuments of art. It presented to the eyes of the Crusaders a spectacle of grandeur and magnificence that could not but excite their admiration, and call forth a strong desire to imitate those models, the sight of which at once pleased and astonished them. To the Italians especially it must have proved a great advantage, the continued intercourse which they maintained with the East, and the city of Constantinople afforded them the means of becoming familiar with the language and literature of the Greeks, of communicating the same taste to their own countrymen, and in this way advancing the glorious epoch of the revival of letters. About the same time, commerce and navigation were making considerable progress. The cities of Italy, such as Venice, Genoa, Pisa, and others, in assisting the Crusaders in their operations by means of the transports, provisions, and warlike stores with which they furnished them, continued to secure for themselves important privileges and establishments in the seaports of the Levant and other ports in the Greek Empire. Their example excited the industry of several maritime towns in France, and taught them the advantage of applying their attention to Eastern commerce. In the north, the cities of Hamburg and Lubeck formed, about the year 1241, as is generally supposed, their first commercial association, which afterwards became so formidable under the name of the Hanseatic League. Footnote. This is the common opinion as to the origin of the Hanseatic League, although Sartorius disputes it. The word Hansa in Low German means any association or corporation. We find this word used for the first time in a letter which Edward II of England wrote in 1315 to the King of France in favor of the Germanic merchants. End of footnote. The staple articles of these latter cities consisted in marine stores and other productions of the north, which they exchanged for the spiceries of the east and the manufactures of Italy and the Low Countries. The progress of industry, the protection which sovereigns extended to it, and the pains they took to check the disorders of feudalism contributed to the prosperity of towns by daily augmenting their population and their wealth. This produced, about the times we are speaking of, an advantageous change in the civil and social condition of the people. Throughout the principal states of Europe, cities began, after the 12th century, to erect themselves into political bodies and to form a degrees a third order, distinct from that of the clergy and nobility. Before this period, the inhabitants of towns enjoyed neither civil nor political liberty. Their condition was very little better than that of the peasantry, who were all serfs attached to the soil. The rights of citizenship and the privileges derived from it were reserved for the clergy and the noblesse. The counts, or governors of cities, by rendering their power hereditary, had appropriated to themselves the rights that were originally attached to their functions. They used them in the most arbitrary way, and loaded the inhabitants with every kind of oppression that avarice or caprice could suggest. At length, the cities which were either the most oppressed or the most powerful rose in rebellion against this intolerable yoke. The inhabitants formed themselves into confederations, to which they gave the name of communes or free corporations, either of their own accord or by charters, obtained very often on burdensome terms. They procured for themselves a free government, which, by relieving them from servitude and all impositions and arbitrary exactions, secured them personal liberty and the possession of their effects, under the protection of their own magistrates, and the institution of a militia or city guard. This revolution, one of the most important in Europe, first took place in Italy, where it was occasioned by the frequent interregnums that occurred in Germany, as well as by the disturbances that rose between the empire and the priesthood in the 11th century. The anathemas thundered against Henry IV by absolving the subjects from the obedience they owed their sovereign, served as a pretext to the cities of Italy for shaking off the authority of the imperial viceroys or bailiffs, who had become tyrants instead of rulers, and for establishing free and republican governments. In this, they were encouraged and supported by the protection of the Roman pontiffs, whose sole aim and policy was the abasement of the imperial authority. Before this period, several maritime cities of Italy, such as Naples, Amalfi, Venice, Pisa, and Genoa, emboldened by the advantages of their situation, by the increase of their population and their commerce, had already emancipated themselves from the imperial yoke and erected themselves into republics. Their example was followed by the cities of Lombardy and the Venetian territory, especially Milan, Pavia, Asti, Cremona, Lodi, Como, Parma, Piacenza, Verona, Padua, etc. All these cities, animated with the enthusiasm of liberty, adopted about the beginning of the 12th century consuls and popular forms of government. They formed a kind of military force or city guard, and vested in themselves the rights of royalty and the power of making in their own name and authority alliances, wars, and treaties of peace. From Italy, this revolution extended to France and Germany, the Low Countries, and England. In all these different states, the use of communes or boroughs was established and protected by the sovereigns, who employed these new institutions as a powerful check against the encroachments and tyranny of the feudal lords. In France, Louis the Fat, who began his reign in 1108, was the first king that granted rights or constitutional charters to certain cities within his domain, either from political motives or the allurement of money. The nobility, after his example, eagerly sold liberty to their subjects. The revolution became general. The cry for liberty was raised everywhere and interested every mind. Throughout all the provinces, the inhabitants of cities solicited charters, and sometimes without waiting for them, they formed themselves voluntarily into communities, electing magistrates of their own choice, establishing companies of militia, and taking charge themselves of the fortifications and wardenship of their cities. The magistrates of free cities in northern France were usually called mayors, sheriffs, and liverymen, while in the south of France they were called syndics and consuls. It soon became an established principle that kings alone had the power to authorize the erection of corporate towns. Louis VIII declared that he regarded all cities in which these corporations were established as belonging to his domain. They owed military service directly and personally to the king, while such cities as had not these rights or charters were obliged to follow their chiefs to the war. In Germany, we find the emperors adopting the same policy as the kings of France. The resources which the progress of commerce and manufactures opened to the industry of the inhabitants of cities, and the important succors which the emperors Henry IV and V had received from them in their quarrels with the Pope and the princes of the empire, induced them to take these cities under their protection, to augment their number and multiply their privileges. Henry V was the first emperor that adopted this line of policy. He granted freedom to the inhabitants of several cities, even to artisans and tradesmen, whose condition at that time was as degraded and debased as that of serfs. He extended to them the rank and privileges of citizens, and thus gave rise to the division of cities into classes and corporations of trades. The same prince set about repairing the fault which the emperors of the House of Saxony had committed, of giving up to the bishops the temporal jurisdiction in all the cities wherein they resided. He gradually superseded these rights by the new privileges which he granted to the inhabitants of cities. The emperors, his successors, followed his example. In a little time, several of these cities threw off the yoke of their bishops, while others extricated themselves from the jurisdiction of their superiors or provosts, whether imperial or feudal, and adopted in imitation of the cities in Italy and France magistrates of their own choosing, a republican form of government and a municipal polity. This liberty in cities gave new vigor to industry, multiplied the sources of labor, and created means of opulence and power, till then unknown in Europe. The population of these cities increased with their wealth. Communities rose into political consequence, and we find them successively admitted to the diets and national assemblies in all the principal states of Europe. England set an example of this, and though English authors are not agreed as to the precise time when the commons of that kingdom were called into Parliament, it is at least certain that their first admission belongs to the reign of Henry III, about 1265 or 1266, and that the formal division of the Parliament into two houses is as late as the reign of Henry III. Footnote. The Parliament of 1342 is generally cited as the first in which we find the division into two houses. End of footnote. France followed the example of England. The convocation of the states by Philip the Fair, 1303, on the subject of his disputes with Pope Boniface VIII, is considered as the first assembly of the States General, composed of the three orders of the kingdom. As to Germany, the first diet in which the cities of the empire appear in the form of a third order was that of Speyer, 1309, convoked by the Emperor Henry VII of the House of Luxembourg. Afterwards, we find these cities exercising a decisive or deliberative voice at the Diet of Frankfurt, 1344, under Louis the Bavarian. In all these states, we find the sovereigns protecting more especially those free cities, which aided them in checking their devastations and putting a stop to the fury of private or intestine wars. The most powerful of the feudal chiefs, finding everywhere cities in a capacity to defend themselves, became less enterprising in their ambition, and even the nobles of inferior rank learned to respect the power of these communities. The royal authority was thereby strengthened, and the cities, naturally inclining to the sovereigns that protected them, served as the counterpoise in the general assemblies to the power of the clergy and the noblesse, and were the means of obtaining those subsidiary supplies necessary for the exigencies of the state. The liberty which the inhabitants of cities had thus procured by the establishment of these communities or corporate bodies, extended itself to the inhabitants of the country by way of enfranchisements. Various circumstances concurred to render the use of these more frequent after the 12th century. The sovereigns, guided by the maxims of sound policy, set the first example of this within their own domains, and they were speedily imitated by the feudal lords and nobles, who, either out of courtesy to their sovereigns, or to prevent the desertion of their vassals, or acquire new dependents, were compelled to grant liberty to the one and mitigate the servitude of the other. The communities, or chartered cities, likewise seconded and promoted these enfranchisements by the protection which they granted to the serfs against their feudal superiors. End of section 14. Section 15 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From Pope Gregory VIII to Boniface VIII, AD 1074 to 1300. Part 4. In Italy, we perceive these enfranchisements following as an immediate consequence of the institution of communities. The continual feuds that arose among the numerous republics, which had lately thrown off the yoke of authority, made the liberty of the serfs a measure absolutely necessary in order to augment the number of citizens qualified to bear arms and hold places of trust. Boniface, captain of Bologna, 1256, proposed to his fellow citizens and carried the law of enfranchisement. All those who had serfs were obliged to present them before the podesta, or captain of the people, who affranchised them for a certain sum or tax, which the republic paid to the owner. The feudal superiors, finding that these enfranchisements had a powerful support in the liberty of the free cities, were obliged either to ameliorate the condition of their serfs or grant them liberty. In France, after the 12th century and the reign of Louis the Fat, these enfranchisements began to be frequent. The son and successor of that prince, Louis VII, by royal letter 1180, affranchised all the serfs which the crown possessed at Orleans, and within 5 leagues of it. Louis X passed a general law, 1315, for the enfranchisement of all serfs belonging to the crown. He there made a positive declaration that slavery was contrary to nature, which intended that all men by birth should be free and equal, that since his kingdom was denominated the kingdom of the Franks or freemen, it appeared just and right that the fact should correspond with the name. He invited at the same time all the nobility to imitate his example by granting liberty to their serfs. That prince would have ennobled the homage he paid to nature if the gift of liberty had been gratuitous on his part, but he made it a mere object of finance, and to gratify those only who could afford to pay for it. Whence it happened that enfranchisements advanced but very slowly, and examples of it are to be found in history so late as the reign of Francis I. In Germany, the number of serfs diminished in like manner after the 12th century. The Crusades and the destructive wars which the Dukes of Saxony and the Margraves of the North carried on with the Slavian tribes on the Elbe and the Baltic, having depopulated the northern and eastern parts of Germany. Numerous colonies from Brabant, the Netherlands, Holland, and Friesland were introduced into these countries, where they formed themselves into establishments or associations of free cultivators of the soil. From Lower Germany, the custom of enfranchisements extended to the upper provinces and along the banks of the Rhine. This was encouraged by the free cities, which not only gave a welcome reception to the serfs who had fled to shelter themselves from oppression within their walls, but they even granted protection and the rights of citizenship to those who had settled within the precincts or liberties of the town, or who continued without changing their habitation to reside on the lands of their feudal superiors. Footnote: hence the names of Vollbürger and Ostbürger, i.e., burgess within the precincts and without the city. End of footnote. This spirited conduct of the free cities put the nobles of Germany to the necessity of aiding and abetting, by degrees, either the suppression or the mitigation of slavery. They reimbursed themselves for the loss of the fine or tax which they had been in the habit of levying on the death of their serfs by an augmentation of the quit rent or annual cess which they exacted from them on their being enfranchised. In the Low Countries, Henry II, Duke of Brabant, 1218, in his last will, granted liberty to all cultivators of the soil. He enfranchised them on the right of mortmain, and ordained that, like the inhabitants of free cities, they should be judged by no other than their own magistrates. In this manner, liberty by degrees recovered its proper rights. It assisted in dispelling the clouds of ignorance and superstition, and spread a new luster over Europe. One event which contributed essentially to give men more exact notions of government and jurisprudence was the revival of the Roman law, which happened about the time we now speak of. The German tribes that destroyed the Western Empire in the 5th century would naturally despise a system of legislation such as that of the Romans, which neither accorded with the ferocity of their manners nor the rudeness of their ideas. In consequence, the revolution which occasioned the downfall of that empire brought at the same time the Roman jurisprudence into desuetude over all the Western world. Footnote: it should be observed, however, that the Roman law, and especially the Theodosian Code, still remained in Italy to a certain extent, even in the midst of the darkness that covered Europe prior to the 12th century. End of footnote. A lapse of several centuries, however, was required to rectify men's ideas on the nature of society, and to prepare them for receiving the laws and institutions of a civilized and refined government. Such was the general state and condition of political knowledge, when the fame of a celebrated civilian called Enerius, who taught the law of Justinian publicly at Bologna about the commencement of the 12th century, attracted to that academy the youth of the greater part of Europe. There they devoted themselves with ardor to the study of this new science. The pupils, instructed by Enerius and his successors on returning home and being employed in the tribunals and public offices of their native country, gradually carried into practice the principles which they had imbibed in the school of Bologna. Hence, in a short time, and without the direct interference of the legislative authority, the law of Justinian was adopted by degrees as a subsidiary law in all the principal states of Europe. Various circumstances contributed to accelerate the progress of this revolution. People had felt for a long time the necessity of a new legislature and the insufficiency of their national laws. The novelty of the Roman laws, as well as their equity and precision, arrested the attention of all Europe, and sovereigns found it in their interest to protect a jurisprudence whose maxims were so favorable to royalty and monarchical power, and which served at once to strengthen and extend their authority. The introduction of the Roman jurisprudence was soon followed by that of the canon law. The popes, perceiving the rapid propagation of this new science, and eager to arrest its progress, immediately set themselves to the work of raising that vast and astonishing edifice, the canon law, as an engine to promote the accomplishment of their own greatness. Gioachin, a monk of Bologna, encouraged by Pope Eugenius III, compiled a collection of canons under the title of the Decret, which he arranged in systematic order to serve as an introduction to the study of that law. This compilation, extracted from different authors who had preceded him, recommended itself to the world by its popular method, which was adapted to the genius of the times. Pope Eugenius III gave it his approval in 1152, and ordained that it should be read and explained in the schools. This collection of Gioachin soon obtained a wide and most successful reception. From the schools it passed to the public tribunals, both civil and ecclesiastical. At length, Pope Gregory IX, in imitation of the Emperor Justinian, who had caused a collection of his own statutes and those of his predecessors to be made by Tribonian, ordered his chaplain Raymond de Pennefort to compile and digest in their proper order all the decisions of his predecessors, as well as his own, thus extending to common practice what had been originally established but for one place, and for particular cases. He published his collection, 1235, under the name of Decretals, with an injunction that it should be employed both in the tribunals and in the schools. If this new system of jurisprudence served to extend the jurisdiction and strengthen the temporal power of the popes, it did not fail at the same time to produce salutary effects on the governments and manners of Europe. The peace or truce of God, which some bishops of France in the 11th century had instituted as a check on the unbridled fury of private quarrels and civil discord, was established by the Decretals into a general law of the Church. Footnote: in the truce of God, challenges or duels were prohibited on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, under pain of excommunication. They were also forbidden between Septuagesima Sunday and Easter week, and between Advent Sunday and Epiphany. End of footnote. The judgments of God, till then used in the tribunals of justice, trial by single combat, by hot iron, hot and cold water, the cross, etc., were gradually abolished. The restraints of the canon law, added to the new information which had diffused its light over the human mind, were instrumental in rooting out practices which served only to cherish and protract the ancient ferocity of manners. The spirit of order and method which prevailed in the new jurisprudence soon communicated itself to every branch of legislation among the nations of Europe. The feudal law was reduced to systematic order, and the usages and customs of the provinces, till then local and uncertain, were collected and organized into regular form. Footnote: Agolinus, a famous lawyer, under Frederick I, is generally regarded as the first that digested the two books of fiefs at the end of the Corpus Juris. End of footnote. Jurisprudence, having now become a complicated science, demanded a long and laborious course of study, which could no longer be associated with the profession of arms. The sword was then obliged by degrees to abandon the courts of justice and give place to the gown. A new class of men thus arose, that of the law, who contributed by their influence to repress the overgrown power of the nobility. The rapid progress which the new jurisprudence made must be ascribed to the recent foundation of universities and the encouragements which sovereigns granted these literary corporations. Before their establishment, the principal public schools were those which were attached either to monasteries or to cathedral and collegiate churches. There were, however, only a few colleges instituted, and these in large cities such as Rome, Paris, Angers, Oxford, Salamanca, etc. The sciences there taught were comprised under the seven liberal arts, viz., grammar, rhetoric, dialectics or logic, arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. The first three were known by the name of trivium, and the other four, which made part of mathematics, by that of quadrivium. As for theology and jurisprudence, They did not as yet figure among the academic sciences, and there was no school of medicine prior to that of Salerno, the only one of which any traces are discovered towards the end of the 11th century. These schools and academies cannot by any means be put in comparison with modern universities, which differ from them essentially, both as to the variety of sciences which are professed and by their institutions as privileged bodies, enjoying a system of government and jurisdiction peculiarly their own. The origin of these universities is coeval with the revival of the Roman law in Italy and the invention of academic degrees. The same Irnerius, who is generally acknowledged as the restorer of the Roman law in Bologna, was also the first that conceived the idea of conferring with certain solemnities doctorial degrees, and granting license or diplomas to those who excelled in the study of jurisprudence. Pope Eugenius III, 1153, when he introduced the Code of Gratian into the Academy of Bologna, gave permission to confer the same degrees in the canon law, as had been customary in the civil law. These degrees were much coveted and esteemed on account of the honors, immunities, and prerogatives which the sovereign had attached to them. Nothing, however, contributed more to bring universities into favor than the privileges and immunities which the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa conferred on them in 1158 by his authentic, or rescript called Habita. The example of this prince was speedily followed by other sovereigns of Europe. The teaching of jurisprudence passed from the school of Bologna to the different academies of Europe. Theology also was soon admitted, as well as medicine, and these completed the 4 faculties, as they were called, of which the universities were composed. That of Paris was the first which combined all the faculties. It was completed under the reign of Philip Augustus, from whom it obtained its earliest charter, about the year 1200. Except itself, there are only the universities of Bologna, Padua, Naples, Toulouse, Salamanca, Coimbra, Cambridge, and Oxford, that date their origin in the 13th century. Footnote: several other universities were founded in the following century, such as that of Prague in 1347, Vienna in 1365, Heidelberg in 1686, Cologne in 1389, Erfurt in 1389, etc. End of footnote. The downfall of the imperial authority and of the House of Hohenstaufen, and the new power usurped by the princes and states of the empire, occasioned a long series of troubles in Germany, and that frightful state of anarchy known by the name of the Grand Interregnum. Strength then triumphed over law and right. The government was altered from its basis, and no other means were found to remedy this want of public security than by forming alliances and confederations, such as that of the Rhine and the Hanseatic League, which began to appear about this time, 1253. Footnote: this confederation of the Rhine was originally concluded between the cities of Mayence, Cologne, Worms, Speyer, Strasbourg, and Berlin, for the protection of their commerce on the Rhine. End of footnote. The election of the emperors, in which all the princes and states of the empire had formally concurred, became then the privilege solely of the great officers of the crown, who towards the middle of the 13th century claimed for themselves exclusively the right of electing and the title of electors. Footnote: these grand officers were 7 in number, although formerly other princes were admitted to these elections. End of footnote. The princes and states of the empire, anxious to confirm their growing power, sought to promote only the feeblest emperors, who were incapable of supporting the rights and prerogatives of the crown. The electors in particular had no other object in view than to derive a lucrative traffic from elections, bargaining every time with the candidates for large sums, and obtaining grants or mortgages of such portions of the imperial demands as suited their convenience. One only of these weak emperors, Rodolph, Count of Habsburg in Switzerland, 1273, disappointed the expectations of his electors. He repressed by force of arms the disorders of anarchy, restored the laws and tribunals to their pristine vigor, and reconquered several of the imperial domains from the usurpers who had seized them. In consequence of the revolutions which we have now detailed, we find very important and memorable changes accomplished in the different provinces of the empire. The princes and states of the Germanic body, regarding as their own patrimony the provinces and fiefs with which they were invested, thought themselves further authorized to portion them out among their sons. The usage of these partitions became general after the 13th century, and this wrought the downfall of some of the most powerful families, and tended to multiply almost to infinity the duchies, principalities, and earldoms of the empire. The emperors, far from condemning this practice, which by no means accorded with the maxims of the feudal law, on the contrary gave it their countenance, as appearing to them a proper instrument for humbling the power of the grandees, and acquiring for themselves a preponderating authority in the empire. The ancient duchies of Bavaria and Saxony experienced a new revolution on the fall of the powerful house of the Guelphs, which was deprived of both these duchies by the sentence of proscription which the Emperor Frederick I pronounced against Henry the Lion, 1180, Duke of Bavaria and Saxony. The first of these duchies, which had formerly been dismembered from the Margrave of Austria by Frederick I, 1156, and erected into a duchy and fief holding immediately of the empire, was exposed to new partitions at the time of which we now speak. The bishoprics of Bavaria, Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, and the Tyrol broke their alliance with Bavaria, and the city of Ratisbon, which had been the residence of the ancient dukes, was declared immediate or holding of the crown. It was then contracted within these new limits that Bavaria was conferred by Frederick I, 1180, on Otto, Count of Wittelsbach, a scion of the original House of Bavaria. This house afterwards acquired by marriage, 1215, the Palatinate of the Rhine. It was subsequently divided into various branches, of which the two principal were the Palatine and the Bavarian. As to the Duchy of Saxony, which embraced under the Guelphs the greater part of Lower Germany, it completely changed its circumstances on the decline of that house. Bernard of Aschleben, younger son of Albert named the Bear, first Margrave of Brandenburg, a descendant of the Ascanian line, had been invested in the Duchy of Saxony by Frederick I, 1180, but was found much too feeble to support the high rank to which he had been elevated. In consequence, the title of qualification to the Duchy of Saxony and the electorate was restricted, under the successors and descendants of that prince, to an inconsiderable district situated on both sides of the Elbe, called since the Electoral Circle, of which Wittenberg was the capital. The princes of Pomerania and Mecklenburg, the counts of Holstein and Westphalia, and the city of Lubeck took advantage of this circumstance to revolt from the authority of the Duke of Saxony and render themselves immediate. A part of Westphalia was erected into a distinct duchy in favor of the Archbishop of Cologne, who had seconded the emperor in his schemes of vengeance against the Galactic princes. This latter house, whose vast possessions had extended from the Adriatic Sea to the Baltic and the Northern Ocean, retained nothing more of its ancient splendor than the free lands which it possessed in Lower Saxony, and which the Emperor Frederick II, 1235, converted into a duchy, an immediate fief of the empire, in favor of Otto the Infant, grandson of Henry the Lion, and the new founder of the House of Brunswick. the extinction of the House of Hohenstaufen, having occasioned a vacancy in the duchies of Suabia and Franconia. The different states of these provinces, both secular and ecclesiastical, found means to render themselves also immediate, 1268. A number of cities which had belonged to the domains of the ancient dukes were raised to the rank of free and imperial cities, and the houses of Baden-Württemberg, Hohenzollern, and Fürstenberg date their celebrity from this period. The death of the anti-emperor Henry of Spain, 1247, last Landgrave of Thuringia, gave rise to a long war between the Margraves of Misnia and the Dukes of Brabant, who mutually contested that succession. The former advanced an expectative or deed of reversion of the Emperor Frederick II, as well as the claims of Jutta, sister of the last Landgrave, and the others maintained those of Sophia, daughter of the Landgrave Louis, elder brother and predecessor of Henry le Respond. At length, by a petition which took place 1264, the Thuringia, properly so called, was made over to the House of Misnia, and Henry of Brabant, surnamed the Infant, son of Henry II, Duke of Brabant, and Sophia of Thuringia, was secured in the possession of Hesse and became the founder of a new dynasty of Landgraves, those of the House of Hesse. The ancient dukes of Austria of the House of Bamberg, having become extinct with Frederick the Valiant, 1246, the succession of that duchy was keenly contested between the niece and the sisters of the last duke, who, though females, could lay claim to it in virtue of the privileges granted by the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. Ottokar II, son of Wenceslaus, King of Bohemia, took advantage of these troubles in Austria to possess himself of that province, 1251. He obtained the investiture of it, 1262, from Richard, son of John, King of England, who had purchased the title of Emperor at a vast expense, but Rodolph of Habsburg, treating him as a usurper, made war upon him, defeated and slew him in a battle which was fought 1278 at Marchfeld, in the neighborhood of Vienna. The duchies of Austria, Syria, Carinthia, and Carniola, being then detached from the kingdom of Bohemia, were declared vacant and devolved to the empire. The investiture of these the emperor conferred 1282 on Albert and Rodolph, his own sons. Albert, the eldest of these princes, who was afterwards emperor, became the founder of the Habsburg dynasty of Austria. In Italy, a great number of republics arose about the end of the 11th and beginning of the 12th century. These republics, though they had cast off the imperial authority and claimed to themselves the rights of sovereignty, protested nevertheless their fealty to the emperor, whom they agreed to recognize as their supreme head. The emperors Henry V, Lothair the Saxon, and Conrad III saw themselves compelled to tolerate an usurpation which they were too feeble to repress. But Frederick Barbarossa, being determined to restore the royalty of Italy to its ancient splendor, led a powerful army into that kingdom, 1158, and in a diet which he assembled on the plains of Rocasia, in the territory of Valencia, he caused a strict investigation to be made by the lawyers of Bologna into the rights on which he founded his pretensions to the title of King of Italy. The opposition which the execution of the decrees of the Diet met with on the part of the Milanese induced the emperor to undertake the siege of their city. He made himself master of it in 1162, razed it to the foundation, and dispersed the inhabitants. This chastisement of the Milanese astonished the Italians, but without abating their courage. They afterwards took advantage of the reverse of the emperor and the schism which had arisen in the Roman Church to form a league with the principal cities of Lombardy, 1167, into which they drew the king of the two Sicilies, as well as Pope Alexander III, whom the emperor treated as a schismatic. The city of Milan was rebuilt in consequence of this league, as also that of Alexandria called Della Paglia. The war was long protracted, but the emperor being abandoned by Henry the Lion, Duke of Bavaria and Saxony, the most powerful of his vassals, received a defeat at Lignano, which obliged him to make an accommodation with Pope Alexander III, and to sign at Venice a treaty of 6 years with the Confederate cities, 1177. This treaty was afterwards converted at Constance into a definitive peace, 1183, by virtue of which the cities of Italy were guaranteed in the forms of government they had adopted, as well as in the exercise of the regalian rights which they had acquired, whether by usage or prescription. The emperor reserved for himself the investiture of the consuls, the oath of allegiance, which was to be renewed every 10 years, and all appeals in civil cases, where the sum exceeded the value of 25 imperial livres, about 1,500 francs. The Emperor Frederick II, grandson of Frederick I, and heir, in right of his mother, to the kingdom of the Two Sicilies, made new efforts to restore the prerogatives of the empire in Italy, but the cities of Lombardy renewed their league, into which they drew Pope Gregory IX, 1226, whose dignity and power would be endangered if the emperor, being possessor of the Two Sicilies, should succeed in conquering the cities of Lombardy. The war which ensued 1236 was long and bloody. The popes Gregory IX and Innocent IV went so far as to preach of a crusade against the emperor, as if he had been an infidel, while that unfortunate prince, after the most courageous and indefatigable efforts, had the mortification to see his troops once more discomfited by the forces of the League. The cities of Italy were no sooner delivered from the terror of the emperors than they let loose their fury against each other, impelled by the rage of conquest and torn by the internal factions of the Guelphs and the Gilbertines, as well as by the contest which had arisen between the noblesse and the free cities. The partisans of the nobles in these cities were strengthened by the very measures which had been taken to humble them. The chartered towns, by destroying that multitude of seigneuries, earldoms, and marquesates, with which Lombardy swarmed before the 12th century, and by the incorporating them with their own territories, obliged the deserted nobles and grandees to seek an establishment within their walls. These latter, finding their partisans united and powerful, soon attempted to seize the government, and hence arose an interminable source of civil discord, which ended with the loss of liberty in the greater part of these communities. To arrest these evils and put a check to the ambition of the powerful citizens, they adopted the plan of entrusting the government to a single magistrate, to be called the podesta, who should be chosen in the neighboring cities. This scheme was but a palliative rather than a remedy, and in order to guarantee themselves from the oppression of the nobles, the corporations of several cities gradually adopted the plan of conferring a sort of dictatorship on one of the powerful citizens, or on some prince or nobleman, even though he were a stranger, under the title of captain, hoping in this way to succeed in re-establishing peace and order. These chiefs or captains contrived in process of time to render absolute and perpetual an authority which at first was temporary, and only granted on certain conditions, hence the origin of several new independent sovereignties, which were formed in Italy during the course of the 14th century. Venice and Genoa at that time eclipsed all the republics of Italy by the flourishing state of their navigation and commerce. The origin of the former of these cities is generally dated as far back as the invasion of the Huns under Attila, 452. the cruelty of these barbarians having spread terror and flight over the whole country. Many of the inhabitants of ancient Venetia took refuge in the isles and lagoons on the borders of the Adriatic Gulf, and there laid the foundation of the city of Venice, which, whether we regard the singularity of its construction or the splendor to which it rose, deserves to be numbered among the wonders of the world. At first, its government was popular and administered by a bench of tribunes, whose power was annual. The divisions which arose among these yearly administrators occasioned the election of a chief, 697, who took the title of Duke or Doge. This dignity was for life, and depended on the suffrages of the community, but he exercised nevertheless the rights of sovereignty, and it was not till after a long course of time that his authority was gradually abridged, and the government, which had been monarchical, became again democratical. End of section 15.